Across the world, the strongest rose to the challenge.
Well, there's the overclock. 3 kills for Lambda.
They have fought for pride, for prestige.
A blade for Jay-Woo, and there's the kills that you were looking for.
And for a place on the world stage. Every match brings them closer to legacy or obscurity. rivalries will reignite.
Zera connects with the stick. Zera does it again.
New stars will rise, and champions
Oh, Copper. He looks so good on this Winston right now.
will fall. This is the Overwatch Champions Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to OWCS EMEA again. I'm Ash, your host, and I'm joined here by Mitch and Matt. Day one was a pretty quick one leading into day two here, Matt.
It was not good yesterday. Not good. A lot of beatdowns here at EMEA, but today I have slightly more faith.
Do you now?
We'll get better games. Yeah.
This is such a good sell for people at home. You know, wondering like, wanting a reason to watch. It's a slightly less bad than yesterday. Look, some people love stomps.
Yeah.
Some people live for cloud fiestas. I actually think we have some of the latter potentially locked in for you guys today. Some of the more polarizing matchups, I think, are waiting in the wings for us.
Well, you know, fair enough. Lots of exciting things. Hopefully it will be an interesting day, no matter which way it goes. But let's go check out the drops for you guys, because if you guys can remember correctly, you guys do get that chance to earn them. Make sure to link your Battle.net accounts to your Twitch accounts to ensure that you can rack up those minutes, those hours to lead into some of these tasty drops while we stay tuned here for Stage 2. We've talked about these a lot. They look great. Loving the color palette this time around here, Matt. Everything's looking good.
Yeah. You know, Mitch has been shouting out the Jungle Queen weightlifting one coming,
Yes,
you know,
yeah.
29th.
Every day.
What's the one?
Oh,
to
I
the
didn't
left?
say anything yet. You were talking about it before me, brother.
What?
Ew.
Well, no, I was trying to say,
He's
like,
teeing you
what's the
up.
spray to the left? Is that like a potion?
She's cooking, bro.
Yeah, she's
Yeah, it's Mercy.
Cooking-
Brewing up some
cooking
potion.
in the server.
And she's got OWCS. This looks like she has like a what logo is that? It's definitely an OWCS logo. Yeah.
Yeah. My
Get with the
eyes.
program,
It's
Matt.
tough.
Gotta get with the program. But speaking of the program, let's take a look at the Stage 2 schedule, because we're just at the start of Stage 2 here. It's only week 2 within the regular season and day 2 at that here on Sunday. But still a lot of Overwatch action to come as we look towards playoffs, the LCQ, and then, of course, the midseason championship to wrap up Stage 2 here, Mitch.
Yeah, so obviously something that's kind of new. I think we had it last year as well, is that last chance qualifier for mid-season championship.
Yes.
I think that that's something that's well worth keeping an eye on, because that's an event that's open to some more teams. That also means regions like Korea have some more of those extra slots, so you can actually see okay, all of a sudden, the T1s of the world and some of those teams from Korea, like Zeta, for example, they couldn't make it to Hangzhou. There's more room for that. There's more room for a larger volume of teams from these great regions as well. We could argue that NA maybe could have deserved to send another delegate. Maybe not Europe. Maybe we could cut them down to one and just be done with it. But I think the LCQ is going to be a great story to follow, and I'm really looking forward to the mid-season championship.
Yeah, I'm super excited.
That was just a mean for EMEA. EMEA is on the rise, I believe.
Yeah, there is a lot of conviction in that statement, Matt. But no, I am excited to see what teams are going to be joining us at that mid-season championship. Speaking of which, you guys are able to grab your tickets here down at the link below, because that will be at the end of July. So check those out at bit.ly/OWCS_MSC to pick yours up today. But speaking of tickets as well, we've also chatted about what more there is to come when it comes down to those live events, and it is going to also be that return to Stockholm for the World Finals at DreamHack. Tickets are also currently on sale. You can check out all of the different kinds of packages that are available at bit.ly/DH Stockholm 2025. So lots to get excited for here, right? But as we're talking about all of these live events, it's not just going to be those two. We actually have the Stadium Showdown next weekend going on at DreamHack Dallas. Tickets are available for purchase, so you guys be sure to pick those up as well at dhk.gg/stadium. We've got some great Overwatch folks who will be participating in this show match. Me personally, SK, big fan of her. We had Rack Attack as well as our guest yesterday on the NA stream. He's dead to you?
Yeah,
Who are you
Rack
excited
Attack-
for
Rack
then,
Attack's
Matt?
dead to me. I'm getting hype for my boy Emong, J3 as well. J3's you know, such a full of energy human being, and Emongs might be one of the most positive people I've ever had the pleasure to come across.
He looks muscular in that photo.
He is.
He's locked in.
You know, he is muscular.
No, he is.
Great
He is, but he just looks. I mean, he just looks extra muscly there.
He's really thinking hard on that mouse grip, Matt. That helps a lot.
He's locked in. He's locked in for the Stadium Studio match, okay? But we've also got to lock in because we've also got a little bit of a game coming in here for you guys. We're going to be playing some Overwatch GeoGuessr. You guys may have seen this one before, but to help kind of like tee up next week's action, we're going to do a bit of a Stadium edition on this where we're going to show our lovely casters. Hey, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. But the name of the game is we're going to show a little bit of a preview of a small part of an Overwatch map, and you guys are going to have to guess where we are.
What kind of map?
You know, I know that Matt's feeling pretty comfortable. Yeah, Stadium ones. This is teeing. We're teasing for the Stadium show match. Okay,
I mean,
we're
the only
trying
way
to get
Matt's gonna
excited.
win if they're all pictures of his spawn.
You'll be okay. You'll be okay. These are still maps that are like normal maps from Overwatch that are taken just like maybe adjusted a little bit. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. But let's take a look at our first map.
Matt doesn't even know what some of the new ones are called, man.
What do you mean?
Well, you got okay. I know Matt's played a lot of Stadium, so I think we're leaning heavily on this.
What are you gonna say? The Arena Victoria?
Arena Victoria, yeah.
Yeah, that.
Okay, good. You guys are locked in. You know, I thought we were gonna play against each other, but it seems like you guys can be on the same team.
Yeah,
I think Mitch needs a phone of a friend.
We become one here.
I'm the only one with entry on the board, guys. I just want to put that out there, okay?
I mean,
I played like 7 games of Stadium, and I've just booked Matt. I booked him.
It's okay. It's okay.
Give me else.
Let's get into the next one. Let's move on here. What are we thinking?
300 maneuvers. 400 maneuvers.
Hold on. Okay, wait. Matt, you're the one who's played
the answers. Well, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think. Production's like tricking us here, but you know,
dude, they could not be.
You gotta go with instinct. You gotta lock in.
Unbelievable. For Eric's birthday yesterday, he gave Mitch the answers for today.
Why would
that doesn't make any sense.
His birthday?
Yeah. You know what? Eric's just that generous. Eric is just that generous. Shout out to amazing producer. But let's go into map number 3. Let's see what this is. Maybe you'll finally get yours, Matt. Get one on the board.
Redwood Dam.
Yes. Okay. There we go. See, we're snappy. We're snappy.
I saw water and I was like,
yeah.
There's only one option here.
It's kind of in the name. It's kind of in the name. It's kind of in the name.
Good job, man.
Okay, so you guys are
put that one in there.
Easy one. Giving you a bone there. But let's take a look at map number 4. What do we got?
Place La Croix?
Yeah, we do yes.
Fun, yeah.
Okay, he's crushing it.
Place La Croissant.
Mitch is crushing it right now. Looking good. We always love Pigeon Cam too. We love Pigeon Cam.
That's the thing. Jack is afraid of pigeons, right? Yeah, I don't get that.
Is Jack afraid of pigeons?
Yeah, he's actually afraid of pigeons. That's why there's like this whole meme why they zoom in on the pigeons on the map for extended periods of time. And the observers know I hate the teeth in Route 66.
Okay.
Underneath the countertop.
Here in New York, we got pigeons the size of like hawks.
Yeah, he'd struggle.
It'd be bad here.
Good thing he's on the West Coast. Look, good thing Jack's on the West Coast. Let's look at the 5th one. This is cute. I don't know where we are, but I'm not playing, so.
Gogodoro?
Yes. Wait, hold on.
Ooh.
I know you guys were technically on the same team, but Mitch.
No,
Mitch
you're not on the same
4 and
team.
1.
Never
Mitch
are.
went 4 and 1.
Hold on. You can't say we'll be on the same team, and then you get the answers, and then you're like, oh, actually, we're not.
Bro, you got duked. Okay, first of all, you got duked on. Second of all, we both agreed before we did this game that we were fine with either way. You only want to be on the same team because you got your cheeks clapped, brother. That's all I'm saying. You played way more of this than I have too. That's crazy.
Didn't you say at the beginning that he had to like answer in the form of a question? Aren't those all invalid? He just shouted the names.
I didn't say anything like that as a rule, but nice try.
What is an absolute moron?
He's not listening. Is the answer Matt?
Rule book. Bring out the rule book. Where's that?
Dominated. Not even Gene's territory could save you now, brother. You are cooked. You are cooked.
He is cooked. He is cooked. But let's take a look at the standings right now. How have we panned out for EMEA? Yesterday we had a really quick day. It wasn't, I guess, too much of a surprise of how that day ended up panning out. out there as far as the results here for EMEA, though I think we did hope that after Team Peps is showing during week 1 that it might be a slightly closer affair up against Twisted Minds there, Mitch.
They piss me off a little bit, Ash, because they seem to play up in some situations, and then like they have this Team Peps legacy of like, you know, just dropping the spaghetti, I think, when it counts. Now, fortunately, it doesn't quite count yet, but I was really hoping from a little bit more from that matchup with Twisted Minds. I think that we had a lot of reason to be excited about what Dread could bring to this team. I thought Cookie was really good, so instead they went and played Soon for the entire series, and he, you know, struggled, I think, just to keep up on occasion. This team has probably no reason to be losing games like that, 0-3, I think. So I'd like to see more from Team Peps, but they've definitely been downgraded in my estimation after that pretty abysmal showing yesterday.
I mean, Ash, we got Genji Frosttails today.
Yeah.
Genji
Talk to me about
map. Oh man.
No,
it's gonna get tight in that room. It's gonna get tight.
It definitely is. Matt's already kind of alluded to what we can expect for today, docking on the schedule here for EMEA. But as you guys know, we like to do our little flip-flop. So today's going to be 2 matches for EMEA, followed by 3 matches for NA. I think that the really exciting one that we're looking forward to here is going to be that first matchup, GK Esports versus the Ultimates. GK Esports, they had a pretty decent showing last week up against, I believe it was VP, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a really great showing from it. This is like the strongest look that we've seen from a team that's come up from promotion relegation so far throughout both regions here, Mitch.
I really like these guys. I think Willie's is crazy. I had no idea. I was unfamiliar with their game, honestly. And these are like plays that we've seen around the grounds, you know, last year in OWCS EMEA as well. But they are really, really good. I thought like Zydra, in terms of the play that we saw from his Freya, was excellent. This backline is quite reliable. Now, this can happen. When we see a team sort of come out of nowhere and make a great showing, they're going to go up against an Ultimates that had a really suspect outing last week and have had time to retool. So yeah, they need to be on their best.
I'd also say there's something, Ash, here, like where GK Esports last week was like a complete unknown. Like even VP was talking about it, right? Where when we look at the Ultimates, like they clearly have an idea here, you know, what GK Esports is about. They're not going to be caught off guard, right? The Ultimates have seen them now for, I know, on tape for last week. So not going to be caught off guard here.
Yeah, definitely not. The Ultimates being this team that's currently 1-1 when it comes down to their standings, how they've performed last week. They went 3-0 up against Genji, a Genji that has not looked great at all since the start of stage 2, and then it was a not as close of a match, I guess, as we would have liked to see, I don't think, Matt, between them and Alcadzia, but still a very strong team overall.
No, I think some of their weaknesses kind of came out against Alcadzia, and I wouldn't even really call them weaknesses. It just seems like maybe some inflexibility with the roster, right, in terms of like what they're currently doing or trying to do at the moment in terms of the compositions they're putting together. But this team obviously looks way better than they did at the beginning of last stage. There's a ton of time, and I think Heesung shows a lot of promise in that tank role, right? Like if you can start working some of the other tanks in, I think obviously Twilight, that Ana is going to be something that's going to be contested by a lot of teams to see if you can kind of play something potentially a little bit different at times. But I think for this team, you have to feel much better about where you are now than you were last stage.
Yeah, you definitely. Okay. Well, I'm really looking forward to seeing how this one's going to go. I'm going to let you guys take us straight into the game, but after you guys send on over, give me your predictions for GK Esports versus the Ultimates.
Ooh. 3-1 Ultimates, I think.
Okay. I was just about to do GK Esports 30. I was about to say 3-0 Ultimates, and I was about to be like, you know, no, it's not too crazy. I also think that they're coming off of a loss. You have a good idea what they're trying to do now. Maybe they're not. It's to the.
You said predictions, not your life story, bro.
Okay, so fine. I 3-0. I was trying to give a reason. I just don't shout stuff out into the void like you.
Your
just
key
shouts out.
misconstruement was that they don't
Say it with
care
some conviction, Matt.
You wanted a prediction.
Yeah, Ash. Who do you think's gonna win?
You know what? I'm feeling 3-2 GK Esports in this one. I think it's gonna be a close series. I want it to be a close series, especially after what we saw up against VP. But let's take it straight into the game, you guys. Can't wait to see it.
Thank you. I honestly think this is one of those games where no prediction is wrong, because they're all based on like certain assumptions about what has happened over the last week and also what went wrong for the Ultimates or what went right for Quick. So honestly, yeah, house money being played with here. Anyone's call. But we wasted zero time in trying to ban the ultimate key strategy, which involves putting Heesung on the Winston on Ilios. That's where we're headed now. And that will be unavailable to the Lucio, taken away from Quick.
Yeah, not a surprising ban here from the Ultimates, right? As spawn doors open, so no Winston in the game here for the Ultimates. They're gonna go with a Hazard here, so it'll be the Hazard of Heesung. Kevster playing the Sombra, right, Mitch? We saw a decent amount of Sombra yesterday in EMEA, so seems to be a hero that could be creeping in a little bit.
All right, let's see how this plays out. Heesung, of course, with the backup plan of going over towards this Hazard is pretty reasonable. Now, the only reason why I'm a little bit suspect about Quick being the unknown factor is because Vistola last week also said they just didn't really focus at all on Gen G and wanted to play their own game anyway. So presumably that was their game plan against this Quick Esports on match day number 1, or rather 2 it was. And they just kind of got beat while trying to play their own game. That's the only thing I'm a little suspect about here. Willie's off to a good start though. Kai's been dealt with. Kevs is not in a position to actually get at the Diva mech, but eventually can de-suit Willie's from long range. And it's actually a pretty long walk for Willie's. He's going to go up to Twilight. He's coming at the goat. Oh my goodness. Zydra comes to the rescue. That is nothing short of audacious from Willie's.
No, I mean, he's just got, some divas get D-mech'd and it's just kind of, you just end up waiting to die. Willis goes on the offensive there. And off the start, right, Kevster gets a D-mech on the Willies. It looks like potentially that the Ultimates were going to be able to take that first point. Quick Esports able to battle out all the way through, right? We see Natsuki up on the high ground there, above the point for a little bit on the break, able to drop down, make an impact. And that's going to be Quick Esports in control here early. And then also, Mitch, look at Johan already with a nano boost here. You know, Twilight about halfway to his, so putting out some insane healing.
I do love the honor in this show, honestly. Even with that Diva comp, gives Willie so much more agency here, be a bit more aggressive, linger a little bit longer otherwise than he would have, and control this space really effectively. Heesung is desperately trying to clamber back into the window and is taken down by Zydra, who's done a very good job here of being the third party to a lot of these little engagements, these encounters that have occurred across the map. They are safely sort of ensconced over in the middle part of the map. They are getting involved in some of these peripheral fights, securing kills. Now, Willies, though, will be demeched here. The Ultimates committing. Sky had the rally going, taken down midway through it. Twilight also out of the game here. Ultimates only down to Ball and the 2 DPS.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to actually flip with this, right? The ball, very difficult to kind of get out of the equation here. Oh, Willie's about to get his mech back, ends up falling, but Dip still alive, has recall available, gonna get back to the point. But ooh, you see actually there, Kevster hits a nice virus on him, a little bit at range. So that's gonna allow the Ultimates to get rid of that Tracer and flip the point.
65% there for Quick Esports. A great start for them. And now they're gonna figure out how to contend with the Wrecking Ball style for Heesung. We've seen it on Ruins, I want to say, on this very map. And it was actually the one they lost out of the 3 last week. However, let's see if the Ultimates have the durability, or rather just the depth in pool to be able to play this strategy and find as much effect as they would with the Winston is. Yoham again, easily topping Willie's back up. Nano boost here for Ultimates. A bit of a dearth of great targets for it. What Twilight wishes he had that second perk given to himself at this point, but it might be Sky that actually ends up receiving it here. Or Heesung for that extra durability, but the Ultimates have allowed the point to flip back against them. This is the problem with these ball comps, Matt. They don't contest well.
Yeah, they don't have anybody who's able to contest at that time. It's actually going to be Twilight using the nano on the Sky, trying to keep both of them up here. The point flipping, though, is huge, Mitch, right? I mean, this allows Quick Esports to get into the lead. Willies is going to get the benefits of a nano boost here, trying to get aggressive, but it should allow them to get, like, close to 99, right? Willies could potentially use a self-destruct here if you wanted to kind of keep it extending. He will actually just end up dying here, but you're still going to get it to 99. That blip is massive, right? I mean, you go at this point, right? You would have got probably another 30% here for the Ultimates. You'd be close to, like, potentially even taking the lead here at the moment. But that flip kind of turns everything around, right? It allows Quick Esports to get the 99. Quite massive.
This was driving me nuts yesterday, watching Mag and Gen G try and play this style on Busan. On Sanctuary, I think it was. But they just gave up the point for free, and then the ball com isn't always amazing at taking it back. They're not a shock in awe, like burst damage, win a team fight on the spot type composition. That's nice, though. Willie's here, being controlled mostly by Kevster, who's on a hero that doesn't allow for him to be quite as explosive. But really, if you control the point, this is where the Sombra can be really taxing. You can barely do anything with your Diva. Virtually a walking lemon. And now Kevster can continue to press forward. Zydra punishes here, though, and 2 players actually down for ultimates.
Yeah, and Johan actually makes it back to the Mega Health Pack, so he will be able to live. You're going to get Willie's coming back off of the respawn here, so potentially an opportunity. Oh, that would have been a huge pulse bomb if Dip was able to connect.
Quick now, I'm making their way over towards the point. Here comes Heesung. Notice the high ground there is being held by Kai. So the ultimates control the point, but playing off of it for the most part. Eventually, though, they're going to have to commit. They're going to have to dig their heels in, but there's Kai falling. Dip on the Tracer. Low Nutski already taken down. Heesung able to account for them, and there's nowhere to go there for Kevster. But Zydra's been baited into a pretty unwise engagement. Sky tears into shreds. Johan able to get a personal Bionade down, slink the ball, walk away. The ultimates now lacking their tank. Sky feeling a little bit exposed on the point, but the D-Matrix is all Willies could really do without rocket cooldowns, and so he wasn't doing damage against the 2 supports on the point. Now Twilight's able to get a nano over towards Sky, and it's going to be a raid boss now for the ultimates. Self-destruct there for Willies. She'll be able to get back in the mech, but he'll basically lose it straight away. The ultimates did lose the point for a moment there, but flip it back and trigger overtime.
Oh, dude, and Johan pushes in there to try and get the nano onto Willies, but actually not able to get line of sight. Natsuki ends up using the rally there. You never get a use of your nano there towards the end for Quick Esports, and that may have been what ended up deciding the round.
There is no way that Christopher is not just white-knuckling the table right now. That kind of round, very, very close. And it's the one it's riddled with a couple of pretty big mistakes for the ultimates where they allow the point to get flipped back on them because Heesung just can't swing around. He can't get back to the point. You can see here, Kai, amidst all of this, puts in a ton of damage, whereas the DPS for Quick Esports are working hard to try and keep up, but they are being eclipsed.
Yeah, you wonder, right, with like how the point got flipped really without the ultimates even getting on and contesting it, if it makes the score closer than like what the stats would actually indicate, right? Because you look at some of the scores there and it would lead you to believe that the ultimates is in clear control of this game. So we'll see now. Quick Esports really makes just one small adjustment here to potentially deal with this ball comp. They'll actually play Juno instead of Diana.
In theory, slightly more mobile. Although no nano anymore for Willies, which definitely seemed to be handy, but if you're nanoed as a diva and then you get hacked, well, the nano, conversely, or rather, it follows the nano also loses a bit of value there as well, because you've invested in that target. Natsuki down, Kaido out of the game already. Both of these tanks trying to dive backlines at the same time. Johan with a little bit of extra mobility over the Ana pick is able to avoid Heesung for now.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's also kind of the positive here of the Juno, right? The extra mobility to kind of get into the sky, potentially avoid, whether it be the Sombra or the ball. They actually do get Kevster here, but you're going to end up losing Willie's mech in the process. So not a great trade there for the ultimates. They're still, Mitch, I think Quick Esports having a really difficult time getting rid of this ball. Like, Heesung just basically able to just roam around the map as he pleases, where, just cause so much chaos. They haven't really done a good job of targeting him or trying to get rid of him.
I don't think that composition really deals with the ball at all. I don't think the Quick Esports have the option of trying to manage that. They're not on Sombra here. They're off the Ana, which can give you some crowd control options. Also, Willie's just got baited into into like a really long-range engagement and just got hacked and bioed, so not what you want to see. Kev's able to walk away from this one. Kai coming on in, has a bowler shot should it be required, but likely he will not. Nano boost should be more than enough there from Twilight, and another beautiful biotic grenade onto Willie's. Now, the Diva starting to be focused a little bit more. The Ultimates lose their backline, but they got plenty left in their stead.
And I guess you want the Tracer here to combo with the Diva, right? On trying to put some pressure on the backline, but it's Brigana very difficult to kind of challenge in that regard, especially with Kevster coming in with like hacks. We've seen him hack Dip a few times here throughout it, where he's just kind of lurking up on the high ground there, trying to maybe get a minefield where the Ultimate's in just clear control.
Willie's here again. Just trying to tempt something off the left side of this map, but constantly hacked has got nowhere to go. The entire mobility proposition of Diva been turned off. Willie gets off the point, but not before Dip is taken down by Twilight. Rally used defensively. These are not good signs, Quick Esports fans, not at all.
You don't want to be popping rally and immediately running
S key?
backwards.
Yeah.
Basically back towards your, basically almost in your spawn at that point, right? That's kind of where Natsuki was going. So you have orbital ray here, right? But I mean, it's going to be very difficult to play into, right? You're going to have this nano that Twilight's going to be able to farm up rather quickly on the other side. The kill on the Kepster is quite big, so you do get rid of Kepster. They finally dealt with that Sombra that's been giving them trouble, but that's actually Dip who gets slept and then taken out by Sky.
Well, he's forced to back away by an it was tough to get a remake there as Sky just pushes straight through. The ultimate here, they allow the point to be flipped, but this time I accept it. It is much more reasonably, as Heesung has shown that even a Winston ban is not enough to keep him down. Great showing there for the ultimates. Bit of a shaky first round, but it's clear to see why Christopher wants to bring a tank in that can play ball, the Winston, comps like this. It's something that Europe in general aren't willing to try and counter.
And you see that when they do try and counter it in that regard, it didn't really work out at all there for Quick Esports. So we'll see if they try and make some adjustments moving forward in the series. I would expect an Ana ban. Like, it seems like the Ana, being taken out of the ultimates would definitely throw a little bit of a wrench in things, right? But that's a great start for the ultimates. You look at that first round, it's like 100 to 99, but like I mentioned, the point flipped and they kind of basically gave up like 30-40%. So that one easily could have ended 100 to 60, right? And then you'd be kind of viewing this first map way differently, especially with how that second point went.
I think the way the second point goes makes the first a pretty easy mistake to forgive, but that this team is going to be looking at the VODs going, guys, like, our protocols here, just in terms of our communication, is really important. And I think in situations like that, it has got a lot to do with how the ball communicates with the rest of the team and vice versa there. Just making sure that the ball is, for whatever reason, trying to pressure down a squishy, which happens all the time, that there's like a Sombra that can step up and keep a contest, or a Tracer that's able to duck in there. Because your Freya plays so far off the point, and usually your Ana wants to play from a safe place, and the Brig wants to protect the Ana, you don't always have a contingency for when that point gets contested and you've got the ball there. We saw exactly the same problem yesterday from Gen.G. But I'd much rather see this, that these teams maybe make some mistakes in trying to make these comps work for them than not play them at all and get destroyed when they go to an international.
I would agree. And I also think when you're watching the ultimates, right, them playing a little bit of a faster style, right, and allowing Twilight to play Ana, it just opens things up for the DPS a little bit more. Like, they're not under so much pressure, from the opposing team, where you see better performances from Kai and Kebster. So Quick Esports with an option here for a map selection. King's Row, you can eliminate some type of like dive compositions. Runasapi would be one you could definitely turn into a little bit more of like I think Colosseo as well, to be quite frank. And then you're looking at like Suravasa, New Junk City is good as well, right? You're definitely not going to want to go to Gibraltar. You're not going to want to go to Dorado. Hollywood has a lot of good uses for like dive and high ground control, so I would kind of throw those out of the mix. But curious to where Quick Esports decide to take us.
Circle Royal. Okay. And so this is a map that almost functions as a second Winston ban for them.
Right, you get rid of Ana here, you think?
Yep. I do think that like in previous permutations of this roster, I think that you could definitely play this map. But the Ultimates, obviously, no, Circuit Royal is often aimed at a team that wants to play Winston all of the time, because it is really, really difficult to do on this map. This is going to test Heesung. Do they try and play?
You even need to ban the Ana here?
I mean,
like, is it that far? Does it swing that far in that direction that even with Ana Winston, you couldn't play it?
The problem with the Ana is if you get on this map, which is pretty unlikely, is that Twilight is really quite dangerous as an individual to flankers or individuals that are trying to like push a backline down. I think he probably just wins a pretty disproportionate number of those engagements, where many other Anas would just get sort of rolled over. So I don't think though that Ana will pair very well with any of the prescribed tank picks for this map, unless we see something bonkers like a Hazard or something like that, But there's another great opportunity to see the true depth of Heesung's hero pool.
Yeah, you think maybe like the Ana on defense on the first point, right? Being able to kind of sit on that high ground and just like farm bios and stuff.
It's better than the Baptiste if you have a Brig comp for sure, but you could also just play Kiri Juno if you're on sort of defense, for example, and just play that style.
These bans are quite interesting. We'll get into them in a second, but Quick Esports obviously with the map selection here, Circle Royale, so they end up getting that first ban. We're talking about like maybe they get rid of Viana. There's a bunch of different options they could get rid of. What?
Do Quick even know what they play on this map? Like that's also another question. Like
yeah, I mean,
yeah,
I don't know. Not entirely, right?
So you could play. I honestly think that the Ultimates would be good in like a Ramatra May comp kind of. Oh, never mind. They banned that instead. Yep. So the Iliari banned away from the Ultimates is interesting. I don't know if they're necessarily the team that wants to go in that direction. Ramatra take it away. So in theory, you're asking for a Sigma mirror?
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at, so like what? Like Ana, Winston obviously make it through. That's almost like kind of bait, I would say, in this standpoint where, yeah, you're looking at like Sigma, Hazard. Is there like an Orisa that kind of sneaks in here potentially, right? A few different options, but I'm more curious like what the Ultimate ends up bringing out, right? See what they decide to go with here as their comp going into circuit.
Okay. Yeah, what did we also see on the, do we not see a Reinhardt on this map recently? That was trolling.
We did, with like a Sim Reinhardt comp.
Honestly, I really enjoyed that. That's a premise that's been explored before, I think, on some of these like longer escort maps. I did invoke the deep magic of the Spitfires Gibraltar at the end of that era, but you know, the idea that, you know, Ryan obviously with a more durable shield can take more space. He doesn't want to give the Sigmas room to sort of set up and play that war of attrition. Sigmas are all about that resource game, really. It's like, okay, how well are you using your cooldowns? How well are you, you know, throwing at you? And some tanks really like to think that way. Other tanks like to grab the nearest crayon and shove it down their cake hole and just run at you. So that's like it kind of breaks that sort of more meticulous approach to playing the long game with Sigma. You can run up on people with Ryan. Also, like, what are the odds you think that D.Va makes her way in here? As like a bit of a halfway home for players that, you know, don't want to play like fully static or poke-oriented comps?
Yeah, potentially. I think more on the offensive side than like defense, right? I think the defense would probably be a little bit harder to get, use out of the D.Va, but I think offensively, I think that's definitely a viable option. I'm also wondering if the Alari ban from Quick Esports is almost like a protect on like whether they would have banned like Juno on the other side or something along those lines, but it will be the Ultimate on defense first. And what in the world do we got here? We got a Lifeweaver Zenyatta backline here, kicking things off for the Ultimates.
Okay,
Weaver's been buffed like 95 straight times because he's desperately needed it.
Oh god, let me get the perks for Lifeweaver up here. Sorry, let me just type that in. Oh goodness.
So he's been buffed a ton recently. I know whether it be, I believe his healing and damage output doesn't have to kind of like charge up the same amount of resources as did in the past, a little bit easier. So potentially this, I mean, dude, he's always, Lifeweaver's always pumped out a ton of HPS. Pretty good here to be able to use the grasp, right? Especially if Willies and Co want to dive in that type of scenario. Good about getting people to the high ground as Heesun will take out Natsuki here at the start. Also, you wouldn't use it as much, but if you remember, teams used to use the Lifeweaver pedal on defense sometimes with the Pharah to be able to keep the Pharah in the sky.
It was ENCE. So ENCE used to use this strategy a lot, where they had kept it on the Pharah and they'd use the pedal so he'd never really have to touch down. And yeah, like they will have Lifeweaver in the comp against these guys. So it's not crazy. I do think that, you know, this is a potentially pretty high damage comp with Twilight in the mix, and Life Grip can always get the Sigma out of there. I think you take the cleansing Life Grip here in this kind of matchup, but you've just got to be careful because, yeah, like Dip can still pick off players kind of randomly here with this, combination of Pharah rockets and the Freya explosives.
Yeah, and the one thing with Lifeweaver that's always kind of been a bit lacking is the ultimate in terms of the tree. Maybe not a grip there available for Sky, but you can see the amount of healing that he's done already building up towards that tree. So we'll see if they decide to stay on it. That's going to be Quick Esports with a really fast point they take.
Yeah, look, the Ultimates comp. The idea, of course, for Quick Esports is to take the Iliari away from the poke style, which I think is which definitely helps to empower it somewhat. Kevster on the Echo. You know, favored against the Pharah, I think in sort of a head-to-head, she can obviously dump a lot more damage in a shorter window against the Pharah, but it's very execution dependent. Willies is also able to chase Kevster down, so that's not a great sign at all. Sky without a life grip to get them out, apparently.
Yeah, well, the life grip was used onto Heesung. I wonder if actually it was intended on Kevster, but Heesung just kind of strafed into the way as the cart continues to move here for Quick Esports. So as good as an offense as you could have asked for here at the moment.
Dip just playing off angle now, a real nuisance. Stuck with a Discord orb, so it does need to be like somewhat mindful of that. Here's an orbital rate coming down. Big tree! Big tree, folks! And the Transcendence. The Ultimates really going for high HPS, and well, they got it. That is a pretty impressive amount of healing over time available between those two Ultimates. Good job, guys. I don't know if they want to lay them, but they do.
They gotta make a Lifeweaver skin where whenever he uses the ultimate, he just screams big tree over and over again. But so you can see, like, okay, so obviously the tree runs out a ton of healing, but also it like acts as like cover, right? You can't exactly push into it, and you know you have to go around it. You see, like in the doorway where it's put. Almost impossible to kind of get through that, even when you end up using the orbital ray on the other side. So big fight win for the Ultimates. Felt like they absolutely needed a fight win. It was starting to get a little bit out of control in favor of Quick.
Duplicate here for Kevster. Will be a Diva. I wonder if he chooses to take them up. Now to keep with the rally though. Twilight absolutely smashed here. You can see how quickly the Ultimates are trying to reposition. It is a Diva, a duplicate here. If Willie stays alive here, it's curtains, I think, for the Ultimates in this fight. Yeah, they cannot get him out of mech at all. Kevster in the dupe form is demeched. And here come Quick Esports. I like the Diva variation of this comp. It really lets them close the gap. It does give them decent pressure onto this Sigma comp, and Willie's definitely dodges that accretion that comes his way.
And so they make a change off the Lifeweaver Zen backline, and honestly, I didn't even really hate the Lifeweaver there. It just Twilight was getting picked on the Zen. No, they obviously a pretty easy target when there's no like immortality field or anything to kind of protect the Zen. On the other side, Bowl shot here using the high ground by Zydra. That's gonna get our Twilight. Maybe didn't have the immortality field, so huge pick off here from Zydra. That's gonna continue to have the payload running down the map here for Quick Esports.
Yeah, this is good pace for them. Great tempo. 3 minutes 33 left to play. The Ultimates here going back to a bit more of a standard, like poke style. But Kevster, in order to try and limit Willie's reign of terror, has gone over to the Sombra instead. This is the last chance here for Ultimates to make something happen, and this map is in the pool for the rest of this stage. It's definitely something they've got to figure out how to work around. Bowl shot there, okay. Dip ended up going down in the end. That's a nice little gravitic flux there from Heesung, but will be brought down. That's something that the Ultimates can respect if they can deal with Willies, who is at full health right now, has a remake opportunity, and it's just Kevster there to stop him. The Diva really a thorn in the side for the Ultimates here. And Willies will be the last one standing now. Doom won't touch the point, and that is a whopping time bank.
252 in the time bank, so Quick Esports bounce back after a pretty rough map number 1. They look fantastic. I think now it's like, what do they play on defense, right? They kind of use that Diva the entire time on offense. Curious if they try and run it again on D, but dude, they set such a great time here, Mitch. Like, they don't even... you can hold first point here for much longer than the Ultimates did, and make it very difficult for them to even get close in terms of time bank.
If they're playing a poke comp, they need so much damage output from Kai. In theory, if he has the time to sit and just play these longer sight lines, he has to be dropping like a lot of damage, and that's really hard to do against the Diva comp, right? Diva already is going to eat up a lot of that Freya damage as she closes the gap. Twilight also was able to do a pretty reasonable amount of damage on the Zen, especially with those Discord orbs, but like, there isn't a great answer to the Pharah with the Ultimates comp. I mean, like, Freya can deal with her eventually, but it's not guaranteed. I think Dip was a real problem. Even with Discord orbs getting stuck to the Pharah, I think Quick Esports were quite happy to continue to play that style.
Absolutely, and this is going to be quite interesting because it's one of the times that we'll actually see the Winston probably be played here. where I think if you're the Ultimates, you probably look at this and say like, well, they're playing a comp we would play the Winston and the Ana into anyway, although this isn't a great map for it, like, you know, traditionally, like, we should still go for it, but they actually go, there'll be a Juno swap here. Does he decide to make a change? So he'll match the D.Va here. So D.Va v D.Va in terms of the front line. Really, the only difference here is that Sombra v Pharah. So the Sombra here of Kevster trying to put a lot of pressure on the Willies. You see the hack already come in.
Yeah, shots into Willies as well there as Kai pops up for a moment. Kevster, I love that response. I dipped able to find the shot, but I do think Willies dove to the right there as soon as Kevster revealed himself. Oh, that is ugly. Kevster wants to hack the D.Va, I guess, whenever possible, but there's no, like, really safe place to do that from when you're attacking on this map. Like, you do it on the stairwell, I guess, and hope you stay out of LOS, but I think it's really difficult.
Dude, this quick esports team is no joke. I mean, you know, obviously, from what we saw against them last week, very competitive. They're going to get Willies out of the way, use a little bit of speed to do that because had no defense matrix left, so was getting close having his armor completely ripped off. So you play around this corner, but think about how fast Quick Esports' first point offense was, Mitch, right? You know, even with this type of hold on defense, as Heesung takes out 2, it's going to get Natsuki and Zydra. You have Johan just kind of throw his body at the cart here. This is still, you know, we'll see if they're able to contest yet again for Quick, but still, it's going to be very difficult to kind of match this time. 2:52. We'll see this first checkpoint. Oh, actually, Kevster goes up to the high ground. There's no way they're going to be able to challenge this, but we'll see now if they can put together a good defense around this corner, right? If you remember on the other side, Quick basically kind of speed ran it all the way to that second checkpoint. So this is where potentially Quick can make up some time.
Dip on the Sombra now. Kevster has 6 deaths, as does Twilight. So probably the 2 most important players on your team to like have top deaths in the server here. Quick Esports is doing a really good job of singling them out. Here's an orbital ray. Oh, geez. Okay, they're ready for Sky. Yeah, it's going to be short-lived. That is scary. Nutski just plows through him. And there's a bowler shot to follow it up here. Now, we see a big investment here, and you might maybe wonder why, but this is one of the best parts of the map to play defense on. So
yeah,
you spend heavily to get a foothold here.
I mean, you have like natural high ground, right? They have to push directly into you. They have a D-Mech here on a Heesung, so that will be a stagger on him. So this is a really good hold there for Quick Esports, and I think one of the reasons why is because Yoham obviously has that orbital ray, and you have the rally on the other side, but you don't have an orbital ray to match, right? So you're going to be outlasted in terms of damage, but maybe Kevster with a huge EMP here. Turn the tide, connects with 3.
That's a great start for the Ultimates. This worry that they really get choked out on this part of the map as they've got to play from this oppressive low ground position. Good bowler shot, though, from Kai. Kevster's EMP also goes a long way. And now both teams obviously trying to match this style. Use the Sombras to disrupt the D.Vas, limit their mobility. Try and hold them in place for long enough for these frays to go to work on them in the absence of that defense matrix. That can eat up so much of the damage. Orbit array for Ultimates, though, very good sign. Both D.Vas have, you know, theoretically easy D-Mechs. There might be a win condition here, Matt, where you make it impossible for either Heesung or Willies to actually get back in those mechs with the ults.
Yeah, they both get hacked instantly, but I think the biggest advantage is this. You're going to have Twilight with that orbital ray. It's going to have Quick Esports use the rally, and they're just going to kind of completely disengage. I think the Ultimates is fine with trading these Ultimates and taking the space.
We're going to push out now, and there it is. Kevster, Kai both falling. Heesung never had to use ultimate in the end. This wasn't really getting any scrutiny, and now there's not a good reason to use it here. I'm not, no. What?
Come on, try me.
Really? You can explain that to me, Matt.
I mean, maybe he's scared gonna get like staggered again, but ends up dying anyway. So okay, so we're gonna have a switch. So maybe this is why, right? You have a Zarya swap here for Heesung. So the Zarya can be obviously extremely good against D.Va. Historically, always a great option. So we'll see the Zarya come into play. It's going to be very difficult for Willies now. I mean, you see the type of pressure they're going to put on him with hacks, the Zarya. It's going to be a very difficult situation with the tank of Quick Esports.
Yeah, I don't think that Zarya likes playing against Sombra either, though, Matt. You hack Heesung when he's got a bubble he needs to use to save someone, then that could be pretty devastating. If Dip is able to get these timely hacks against Heesung, it could be pretty important. Although they don't last very long, Heesung can just throw a bubble on himself, but Sky's been taken down. Like, the problem for Zarya is, Matt, that she can't always create the kind of space that you want to.
Yes, and there's So like you can't create the space in terms of like pushing him back. Nice kill there, even though it's trying to get a bubble to protect from Heesung. It's actually nice defense matrix there from Willies, preventing any other type of healing or anything coming through. But it's difficult as well for the Zarya to like take this space as well, because there's just so much distance between the two teams, and like Heesung doesn't want to waste his bubble before he can get on in. That's going to be an EMP. It's going to connect with Heesung and Kevster. They get rid of the Zarya right away behind an orbital ray, but to use those bubbles for Zarya to just get up that roundabout, at that point Quick Esports would know both bubbles are gone and just go, right? They would just be able to kind of move on forward. So it makes it very difficult for the Zarya to play into this high ground, although in a definitely advantageous battle in terms of the tank one-on-one.
Yep. She gives a lot of agency to her opponents, man, in terms of throwing out a bubble and saying, hey, you can shoot this or you cannot. And if you choose not to, then I won't get my damage. And he's
Sky with a bowler shot, and he's at 99 here. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think in this day and age, very easy for good teams to just play around the windows that Zarya offers. The fact that she gives you a right answer a lot of the time, I think is concerning. It definitely makes it much harder here for the Ultimates to find some value. So Heesung won't be able to build a Graviton Surge before things get crucial, and obviously there's a huge risk of that finding no effect or being eaten up anyway. It's Kevster's EMP that we've got to be watching. Where's the commitment from Willies? There needs to be an EMP to follow it up. Nafki, he's going to get rolled over. I love the follow-up hack here on towards Yoham. Obviously that damage amp means a heck of a lot. Kevster now also able to deal with Willies. The Ultimates are going to drag this out, and it's important to get reps on this kind of map, but they've definitely been the weaker team on circuit.
I think they were actually going to hold on to this EMP and save it, potentially because they get like that early fight advantage. But then they end up losing that advantage. It's going to be Kevster using this EMP late. It's just going to be dipping Willies, but that's going to allow Natsuki to come off of the spawn and get that rally down. So they do get an early advantage here, the Ultimates, in this fight. They hold on to that EMP, but then they end up losing a few players to Willies and dip, and that's going to be their downfall.
Like, they grabbed and it wasn't Eden, right? They grabbed, but then it was just a rally from the brig. And a big shield and healing, and there was just nothing as a result of that. Also, Zyja was unchecked throughout that entire fight. He was putting tons of pressure down on Twilight and the entire backline instead. And I think this map kind of ends up breaking the way that we expected it to. The Iliari band there might have been pretty relevant to take that away from Twilight, but in general, this is not the kind of map where the Ultimates have really set themselves up to be successful, and they could have been, but they've made these changes to their team to try and give them strength. But here's the criticism I had of them last time we saw them, Matt. I think it's great that the Ultimates want to do something that no one else in Europe can do, but they still need to be able to do the stuff that everyone else does.
Yeah, that's a good point, right? And look, I think at times they were able to during that one, right? They ran the Sigma. But I think just like the Diva comp just is way too strong, right? Especially trying to play like the Zen with that Life Weaver setup. So we take a look at some of the highlights where you were not able to keep that Zen alive at all. And honestly, a lot of the highlights probably here from Quick Esports defense on second point, they were tremendous.
Yeah, look, I think that Kai stepped up where he sort of had to, but this is such a great Diva meta for Diva players, pardon me. If you have a fantastic Diva, one that prefers to go there on your team, then you are going to be in great shape. You can see the damage output was very good, but I do want to point out that the Ultimates are playing Zarya. So they are going to basically vomit out a bunch of damage, but it's maybe a lack of backline pressure here for the Ultimates that allows Quick Esports to pump out an 8k healing differential is huge. I also would chalk that up to them having Zen for a lot of that first half as well. But that's a pretty glaring difference here in between these stats.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to take a look at so the map set. So I was going to say, Hollywood is one that I mentioned that Quick Esports would not want to go to.
This is our first EMEA Hollywood map.
Yes. So then there's also an advantage here for the Ultimates in the sense that Quick Esports has already banned the Winston, right? So that's not available. Do you potentially just ban a support here for the Ultimates to protect the Ana, and then what are they going to do? Like, do you want to get obviously the Quick Esports isn't going to get rid of like Diva. They can't get rid of Winston. And then what? The damage dealers? Are there any you're worried? Maybe you're to Sombra? Like, do you feel like that's like annoying Willies, like force them to play something a little bit different? I mean, that would be an option, but
yeah. You can ban Diva if you're the Ultimates, if you think you can still play a good Winston comp without the Ana. You just ban Diva. Or yeah, you do want to protect that support category, I think, and make sure the Ana is still allowed to be picked. Because I think like the Diva comps can still work against that. it does obviously mean that we might see the Ultimates want to play that Sombra to shut Willie's down.
But how do you feel like, let's say you banned the Diva, how do you feel if Quick Esports potentially plays like Ramacho or Hazard into like a Winston comp and you don't have Ana?
It's tough. I don't like, on this map, I don't like it against the Hazard comp, honestly. I feel like they probably still want to have that. I think Hazard is like a pretty reasonable option for teams that don't quite want to go as far as to play Winston. Kuffer was doing it for a hot minute, sort of over in NA, and it worked quite well last stage. So a couple of directions. I think that we've kind of, we've kind of thrown them out. Teams are still deliberating, I think, on their ban strategy.
If you were the Ultimates, like, I think you ban Kiri here, right? That makes the Ana stronger. It protects the Ana, right? It takes away some of the other different kind of compositions that you could play the Kiri in, because you want to play probably on a Brig, right? If you're the Ultimates.
Yeah, I think you could also, you don't target Juno because you don't expect your opponents to try and play like a brawl style against you, especially in the second phase of this map. It's really bad. It actually becomes a lot more relevant when we get to the third, but we're heading to a quick break. In the meantime, feast your eyes and some fantastic collaborations coming our way. We'll be back, of course, with more of this series on the other side.
Know you couldn't handle this. Everyone who battled me, they probably like it.
So it's kind of as we expected, Matt. It is just a random support ban to protect the Ana here for the Ultimates. Pretty reasonable. Quick respond by taking the Tracer off the table and maybe forcing Kevster in a Sombra/Genji direction.
Yeah, I guess you could have made an argument for the Ultimates to begin the Kiri, but if you just get rid of Life Weaver, right, it keeps the Kiri available for yourselves if you ever wanted to go in that direction. So getting rid of the Life Weaver protects the Ana, and then for Quick, getting rid of Tracer. Tracer's pretty good here, but then also, like, there's I mean, this is a pretty good Genji map, right? One of the better Genji maps, I would say, in Overwatch. So I do fully expect to see the Genji potentially.
I do actually think that it's, reasonable not to target Sombra here. If the Ultimates actually get there, like, get what they want and get to play this, like, full dive comp, they probably don't want to pair the Sombra with the Winston anyway. They probably need a little bit more like hard hitting power on that dive. Sombra doesn't exactly like offer quite the same level when it comes to trying to dive on back lines and tear them apart here. It takes a little bit of time because she needs to hack normally. So Quick Esports, Farah in the mix. So seeing more and more of it now, just because Freya is maybe less effective as than a Sombra, than a Sojourn in dealing with the Farah. So bring that in here. Play corners, play clever. Quick Esports have got a Juno a Juno Brig backline.
All right, so we'll see the Juno Brig, which is and then also the Ultimates here. They actually don't play the Ana. This is why they obviously don't play the Kiri, because they want to play it, right? You actually see Sky TP to Kevster here as they go on a flank.
Yeah, we misread them here a little bit. I thought we thought they'd just go straight to Winston Brass Tacks, but they actually do want to play a Hazard composition, which is really interesting. Kevster, there's an attempt here from Zyka to spy check the Sombra here. Kev's able to get around the map pretty easily. But there's Dip. Nice little off angle there, playing by the water tower. And what part of this Ultimates comp really answers the Pharah pressure on defense?
It's I mean, quite I mean, what you're looking at, like Kai to put some shots down onto that Pharah, right? But I think the Pharah is more intended here for Quick to just kind of like poke down Heesung over and over and over again, right? Make it difficult for the Hazard to kind of get on in. So see if you can circumvent this. I also think that you probably don't want to play the Winston into like the D.Va heavy comp. I know Willie's very good at the D.Va, so maybe you feel like you don't want to do that. But you see the damage that Heesung already taking there from Dip, but they do end up getting a D-Mac.
Okay, bowl a shot though for Zydra gets two. Oh, I guess one of those two backed up into the other. Almost as good as a pulse bomb in situations like that. And all of a sudden, Wind definitely take it out of the ultimate sails, just as Heesung was looking to have actually taken some space and got Willie's D-Mech'd as well.
They get the D-Mech there, which is, but you see how costly it is though to get the D-Mech, where they have to, push so far in that Heesung is basically, no armor, just kind of teetering on the verge of death the entire time once he gets close to the point. So, hack here in the virus landed. Ooh, you actually see Dip trying to predict that, like, Kepster's going to use that translocator to kind of like slide down the roof. It's going to have Yoham actually end up using the orbital ray. You might have been able to hold on to this for a little bit. It doesn't seem like the ultimates was that committed.
I think that though, that pick to second this fight out a little bit longer probably makes the use of that ultimate worth it, at least far more savory.
It feels better.
Yeah. Willie's is doing like no damage. He's got no damage, based like 600 or so. So like less than a third of what Sky Reaper has right now. But what he's doing is just moving up to this high ground, just trying to make sure Heesung can't get dug in here and making it a good sightline for Dip. Like trying to tempt people into fighting the D.Va on that high ground. Kept taking up a Nutski of all people. This is ugly for the ultimate. This is their map pick, folks.
Yeah, I think he was trying to, obviously he was detected and then trying to just live throughout it. This is going to be a rocket barrage here. Going through the choke there from Dip. I wonder if they got a little bit too aggressive here. It's going to be a Kitsune rush used, bowl shot eaten here from Willie. So it seems like Quick Esports trying to back up, stay in this one. That was, did he interrupt it?
It sounded like it. It sounded like it.
It looks like Willie's did actually end up getting hacked. So potentially just connected with a 1, but yeah, not a great situation there for the ultimate. I actually thought they were going to end up turning that Mitch, where the rocket barrage comes through. It's not exactly awesome, and then you get the Kitsune rush into it, but end up fighting back in a big way as Sky is just waiting for the TP here to come off. He either wanted to die or get the TP back. He ended up getting the TP all the way through.
We need to switch here. Anabreak coming up from the ultimates. Genji.
This is what I thought
Winston.
they would do.
Yep, and now they're going to do it with 30 seconds left of the round, Matt. Don't you prefer that much more? No ticks yet on the point for the ultimates. No ultimates, of course, with this comp. They got one last fight to make this work.
It could also be because there's a Sombra on the other side, right? The Sombra just constantly hacking the Hazard can make it quite difficult, so maybe you want to play that Winston into it instead, but it definitely feels like a last-ditch effort.
All right, Sky goes down right at the start of the fight. Kep's trying to play this high ground here, but Twilight's caught by torpedoes, and Zydra now will start looking for the Genji. Oh, they found them. Kep's trying to play over the rooftops, then drops down. Dash through on the side, good pressure on Zydra. Kai and Kep's putting it together, but Willie's is going to be here to try and help them out. Kai is down, it's up to Kev. He won't be able to get away and get healed up. You see Twilight trying to keep him topped up. Oh, buddy. I'm going to file that under S for don't show me that stinker again.
Isn't S usually good?
I had another S word I wanted to use.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
No, I mean, S. I know what you're saying. It was not S tier. I mean, it was great from Quick.
No, not S tier. Not S to clarify, not S tier. S tier defense from Quick. You can look at it that way. S tier.
I'm very happy with him. Like, again, like, Willie's had to change his role a lot from being like a legitimate diver on backlines to like pressuring like Zens like we saw on Circuit Royal. Here, defensively, it's really just about maintaining a pretty wide perimeter, making sure there's a lot of room for Zydra to put damage down. Kai did fine. I mean, if you look at the scoreboard here, this is pretty reasonable. The problem is that Kevster dies 4 times on the Sombra. I don't think he's able to really get the level of disruption he's looking for on Willie's, because Willie's doesn't go that far. I think that if Willie's overextends, plays aggressive, then gets hacked, it's a different story, but he never gives that kind of window.
Right.
He gets hacked like in the middle of the point where everyone's just looking at him. His teammates just healing him back up, and it's fine. And then Kevster gets punished for it.
Yeah, it just really well executed there from Quick Esports on defense, even the changeover to the Sombra towards the end, as the Ultimates will end up playing an Orisa setup here with that on a break shell on defense. So we'll see if they're able to. I mean, they would have to just obviously get the classic fuller hold, right? Not even a checkpoint gotten here for the Ultimate. So really, it's Quick Esports in this type of situation. You don't even really necessarily need a fight. You just need to like start trading kills effectively, and you have a good chance of getting a one tick, right?
Yeah, I think honestly, like Heesun going for the Orisa route means that high ground is much harder to hold. This is more exploitable, this comp. I feel like Zydra can get such a favorable position up here on this corner. Look at the ground just being given. You are Orisa. You are Orisa. Your job is to you turn your cooldowns into space, whereas Willie's turns his defense matrix into space. That's the tension here.
Yeah, and they are finding Kev, it feels like, every time on the Sombra here. That's what 5 deaths you would now say, right?
Yeah, it's just like I think like Kev has struggled to kind of achieve his aim on the Sombra here, and like the question could be like the idea behind the Sombra might be a bit faulty, but Tracer was banned. No, Kevster was being targeted, and the Ultimates didn't switch over towards that full bona fide dive until right towards the end of the round. And maybe like there's an understanding for them that it's just suboptimal to try and play that classic dive style without having access to the Tracer. It's just why they went over to the Hazard look. We'll never know, but hey, they'll get another map pick.
And I think it's a curious conversation to talk about Sombra, like, because obviously her kits changed a ton, since Overwatch 1 into Overwatch 2, and then even some adjustments here, as Overwatch 2's progressed, where you can almost make an argument that she's even more feast or famine than was back in the day, where at least back in the day, if you weren't getting a lot of like damage or kills on the Sombra, right, you were constantly getting hacks, taking abilities offline, hacking health packs, denying that, right? There's a lot of other utility where now it like lasts so short that like you kind of need to be more in the Tracer kind of wheelhouse in terms of like damage dealing. You obviously provide pretty good utility overall, right? But I don't think it's as powerful as it was in the past, where now I think you need to be like a little bit more engaging in the fights, which she's obviously can be pretty typical to do in that scenario.
Yeah, this is the last look. This is like the full dive composition we saw from them. I mean, Kevster got in there and got a kill. I think Kevster getting chased down there and dying before Twilight could keep them up was a big problem. But the backline, for the Ultimates fell first in that last little round. And then we go to like the Orisa comp, which, I don't know, like what the idea is supposed to be for Heesun, because you can't really make use of like defensive high ground there. You can't really fight for it adequately. And I feel like you give Zydra so much agency to look at here it is. Like it's a healing gap again, dude. Like it's a massive healing gap. Look at the KD difference.
Yeah, you can see it a little bit there as well. Like when Heesun gets hacked, he goes into like the staircase. There's no way. There's no line of sight, obviously, for the Ana or the Brig Tim there, right? So the healers are now split off. You have the Orisa going backwards into a staircase with no armor. For that point, for Quick, it's like you have your option of like, hey, do we want to kill the Orisa? Do we want to kill both supports? Like both are in such a terrible situation.
I don't know if it was a 10 KD in that game. I think that's a lot, considering I think they only died like they got 17 kills. It's not a long enough game for a 10 KD. It looks more like a 2.3 or something like that. So
well, you're just eyeballing KDs now. Is that what you're doing?
Well, I only do you remember yesterday we were like,
like a 5 KD
is crazy.
Did you do? Yeah, I mean,
I can. No, I mean, most people can make simple division in their head. Yeah. So I think that's we got excited about an 8 KD yesterday. That was a 10 KD in a map that only went like very short. Anyway, break time. We'll be back after this with more from the Ultimates, maybe less, honestly, at this rate. They're not trending in the right direction. Quick Esports trying to close this one out. Another map pick for the Ultimates. Let's see what they go for. So despite what Virtus.pro might want us to believe about the last time they played Quick Esports, this QE team is legit. They are very, very good. Virtus.pro would have you think that they were just had an unacceptable performance, that it was that close, but no. This team has come out of promotion and relegation, Matt, and looks incredible. Now they take it the Ultimates, a very well-known team, albeit one with no shortage of their own struggles, to the very limit. They're going to try and now head into a map 4 to stay alive for the series to try and force a decider.
Yeah, I mean, dude, this is so impressive from Quick Esports. I mean, look, the last map you would have to select here would obviously be only out of the push maps, right? With the one of the two, but you still get first ban, right?
Flashpoint, right?
Yeah, well, the next map is a flashpoint.
You mean the last? Yeah.
By the Ultimates. The Ultimates actually got rid of Freya to kick things off, and then Quick Esports got rid of Brig, so targeting that on a Brig backline potentially.
Yeah, and we've talked about this before. There is almost no situation in which the Ultimates get to play perfectly their style, right? It's always going to be the Winston shell, the idea, with something missing. In this case, it's the Brig. In the past, it's been the Ana. On a map like this as well, you might just feel like Lucio was too important to even go towards like a sort of Ana Lucio look. We have Twilight here on the Kiriko instead. But this means that Sojourn is going to be the hitscan DPS of choice now with Freya banned out.
Yeah, so maybe this for the Ultimates feels like kind of evens the odds here, so to speak. We'll get the team names up in just a bit for you guys, but
you guys know who they are. Bottom left.
Yeah, I mean at this point we ain't gotta tell you. You guys have a good idea. You guys are smart out there. So this does put you in a Diva versus Winston matchup yet again, where it seems like the Ultimates, at least throughout the series, they've kind of gone away from this. Like, they don't exactly want to play it, but here, it feels like with the game on the line, you're going to try and force it. That's nice. You get the Suzu out, and then Yoham not able to keep himself up.
What would you rather, though? Sojourn or the Kiriko pick? Natsuki, though, is... I mean, they're too far away to heal Zydra at that point. Hisang's able to dive in.
Yeah, I think the Freya ban here for the Ultimates definitely it obviously puts Kai back on the Sojourn, like maybe because Zydra was actually popping off on the Freya the last game, right? So putting Kai on the Soj, and then also like Sojourn probably works a bit better with the Winston than, let's say, the Freya. Where Freya plays pretty well with Eva and some of the other comps, where Soja wants to kind of go play at that long medium range to kind of get in and out with the Winston at times. So we'll see now Zydra take a little bit of an off angle here, just trying to form up a railgun shot.
Twilight has about the same damage as his DPS right now. Really getting involved in some of these fights. Those kunai have been flying. Oh yeah, seeing Kai on the Sojourn, who, by the way, he never really fell behind in the Freya battle. Like, he was always up there. Same, like, in terms of, like, just damage output, he was absolutely in the mix.
Yeah.
We could discuss, like, where the damage goes, of course. And always eyes for Yoham. The man able to get up to the rafters, but Hisang chases him there. Very clear to see what the target priority is looking like here for the Ultimates, and it's been pretty hard for Quick Esports to deny them. Willies gets Hisang. That's not enough. Natsuki goes down, no beat opportunity here, and it'll be a D-Mech in a very open and shut first flashpoint.
Yeah, Willies gets Twilight as well, but it looks like just Dip going to be able to get on the point. Yeah, not going to be able to kind of keep this contested. So it will be the Ultimates taking that first flashpoint. And ooh, look at this. We're going to get a little Maga action where now for Willies, right? Maybe you feel like that Diva, you're not going to be able to win in that head-to-head. Slow the game down a little bit, play the Maga.
I like this. It's also flashpoint dependent. I think this is like a better flashpoint for Malga than Winston, for example. They're at the rafters. There's not that high ground difference that can be easily navigated. And in fact, many of these flashpoints are not amazing for Winston, really, outside of that first one. So let's see how it plays out. The Malga's always, well, it's always a risk. Willies doesn't have to contend with Pyro Grenade, though, from Twilight, so that's pretty big. Sound barriers here on Mirror. Dip didn't get it, but it doesn't matter. He's out of the fight for the time being. Hisang now knows he has to go to work. Stunned up, but there's Kai. Yoham dealt with again. First target, first casualty for Quick Esports. Without the Kiriko, Natsuki just cannot keep his team in the game.
And then also, without the Brig, they're just, it's pretty difficult for Quick Esports to kind of protect that back line, right? Obviously, we've seen both teams kind of run the Brig throughout this series extensively, but now once you get Hisang in the mix on the Winston, right, and Kevster on Tracer, and you get this aggressive style of play, this is where you even need more protection for the back line, and not being able to have it here quite brutal at the start for Quick. It'll be Zydra using the overclock here, just trying to find anything, and Heesung actually trying to dodge the Maga, goes inside and gets taken out by a railgun shot. 3 there from Zydra, so in a big fashion, flipping the point back.
Yeah, very, very clean showing there from Zydra. Sky's done a pretty good job here of avoiding death entirely for this map, though. Looking over at the ultimate side, they come back with a pulse bomb.
Do you think the ultimate needed to change here?
I don't know if this is... I get it. Obviously, it's supposed to be like, pretty good into the Malga. But it's like the lack of backline pressure now. Yoham gets to live, in theory. Unless Kevster can pick him off early, or Kai, like we saw last fight, finds like a nice little overclock here. But Yoham gets to stick around like a bad smell. Dip, though, not so much. Nice little rail there from Kai. Kitsune rushes are in play presently. Willie's able to stay alive, but this time it's Natsuki falling first. The ultimates always seem to have an answer in this comp, but it looks like the Orisa is more than enough, especially when so empowered by the Kiriko ult.
And do you think that Quick Esports maybe goes back to the Diva here? You're getting closer to cage fight, but I also think if you're Quick, this is probably a better path to victory.
This is last stop.
Yeah, this is a better path to victory, I think, than trying to play the Diva into the Winston and allowing them to continue to play the Winston. I think this definitely keeps Yoham and the supports a little bit more protected here. With the Maga, not as much pressure on that backline. Sky gets dangerously low there, very close to it, but he needs to kind of stay. Brutal there for Willies.
That's stunning from Heesung. Stunning Malga's going to be very careful of approaching the map approaching the point from either direction. Does leave you a little susceptible to environmental elimination. All right, the ultimates here, cruising. They managed to select a map that suits them quite well. Besides not having access to the Freya, they're still popping off on this Sojourn, but it's not really been...
It doesn't feel as impactful. Like, still obviously putting up numbers, but doesn't feel as impactful, right? It feels like Zydra is playing the Freya. Just a massive difference maker here for Quick Esports. But on the Sojourn, still performing quite well. Just not, maybe making the same impact as Kai takes out Dip right away. So this is going to be... Wow, this is brutal, man. That's your cage fight used as well there. This has just been a slaughtering in favor of the ultimates.
Kai has been incredible so far this map and finding really important first picks. I think going back to like one of the first fights, it was Yoham going down early. He's able to find Dip randomly out of nowhere. You can see he's so much more comfortable. I mean, at this point, like, we've just got to acknowledge it. He's so much more comfortable when they can get Sojourn into the game. Some teams are still playing Sojourn into the Freya as well and finding their level of success. That's something that the ultimates, might want to try. Cell sound barriers to be matched by both sides. Dip going a little bit low, but close to a pulse. It's Kai's overclock that is actually uncharacteristically not found an elimination with just yet. Zydra, well, taking matters into his own hands, getting up close to personal with Sky, able to take him down, but he's Twilight with Kunai. Finds yet another one. Still a close fight. Quick Esports really haven't had much flashpoint time whatsoever. This might be the first in a while that they've been able to actually get some presence, but Kevson is ruined there. Really, Kiriko's headlining this game. Little twerk there just before Yoham goes down. Quick Esports get a run out of gas.
The Sky gets back into it, though. You're going to keep this contested. You're going to have Kai here as well. Kevster should be coming off a spawn, but not going to be able to get it. But dude, they gain about like 30 extra % there. I mean, that is quite massive. Quick Esports, nothing has come easy for them here on Surabasa. So that Freya ban seems to definitely have bothered Quick a little bit. And then also, I know just finding this composition from the ultimates, the speed at which they're playing with has definitely bothered Quick Esports.
Already though up to 33% here. It's going to be a long comeback for Quick Esports.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, the pace of play, the tempo that the ultimates are applying, and Kai opening the account early in so many of these fights. Once again, it's been a huge difference maker. Zydra goes down. Willie's obviously on the Diva now, trying to play a little differently than the Malga. In theory, protects the team a little more from hit scam pressure. Kai eventually goes down though, traded out. Quick Esports get a longer fight that suits them. Dip on the Genji now. And Zydra moving over towards the Tracer, so no hit scan now for Quick Esports. And they clean up this fight, and the Terror Surge gets drawn out of Heesung.
It might end up working a little bit better out for Quick Esports, right? This is just going to be a team now that with this composition is going to go all out aggressive together, right? Not maybe, the Quick Esports backline going to have to just kind of defend each other as much. They're going to be the aggressor in a lot of these fights now, but they need to try and potentially hold on to this sound barrier. Losing Sky here is huge. If you can hold on to the sound barrier for Quick, maybe you can even think about chaining these together because you're going to have the blade.
Zydra on the Tracer looking pretty clean. They used the sound barrier in the end though.
It's like a 3 on 5.
No, it's hard to see there being a great reason for that, especially when you are down 2 flashpoints to 1. But Quick Esports have bought, at a high price, bought their way back into the game now. They're going to Dragon Blade here for dip. But you notice now that pressure on towards the backline is really taken up to 11, especially in Kai's direction. They just don't want to give the Sojourn that room to breathe anymore. Kai, of course, has taken the major perk that gives him more dash potential, and there's the first pick to start the fight. Again, Kai, too good with these.
I mean, the blade gets Twilight, but this is not going to be good enough, right? You know, the ultimates now go back to Winston. This will have Zydra going back to Sojourn. So, nope, we're going to get a Zydra Cassidy here. So, you can see definitely with that Freya gone, just kind of searching for, you know, an answer here for Quick. So, we'll see how the Cassidy kind of fares out, potentially trying to take advantage of Heesung being a little bit aggressive.
Okay. Let's see what the Austrian Instagram player has for us. Sound barrier now for the ultimates, just getting a little bit more aggression. They've also got a bank of ultis to rely on as well. Continuing rush here might be needed for Quick Esports. They've survived this first thrust here. The ultimates came in with the beat. And yeah, here's Yohab now. Going to let the rush go. Take it down immediately after that. A lot of pressure on Kai's direction, but he can fight back out of this now with those 150 charge railguns. Once again, it seems to be Twilight, making heads roll. Nice work on the Kiriko. Ultimate's trying to close this map out, force that 5th.
Indeed, Kitsune Rush used there for Quick Esports, and then because you use that sound barrier so late into the previous point, you're probably not even going to get it here on this flashpoint. As I mean, well, you're a Kevster pulse bomb away here from sealing this map, forcing a game 5.
Go time for Quick. If this is really going to work for them, we're going to make it happen. This Cassidy was a pick that got our eyebrows raised at the very least, but Zydra had the chance to prove it to us. Natsuki down. Zydra flattened. Nothing he could do. Winston Bubble was in his way. It's some interesting decisions, Matt. And we're going to keep throwing back to the use of that sound barrier in a 1-5 for Quick Esports. It's something they really could have used to at least get priority on this flashpoint. Then to allow like their Cassidy to play from that high room instead of Kai, who was able to fight them back even when they tried to dive him.
I mean, you think about if you had that sound barrier, right? You could have used it on the rotation when you used the blade and kept everybody alive and pushed on through, right? You end up losing 2 players instantly at the beginning of that fight. Then they pop the blade and then never get a chance yet again. So maybe they figured they needed that sound barrier. Maybe they thought that the fight was gonna, you know, potentially turn, right? And the sound barrier secured the victory. You know, is it the reason they lost the entire map? No, they had a ton of other issues throughout the entire map, but definitely hindered their chances from making that last point competitive.
So obviously this is the problem for Ultimates though. When they lose a map pick of their own, then they've got to actually, you know, win the series on a Quick Esports map pick that's coming up next. So that's always tough to do. They don't have access to the Freya ban anymore, but Kai could still play the Sojourn. We've seen that, I think, from, it was like Twisted Minds, I think, or it might have even been Labda on Alcazio. Still looking, still looking to play the Sojourn, even against Freya, and looking fine, like doing a pretty decent job. I definitely think that you have that at your disposal.
Here is the issue for Quick Esports, though, as we take a look at some of the highlights. If you get rid of the Ana here for Game 5, right, that's still available, I imagine the Ultimates just ban Diva, right? Like, did they just get rid of Willie's Diva and just be like, okay, play, you know, try and play a Runamatra, maybe, does it send you into like a Maga matchup, potentially? If the Ultimate, if you are... you know, Quick Esports, and you try and protect that Diva with like some type of other tank ban, right? That opens things up for the Ultimates to take away, you know, whether it's another DPS, a support. It's definitely a difficult situation for Quick Esports to kind of be in at the moment.
Here are your stats for the game. This time around, it's just a big damage diff here for the Ultimates. You can see why. It's those picks. Kai generating so many of those at the start of the fight. Those railguns very well employed. And Quick obviously spent a decent amount of this map playing the Mauga. Someone who, outside of his bulk, outside of literally blocking line of sight with his, you know, his literal girth, there's not a whole lot that he can actually do to protect his teammates before the fights. Cardiac Overdrive is great when you are engaging, but in the neutral, that's where he's a little bit weaker. Mauga's whole design is basically aimed at getting through or past the neutral as quick as humanly possible, and having this like no holds barred brawl. That's of course the Sojourn composition wants to keep the enemy at arm's length for a time and be able to find shots like that. Kai delivers in a big way. He can be streaky at times. I think that's like something that everyone at this point knows about Kai. I think on the Freya, he was fine. He was keeping up. He wasn't letting his team down, doing a great job. The Sojourn, though, here, the big difference maker, and it's something that you've got to be wary of, even if Freya is going to be able to be picked going forward.
Yeah, there's no way that Quick Esports is going to get rid of the Freya right there, the team that wants to play it. You're really looking at, like, do they try and target a tank to protect some of the options if they think the ultimate's just going to go that route? Or do they get rid of the Ana potentially, and they're okay with letting some of those other potential dangerous tank bans or DPS bans get on through? So really fascinating option here for Quick Esports. Also, we didn't even talk about the map, right? They can pick either Kalasei or Runasapi. Looks like Runasapi will be the selection here for Quick. What do you think they do ban wise?
Okay, so obviously ultimates don't get that first ban. They could target Dips Farah if they don't want to play against it. That's like a niche pick that gets rolled out on this map sometimes.
Yeah.
They cannot ban Ramatra, I think. And I don't think the ultimates mind taking that Orisa mirror necessarily. I think.
Do you think Quick would even think about banning the Sombra here? Like what is like
a Diva gameplay? I think if you're Quick, you don't have the Ana ban available to you, right? That was in our first. They do.
They do. They do.
You could straight up go after that here and just say. And again, this kind of map I just think is really, really powerful with like the bouncing body grenade perk. There is a ton of areas where this is gonna be like absolutely devastating. I think they're probably gonna play an Orisa mirror though. So yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, Quick's bans were the Winston in game one. Okay, so they do. Yeah, this is kind of the thing you're gonna have to pick, right? They get rid of the Ana here. And then it is a Diva ban for the ultimates. So is this like are we looking at like Hazard, Maga, Orisa type of comps here to potentially end it? I think that's kind of where I think Quick Esports, it'll be like where they kind of dictate this goes, right? It seems like the ultimates, they kind of know what they want to do to counter when they see some of the stuff happen on the other side. So I think Quick will be the team that kind of decides like where we see the ultimates go comp-wise.
I just think it's got to be an Orisa mirror here. I don't think you want to play Malga if you're Quick Esports into Orisa. I don't think Ana really affects that decision making whatsoever because there was no Ana available, or no Ana played rather by the ultimates on Siravasa, and still the Malga struggled in that Orisa matchup. My question, or what I wonder, is what the DPS look like. If the ultimates just, behave themselves and go back to what they've been playing in the past, I don't think the Sombra is quite as relevant against the Orisa as she would be against shutting down those Diva compositions. So we'll jump in a moment. Two team names up here. Heading into server. Match point for both sides, of course. This is a decider in the series. The ultimates look pretty good to start with. The Wrecking Ball composition on Ilios, it has it. Then, though, they fall apart as Quick Esports able to play their way all the way through. Ramatra is available here. That's something we didn't consider. They might end up going in the hazard direction you suggested, Matt.
And I got to say, regardless of what happens, for Quick Esports, their first two games here in EMEA looked like a little bit of a murderer's row, and they have proven that they can most certainly hang in EMEA. So we will see. It'll be a Ramatra versus Hazard compositions here, and then I think Quick Esports, obviously with the Brig in the mix, are going to have a much easier time than we saw in the last map. Keeping that support line alive. It seemed like once they got forced onto like the Lucio Kiri, they had a very difficult time surviving against the pressure of the ultimates.
The ultimates are on that Lucio Curio course with the hazard. But there's Kai who opens up the account first. He's awake now. And no better time for it, honestly. Up he goes. Also, I mean, you can really start to stick that Ramatra with so many of these explosive bolts here. I don't know necessarily about how Willis feels about having to play against the hazard. To a great degree, you really, as he want to ignore Willis and pressure this backline over and over again. I think Natsuki really gets a target painted on their back along with Zydra.
Yeah, and Willies makes a change. It's going to match the Hazard, and then you're actually going to have Dip go and play the Sombra. So we've seen Kevster play a ton of the Sombra throughout this series. It will now be Dip, who we have seen play a little bit of it. Play that Sombra, potentially try and put some pressure onto Heesung, not allow him to kind of constantly dive at the back line.
Kevster on a wide wrap here. Only just now being noted by Quick Esports, a recall out. And Heesung, yeah, can be hacked pretty easily from outside of his effective radius by Dip. But it's a question of damage and where that comes from. Kai and Kevster have been delivering. Building up towards those ultimates pretty fast now as Hydra sees, oh, big catch there. Kai goes low. Heesung also struggling. And now the ultimates backline of Kiriko. Lucio needs to get them fighting fit again. I don't think so. They are not good at staving off big poke damage.
Yeah, and I was a little bit worried there for Quick because they were just letting Kevster just lurk on the front, the flank constantly. Is look at this spot that Hydras from, just kind of using the roof and the geometry to just kind of slide over. And they never actually dealt with Kevster on the flank, and I'm a little bit worried how it was going to pan out in that fight. They still have not dealt with Kevster on the flank, and he gets a pulse bomb on a Natsuki. So really tough loss there. But look at this, Dip answers with 2.
I think a lot of this comes from a bowler shot from Zydra, Matt. You saw him playing by the rooftops. He was really trying to line this up as well as he could. However, Kai has built his. Willies is not easy for Kevster to bring down, but the bot should at least be able to get back to parity here. He can play outside of the radius with Spike Guard pretty well as Tracer, so not a whole lot that that Willies could have done to make Kevster respect him there.
Yeah, with Willies needing the block and using the damage reduction, there's no opportunity to kind of like return damage from Kevster, right? And, scare him into running away. It was just kind of always going to end that route. So it was a nice fight, though, from Quick Esports, able to get a little bit of control back. This is going to be huge. Ultimates galore here available.
Twilight here still standing somehow. Rally for Natsuki. All of Quick Esports leading the bot away. This fight has got away from the ultimates now in a big way. They've got to play catch-up. They've got a Kitsune Rush to use, and Quick Esports have now used both of their support ultimates to get into this position. Downpour there. Yoham mindful that Willies is liable to take a lot of burst damage as the rush comes in from the ultimates. Eyes maybe towards Sky. He's low. Natsuki's able to finish him off, but Kai finds the killing blow on Willies, and Yoham's got nowhere to go. Caught in the corner. Kevster will punish him for that little positioning issue. Nicely done by Dip, though. God, they are getting involved in some of these fights. 3 kills on the Sombra, and they're far from done. Recall forced out of Kevster, who knows he has to fight Dip here. Dip's trying to get away under cover of stealth.
You see Kevster just trying to hunt him down. That was the EMP used there by Dip, and I think it allows actually Quick Esports to get these trades in this fight that prevent the ultimates from getting this bot probably to checkpoint. I mean, the Quick Esports was down 2 players at that time. Now they end up losing Dip, though. That's quite brutal because Heesung's got this downpour to work with. Now you may end up giving up the checkpoint.
All right, Heesung able to circumvent that downpour thrown. He's though only got eyes for Willies right now, and Willies has no support. Apparently, Natsuki Yoham nowhere to be seen. Easy pick off on the enemy tank. Sky makes sure that is a kill secured, and the ultimates here for checkpoint coming up.
Huge there for the ultimates. I think it really it comes down to that first kill on the Dip, right? You get him out of the way. That's the Sombra. Probably one of the scariest things on the opposite side at that moment. And with him gone, no threat of hacks, you can play a little bit more aggressive. And they have that downpour to use right around the corner. You see they, trap Willies with it, and they end up getting him out of the fight. No, Natsuki and Yoham no position to be able to heal up that Hazard. And Quick Esports, for as good as they played this series, they are in desperate need of a fight win, or else this might be a blowout.
Yeah, they are getting stuffed into the corner right now. Pretty long-range bowler shot there from Zydra. Was hoping to tie Sky up, Doesn't look like he was successful in that endeavor. And so the ultimates are pretty happy to now allow the bot to push back. They get a huge amount of percentage. They get like 35 meters off that one push, including that crucial checkpoint. Now can reset the fight to something that's a little bit more neutral. Give Kai a good sideline for a big bowler shot to start them off.
Yeah, we'll see if he's able to kind of land it, right? We've seen a few big bowler shots in this game. It'll be a speed ring here. Use Kevster, though. I mean, dude, I feel like the last 2 maps, man, Natsuki and Yoham have just been focused so much more by the ultimates, and it has paid off in a big way. As you get rid of the Brig, who would have been building up towards that rally, had the rally at this point, out of the fight, and that takes away any opportunity for Quick Esports' ability to win.
Kevster is putting out a pretty absurd amount of damage on this Tracer. He has not died yet this map. 15 eliminations and almost 5k damage. Next closest on the other side is Zydra at 3.7. Something is preventing Quick from being able to really answer the threat that Kevster's presenting in the slightest. And again, this is the Ultimates once more, like playing outside of their ideal comp, showing us a really nice hazard look here with Twilight on the Kiriko. Dip comes forward, pulse bomb there, a little bit short, I'd say, but he's not able to get away. Spike guard from Ilios actually allows him to snap up the enemy hazard. And Quick Esports with a rally into this next engagement. Need to make good use of it. They cannot let Kevster into the cookie jar again.
4 ultimates in that last fight though, Mitch. They end up using the Kitsune Rush to get the orbital ray out of the side of Quick Esports, and they also gain 20 meters. So not the worst fight there for the ultimates. It'll be a downpour here from Willis, just trying to catch a few players here, and he's gonna get Sky. That's huge. Sky not gonna use that sound barrier. Would have got absolutely nothing out of it there.
Yeah, just not a useful position. Not when you're so far forward. I think Quick Esports need to make ultimates respect them before they can start to draw free ultimates out of them. This ain't bad, though. They still need another whole fight, though, to have this checkpoint. So it is a fight the ultimates certainly can afford to lose.
So for Quick Esports, though, your path here is like force a fight on the point. You get the rally. Maybe Zydra's actually able to connect with like a bowl shot on the Sky, get him out of the way before that sound barrier becomes an issue. They have to dodge Kevster's pulse bomb, so he's been able to connect with Netsuki a few times here throughout this round, so potentially trying to avoid that. That's actually going to be the bowl shot, but the sound barrier comes in at a perfect time.
Rally active right now for Natsuki. Sky goes down at the start of the fight. Okay, the downpour here looked like it was to allow Heesung to disengage, but Kai might have given them a window otherwise. Zydra and Johan picked up by the Freya. And sure enough, checkpoint gain for Quick Esports, with the ultimates to be able to right this ship in short shrift.
You're going to get that closer spawn here for Quick, though. So can you play a little bit closer and challenge this? Actually, no. Willie's in the 2v split to look like they're trying to wrap out in. You're going to end up losing your tank. So Natsuki will rotate all the way back around to the other side. He'll get back at full strength here. You see Dip get on there and touch. They don't want to give up too much of the bot going the opposite direction.
It's worth noting that this backline for the ultimates is way lower healing than what Quick Esports are able to put out.
Yes.
So that will be a factor in this game. A lot of it comes down from they're being able to lean in with these picks and obviously make use of the Lucio speed to overwhelm. But so much of this game has been these long range pitched battles down these lengthy sight lines. Situations in which you probably do want good sustain. So Quick Esports, no reason numerically why they shouldn't be able to get back into this game. But there's Kai, finds Willies again. The map doesn't care. When Kovacs Kai hits the server. Here's the wrap around, though. There's also pressure on Zydra from behind. Heesung's doing a lot to tie up the enemy Freya. Even further, giving Kai that freedom he seeks.
Brutal scenario for Quick Esports to have to fight into, right? No support ult to counteract that Kitsune rush. They kind of have to play over by the bot in that type of situation, right? They don't want to allow it to push deeper into their territory, so they're forced to just fight inside of the Kitsune rush with nothing. And I know Willie's just disintegrates under the pressure.
Pulse there dropped. Kevster well clear of it. Also, Heesung in no position to be affected by it. Here's that downpour. Kevster's able to blink out of it. Heesung's caught inside of it and might be burst down as a result. Ultimates, again, not a lot of healing on this comp. Johan is almost to punctuate that point. Dishes out some torpedoes and claims both Heesung and Kevster.
Okay, so this is going to go into overtime here. The benefit, I think, for Quick Esports here, Mitch, is they're going to have a window of opportunity where they're going to end up having both support ultimates. Twilight not going to be able to get a Kitsune rush here anytime soon. If you can can you win this fight with just like bola shot? Can you kind of get a cheap fight win? Potentially hold on to some of these ultimates. The bola shot does not connect there. He's trying to get rid of Kai.
Kai just almost lazily floating away. Dip is able to follow up with the damage done there.
No rally.
By Zydra at least. Now, that's out of the game. Natsuki, no chance to make use of it. He's hung over the edge, though. Says, I want a quick reset now. So Natsuki will have a chance to make use of rally in the end.
Okay, so this could be quite huge, right? So you don't have to stop here. The bot is going to continue to go. Sky's getting very close to that sound barrier, so keep an eye on if you can get that sound barrier off, or if Natsuki can end up using that rally early. Maybe you can push into it. Prevent them from getting that beat. This Dip also working towards a pulse bomb could be enormous.
Kevster has to be stopped. I think that's going to be the main aim. Dip's pulse here could be a game changer. Recalls away. Here's that sound barrier. Those guys able to get that one off. Here's Sung now with the downpour. Is the connection good enough? Dip amidst the shield. Catches Twilight out. That's a massive one. Natsuki, though, does go down during rally. Zydros found Kai. That's massive. Willie's here. Now, no pressure on him whatsoever. Sky will fall. Both of them back to back. Quick Esports with 3. Have the numbers to push this up, but now the Ultimates have to be quick about it. And we are so close to the end of the map. The Ultimates can't even touch it in time. What a way for this series to end. Quick Esports in the dying seconds. Not spending all of Runasapi trailing. Come up with the goods when it really matters.
And you know, it's that pulse bomb from Dip. I think it actually connects on like the hazard wall and kills Twilight like on a TP on through it. That is enormous. We're trying to give the Ultimates to win, but Quick Esports, they're the ones who come out on top. Dude, Zydro was sick there at the end, playing all these like really bizarre angles on the Freya, like using the roofs and stuff and kind of coming down over the top. Sick stuff from Quick.
No, they looked insane. Guys, I called it 3-2 Quick Esports.
You did.
I started being a doubter at the end of Runasapi there, but an insane way to close out that matchup in overtime here for Quick Esports. I mean, Mitch, overall, I think the story that we've seen from the side of the Ultimates is they do need to look, they kind of struggle to like look comfortable here and there depending on what compositions that we're seeing coming out. And Quick Esports, I think they did a great job with a lot of the bans that were coming throughout this series as well to try and keep them on their toes.
100%. It's funny because the Ultimates, you'd think this would make them harder to ban, but they don't have a strong identity right now. I think that they're never going to be able to play that idealized comp, and they know that. Like, you can see they've been working on contingencies. You know, they have a map where they can put Kai on the Sojourn. They can definitely Twilight on the Kiriko is good. I just don't think that Kiriko has the ability to maybe take the game over as an individual sometimes, like the Ana can. And they have Wrecking Ball looks for the occasions where Winston is banned out. So everybody here in those key roles. You know, but you're just not going to go up against a team like Gen.G who just like throw the ban phase like consistently. Like that is like the unicorn situation for this Ultimates team. And like I said, like any prediction was probably pretty reasonable because there are a number of assumptions you could actually make about these two teams coming into the game. And now we kind of know, like Quick Esports are just the real deal. Like Virtus Pro didn't throw that game. They weren't terrible at all. I thought they were quite good. I just think this team is unbelievably well drilled.
Yeah, I mean, I think, look, they're one map away. I mean, how crazy is this? They're one map away from being 2-0 here with the wins over VP in the Ultimates. I mean, crazy stuff. I guess the alternative is that they're one map away from being 0-2, right? So they take these series to like the distance against these top teams. I think if you're the Ultimates, I thought your performance was pretty good today. I think that you just gotta, I mean, you're up like, what, 40 meters at the end there of Runasapi and OT. You gotta figure out a way to get a fight win there, right? I mean, you had some Ultimates to work with too. It's not like you had nothing. So for me, I don't really think there's anything, you know, massively wrong with the Ultimates. I think they kind of like circumvented the, you know, the bans and stuff throughout the series totally fine. You just gotta clutch up in those situations.
Tough things, but there's also still time, right? It's still early days here. We're just in week 2 of the regular season, but I want to talk a little bit about our player of the match here within Zydra, but then also welcome them in for an interview as we get to chat with them for their win up against words right now, the Ultimates. But congratulations, Zydra, you are our player of the match. You guys in Quick Esports, I think, have honestly stunned OWCS EMEA with your debut coming up from a relegation, with how close of a match that you took VP in last weekend, and then also taking this win up against the Ultimates. I'm curious, do you feel like for the team that the fact that there isn't like that pressure on your shoulders because you kind of are like a team that maybe it was a little bit underestimated going into stage 2, do you feel like that is a bit of an advantage for you guys?
I mean, it's definitely great if the enemies don't know what they're up against. Like I think a lot of these players we're facing have not seen most of us before, and I think just coming in as an underdog, like last week we said against VP, like our goal was just to show our best, we thought, okay, maybe we can take a map, but we just want to show like people we're out there, we're really competitive, we're trying really hard, and I think we did that for sure. And this week we get the win, and I'm just so happy. Let's fucking go.
So I get that's the game plan against VP, right? Like you have pretty reasonable expectations for yourself, but you almost beat them, and you come into this week going, wait a minute, I think we're good enough. We belong here, right? So how does your expectations change going into a matchup against the Ultimates? And I'm curious, like, what the rough game plan is, because they've kind of showed themselves to be a pretty unique team, I think. One that can be targeted.
Yeah, for sure. Like against the Ultimates, it was different preparation against any other team, because it's like the one team in the EMEA that plays a lot of Monkey, plays a lot of Dive. And preparing into that, it was a bit more difficult, because like, what good teams in Europe can you scrim that play good Dive? Not a lot. Yeah. So it was definitely harder to prepare than against the Virtus game. But we went in confident, we knew what the enemies play, we knew our bands, we knew everything, and we walked away with the win.
Do you got a 6 series here against the Ultimates? I gotta ask you, the Freya that we see from you. I mean, you're kind of like on rooftops. You're all over the place. What is it about the newest hero that you've kind of gravitated towards and find strong about her?
I mean, everything is strong about her, and every time a new hero gets released, like, it's way easier to catch up or to get better than the already existing pro players, because you can just put in so much time at the start, learn like better tech and new stuff that the current pros still have to figure out. And so I think I'm slightly ahead of the curves, because I've just put in so much time into figuring out every single part of the hero, and I think it's just good timing and everything. Yeah.
Paid off.
Yeah.
It definitely did. We can tell that you've put in that much effort and that much work into working on your Freya gameplay. But congratulations again on being our player of the match and on your win today up against the Ultimates here, Zydra. Thank you so much for taking the time to do this interview.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, it was so great being able to hear from Zydra, and really exciting, I think, prospects for Quick Esports and how the expectations are now starting to mount here for this team.
It's hard not to be a fan of this team, I think. Like they've obviously got great heads on their shoulders, and I just think it's really cool. We don't often see this. The whole premise of OWCS is that you can qualify up. It is open, right? But quite often that tends to, we do see like a tier break, a pretty big gap between these guys. But these guys have been on this scene before and had disappointing results last year. They put in the time. It's so clear to see. And now they're like literally taking on champions of the game and beating them in like the pound for pound matchup, which is crazy.
I think that's what's so wild about it. Even like taking a look at these standings here, Matt, I feel like, we see Quick Esports being in that 5th place. It really doesn't tell that much of a story considering how early we are into the regular season.
They got 2 of the tougher matches out of the way, right? You play against VP, you play against the Ultimates, 2 of the teams that we thought would be potentially the strongest, right? Still a match with OWCS out there, but you start to look at this Quick Esports team, you would favor them at the moment over a team like Peps or Frosttails, Genji even. So who knows how far? I mean, do the teams that were in EMEA last stage have to be like, why, Vision, why couldn't you just beat these guys, keep them down there? I mean, let them into OWCS here, because they are, dude, they're no joke.
They're a problem for a lot.
Yeah, they definitely
they're
are.
No joke.
They're looking like quite the threat, but that's our first matchup for EMEA. We're going to see who finally mounts a win. After the side of this quick break, it'll be Genji versus Frosttails. Welcome back, everybody, to OWCS EMEA, and we've got Gen G versus Frosttails coming up here. Both these teams, as we showed within the standings right before that quick break, are currently sitting 0-2. Neither have been able to pick up a map. But Mitch, overall, to be fair, I want to grant them the fact that both these teams also have had like two hard first matches to start off the season.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's very reasonable. Both obviously naturally kind of get off to a rocky start, but for Frosttails, they also lost 3-0 to Peps, who I don't necessarily think are like the Grim Reaper of this group. I think they're one of the weaker teams, and they weren't able to show us too much in that kind of matchup. And against Alcatia, yeah, I'll give it to you. Gen G, I'm so identity filled right now. Like, this is another team I don't really know like what their best. I literally asked Matt in game, like, what is Mag's best hero? And we're like, the ball, you know, like that's not great. That's not a good sign. You know, they are still working to get Who Are You integrated into this team, right? I think that's going to take some time, but I'm going to be real. Even like I made Cars 3 references about him, you know what I mean? Like in terms of like being washed, you know, obviously he's not washed, but I don't know if he necessarily has like the home in this team yet that he needs to be like a driving force.
Yeah, I think that is a lot of pressure, right? And then taking a look at this Frosttails team here, Matt, I think looking at, we have talked about, okay, Peps didn't show too much against them, but in that Alcatia matchup, they did have a chance to take map 2 in New Junk City up against that squad and just fell a little short.
This is your chance for Frosttails, right? You know, you just gotta beat up on the wounded enemy here, right? I know Gen G, they haven't exactly figured it out just yet. Frosttails, they've, you know, had some moments where they've been, you know, competitive against some of our other teams. You have to look at this match as a huge opportunity for them, because Gen G is a team we expect to obviously be better than 0-2. We expect them to be, you know, even better than they were in stage 1. Clearly they're not performing at that level though right now. So if you're Frosttails, this is an opportunity to try and get a win against somebody maybe you wouldn't be favored against.
Yeah, quite a bit of pressure on the shoulders of both of these teams for this particular matchup, but one will walk away with their first win of the regular season. Matt, Mitch, take it away.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, look, coming out of promotion and relegation, the one thing you realize when you get into OWCS is that it's sink or swim. And, you know, look at Quick Esports, they have absolutely swum against the tide at times and been able to be 1-1 with a even map differential. That's great for them. Frosttails are maybe on the other end of the spectrum so far. It's not been stellar for them. Heading into Ilios here, it's going to be a D.Va first ban though from Gen G. Margin will play some D.Va. We've honestly seen a lot more Orisa from him though. Like there's definitely a real preference for this team to kind of go in that direction. Ilios, of course, though, has some stages that will force you in a certain direction one way or another.
Yeah, we'll and then the Juno ban on the other side, right? So we've seen Gen G play some of the Juno at times, but you mentioned they're trying to get together, you know, get all synced here with Who Are You, but they don't have time, man. I mean, they gotta figure this out. They made obviously the changes, you know, bringing in Exodial and Who Are You, you know, putting that you know, DPS line together needs to end up paying off. As take a look at our lineups here coming out of the spawn. Kiwi will be on the Kiri, right? So gonna be able to cleanse all these bios that Kanale potentially would be landing in. I mean, that's as good of a start as you can ask. Keo just goes right up to the high ground and you know, gets domed by Exodial.
So I like the idea of a Gen G maybe like leaning more into Mag as a Winston player and sort of being a potential dive style team. Zox is in the lineup, by the way, not Crispy. So you've got a Kiriko Ana setup. Kanale was the kind of player I think that can really show a lot of these flex supports for us, and obviously Huey is an amazing Tracer player. So this seems pretty fair. This is pretty reasonable. Frosttails going to try and beat this with this hazard composition, but Exodial someone I've got my eyes on. Gen G really targeted this player, wanted to bring him into the fold for a good reason. He was one of the standouts. Let's see if he can deliver.
Dude, his stock has been on the rise. I know all through even last year too, right? I know Exodial just a really strong player that you were just kind of like obviously on good teams within the OWCS, but kind of like waiting for the next level team to give him an option. Where Gen G play next to Who Are You? I mean, that is it, right? As they'll be Majin, get on the point, get hit with a bio, not going to have the cleanse there right away. Gets it towards the end.
Majin is not really able to do too much to actually pressure anyone. Yeah, like he gets on the point for a bit, makes a bit of space, but his backline just got absolutely clapped. And that's the issue here for Frosttails. They've got to be really effective and getting Mag to turn around and maybe consider doubling back. But the Ana is a problem, right? Spike Guard doesn't really deny sleep, for example. Anti-heal still as powerful as it always is. Who are you in Exodial now are heading towards those DPS ultimates, as are Keo and Pack, in fairness. They've just been a little less effective in dealing with Zox and Canale so far.
It just doesn't really feel like Frosttails has gotten anything going. You know, they've made it obviously some progress towards the objective, but nothing of it really feels that strong, that much of a threat to actually take the objective, and get a good fight win. Pulse Bomb sticks to Mag, doesn't even need to use the Primal there to be able to live. Who Are You ends up getting 2, one with a Pulse Bomb, one with just his pistols. And this is, this is obviously, if you're a Gen G fan, this is exactly what you wanted to see, right? Them come out. This is one where they potentially could gain some confidence out of this series.
And also maybe, just some belief that there is maybe a style that they can go towards that suits everybody. Looks really good for them thus far. Here's Kitsune Rush for Kiwi. Keo dead to this. Yep, Bolt sucking him. Ends up being a trade of Freyas. And now Kitsune Rush comes from Gen G. Zox and Canale still standing. Never a good sign for Frosttails. A really uneventful round. This sort of recently promoted squad barely able to put a scratch on Gen G, who's been a ragdoll for every other team they've played.
Yeah, that's as fast as you could possibly get convincing there for Gen G. Is I think for Frosttails, it seems like the D.Va ban potentially bothers them a little bit here, where see now if there's any type of option, like the Majin Hazard's been fine, but this allows Mag, I feel like, to kind of play exactly in his wheelhouse, right?
I mean, provided that we agree on what his wheelhouse is, absolutely. No deaths for him. Canale and Who Are You also, alongside Zox, all deathless for that particular round. I honestly don't know what that is, what his wheelhouse is. We've seen Ball, we've seen Hazard, we've seen Winston, we've seen him play Orisa. We've kind of seen him everywhere. And this was the case with Mag ever since he first appeared at the top level. He played a bunch of different stuff as a bunch of different teams with different structures, and he ended up fitting them. He was always really willing to go where he was told. But it was always kind of hard to say, okay, what is that? Mag is like a Winston play, died in the wall kind of thing. But it's the kind of person that in this era of the game can offer the flexibility the Krusty's clearly looking for. Now it's the Hazard on this map. But I tell you what, Mag hasn't had to do too much so far. Who Are You just runs over Keo.
He could be playing Roadhog for all we care right now. I mean, Who Are You is just constantly getting into the back line. Over and over and over again. Whether it's killing Keo, this time it's Pack. I mean, Who Are You is just dominating on the Tracer right now.
I mean, that's obviously, that's beautiful from Exodial. There's one way to win a game of Overwatch, right? It's just have an individual that is so far ahead of the curve and is having such an outsized impact on the game that your opponents never have a chance to really get going. Mag's done a great job so far. He's actually topping server for damage, which we know Hazard is, high damage, but with what Who Are You's been doing, you would have expected it maybe to be more him. Tough for Frosttails. They've got to come up with something pretty quickly, but they're not building towards any ultimates. Their strategy really needs to revolve around deciding who they're going for first. It's the Exodial. Surely they go for one of the lesser mobility heroes, but Gen G don't really have any.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't been able to track anybody down, right? It's exactly kind of what the combo wants to do. They finally, okay, so here's maybe the kind of the thing. If Who Are You is going to play that aggressive behind enemy lines, try and punish him. This time they end up doing so. And then the rest of Gen G kind of crumbles after that. So Frosttails able to flip the point. It's Gogo, who does a nice job protecting his counterpart with Kiwi and Keo there from Who Are You, ends up getting that kill. So maybe that's kind of what opens things up.
Sometimes the idea of waiting for an enemy flanker to play too aggressive, though, is pretty dangerous when you don't have control of the point. Now, it's a bit of a different story. Frosttails virtually take the role of defenders here and wait for an overextension, just like that one. That's a classic combination. Was it like a Freya bolt? I'm not sure, but either way, Martin finds that big burst damage on Exodial to remove him so early.
Yes, if Keo can start to get going, we just saw in the last series, right, how the Freyas can definitely turn the tides. Maybe this allows Frosttails to end up taking this point, and as I say that, he gets killed from basically cross map there by Exodial. So I'm not gonna say anything about Keo anymore. So it's just kind of jinxing the guy. But Kiwi ends up with a kill on Who Are You, so you get that kill on Who Are You again. They're doing a much better job of not allowing him to go crazy.
Well, don't have the bowler shot into the corner here, but Kiwi is playing like at a safe distance such that Margin was only a player that was really affected by it. I just don't think that boulder shot is enough against tanks at all. Sound barrier comes in, but too late to save Margin. Bit of an error there for Frosttails. And Genji have a chance now to really start to lean into Frosttails just as they found a lead. Exodial gets Kyo a second consecutive time. He's had 2 really long-range cross-map kills on the enemy Freya so far, which has been pretty impressive to watch. Let's put Genji back in the driver's seat with their sound barrier to spare. That is a problem for Frosttails.
Yes, I mean, it started to look pretty decent for Frosttails, but you lose Kyo. I mean, dude, look at the explosive shot go from 175 to 45 HP. I mean, especially with so many, like, squishier targets in the game, right? I mean, Exodial.
Where did he die?
Again.
Nah, man, I don't know. That was a long shot. Okay, downpour, obviously amazing for Freya. She can really work with that. Kill you there with a recall, but does, yeah, put extreme pressure on the Kiwi. He almost falls to the jacket ball to get thrown at his feet. Margin goes for a downpour, but just nobody's paying Who Are You any attention, which is honestly exactly where he wants to be.
Yeah.
Frosttails now are in deep trouble. Odds of winning the map are at an all-time low.
Slim. It looks like Pac will be able to get a contest, though, so we will at least trigger OT. You can keep this one going for a while, too. There's a lot of opportunities off spawn to get there and touch, but Kanale actually kind of takes out Pac as he's kind of darting around. No real great option for him to kind of get in there.
Yeah, he's not even trying to fight at that point. Just trying to keep the point contested. Kyo eventually will fall. Exodial's just dominated that matchup. It's not felt particularly close between those two Freyas, even though they've both done a comparable amount of damage over the course of the map. It's about securing those kills, as always. That'll be up to Pac with a pulse bomb that is, well, pretty unconvincing. That is the map. Ilios pretty one-sided as Genji looking much better. Start off with that sort of, Winston look there from Mag. They even get Kanale on the Ana. It looks pretty undeniable. Eventually, they've got to move in a hazard direction, and Mag seems to be comfortable there as well.
Yeah, I mean, that is the most comfortable that Genji has looked throughout the entire stage thus far. And I think, obviously, you'd like to keep that going. I think one of the positives is that you see Who Are You play the Tracer at a really high level. Now, if that's something that you try and target out, if your Frosttails head allows Who Are You to go to like play Genji or something along those lines, right? Something we know he's absolutely lights out on. But does it feel like, I mean, this is maybe like kind of a, putting a lot of weight on the person's shoulders, but does it feel like this team is basically, it goes as far as like Mag can go in a way? Yeah, like,
no, I don't think that's too much.
Like, it feels like that, when Mag is playing good and like well, and he has that tank advantage, they look like world beaters, right? It's just you need to get those games constantly.
What do you think? What should your ban strategy be against a team like Genji?
Well, so you just saw them play the hazard the entire time, right? If you get rid of
them first round.
Yeah. I mean, if you get rid of one of the two, so maybe you can make the argument to get rid of the hazard, and if you want to play the diva, right, which they get rid of in that first game, you feel like you have a little bit of advantage in the diva versus Winston head-to-head, right? We don't see that matchup happen until here at the start, where potentially you feel like that's a window of opportunity there for Frosttails. I think that's probably the direction I would go, to be honest. Like, I think get rid of the hazard, force like a Winston, or go complete opposite direction, pick a map like Circuit, right, and try and force them off of these comps completely. I do think, though, you haven't seen your team play your diva in like probably your one of your best, if not your best look here for Frosttails. So I think it's worth getting rid of that Winston, and then if you end up winning on the diva there, right, you have a clear path to victory playing some of these comps. Yeah,
we actually saw Frosttails ban the diva in the last match against Alcancia, right? I think that's a series where if Margin is really,
I mean, Ziad is crazy though, right? Like, it's not like,
and they took MVP that series. Ziad did that one really good. We all had one in fantasy team, we knew it. But that's the kind of series where like maybe Margin as a diva player does never get to shine, never gets to show up here. Runasapi though is not a map that is necessarily great for diva though, Matt.
Yes and no. I mean, we see teams play like Winston Hazard. We just saw like Hazard play here. We do see teams at times though try and go for more like a Risa Maga kind of like base, like rush style of comps here. So, but there's
Ramatra.
I
think ban Ramatra should be Genji's approach here. Take that
away. Why would they ban? Well, but let's say Frosttails probably, if you were scared of them banning Ramatra. You would get rid of like Hazard or Winston, right?
I think like for Gen G, like they have to come to terms with the idea that they're going to have to go against Orisa on a couple of occasions, like in this series. I think they just need to have an answer for that. That's probably the most important thing. I think Margin is a Ramatra player as well. So, you know, we often see Ramatra get banned on this map. He doesn't always get to come out. Teams try like Malga. What we don't really know is outside of like Ball, Hazard, Winston, where Mag like butters his bread in terms of some of those more brawl oriented tanks. I think so much of this conversation is about like what is his style, what is his color, what is his identity as a player.
Yeah,
we do know half of that story. I think the reality is that Mag might be, or at least might be working to be like a really flexible player. That was kind of why people were excited about him, you know, originally. We've seen Mag on like, God, I'm trying to think back, Doomfist. Played a lot of Doomfist randomly. Reinhardt, also another hero. Like two of these heroes that are just no good in this current era of Overwatch, outside of a couple niche cases on Runasapi, which is the current map. So
yeah,
there's room for it here. But like, what if we end up in an Orisa mirror? Like, are you still favoring Gen G to win that? Like, who would you get to play Genji? A combo with the Terra Surges?
Okay, so here's a really interesting wrinkle to this. The map is Runasapi, obviously selected by Frosttail. Frosttail deferred the first ban to Gen G.
So it's a really rare decision, and I'd love to know why they do that, because when you defer first ban, you deny yourself to have a protect ban. You can't protect ban for a certain hero. So that means if Frosttails are doing that, they are not trying to preserve a style, they are trying to target. They're trying to target Gen G. That is one of the only reasons why you defer that ban. So it's the fray that they go after, which I think is fair. Exodial's been a problem, but Exodial can roll the Cassidy, come out on the Sombra, come out on the Sojourn, pardon. So still a ton of great options for them. And Gen G just say, okay, well, forget about the Lucio for Gogo.
It is very bizarre. I mean, can you remember any of the series that we've casted if somebody's like deferred a ban?
It has happened once.
Yeah.
I think it's happened once this year I thought it happened once this stage. I could be wrong.
I swear it's happened this stage. I don't know if it's with us or it was another
last weekend
duo. Yeah.
I think.
Okay, so last weekend. Yeah. Thank you, Ash, for providing the stats there. But yeah, no, I mean that is definitely. I was like, yeah, it's definitely happened. It's just really bizarre, but
I mean, I'd have to ask a coach about it. Maybe we get to talk to Frosttails. I think if they manage to win this one, but yeah, that's me. Some question marks, but Exodial will come out on the Cassidy and just look pretty sick. I mean, okay, I like this from Keo. Looking to match that. Cassidy play for both sides, and it is an Orisa mirror. So I guess that was my question. Who are you, Genji, Mag, Orisa? Are you still favoring Gen G here?
I don't know. I mean, I think I would favor Gen G because of the Who Are You Genji. Like, I believe that much in the Who Are You Genji.
This might sound crazy.
Like, otherwise, I'm like, I don't know.
I generally think that I favor them because of the Exodial Cassidy. I think this guy's cracked on Cassidy. Big frontline damage. Margin having the armor almost knocked here. Who Are You hasn't had to do too much now. Here's a pressure javelin spin. Who Are You respects it. You gotta watch out there for the enemy Cassidy. Keo looks like he's got the hot hand himself. Deflect though, it exists for just those reasons, and Mag is the one that gets shoved down first in the front line. Frosttails with more sustain. It's the same backline though.
Yeah, just obviously able to live a little bit longer. You're able to kind of maybe it's with that Sombra in the mix, right? Being able to get some of the hacks, like take some of the abilities offline, like the virus taking damage. Pretty annoying to deal with. So that'll be Frosttails getting in control of the bot first. And dude, I mean, it's wild. You ban the Freya, right? Out of Exodial's hands, but like Exodial's Cassidy is pretty cracked, right? It's not like there's many great options you can force him onto for hit scan.
So confirmation, yeah. Last weekend, SSG gave Nightmare first ban on Suravasa. I think they're trying to bait them into banning Kellen's Winston. So it does happen. It's just less common, and there's usually very different reasons each time. Here's your boy though. Yep, going to work with the Peacekeeper. I think the first pick in that fight, though, quite crucial. Margin had nothing to do eventually. Deadeye at the ready. Keo, of course, with his... And How do you feel about the role of the Sombra here, Matt?
So, I mean, the Sombra is pretty effective here against, like, the Orisa, right? Constantly, the Orisa wants to play around the cooldowns, right? Cycle, spear spin, fortify, right? Like, if you can kind of, like, eliminate that cycle or put a wrench in it, right, where they don't expect it, that takes Orisa's survivability way down, right? So, I think that's the idea of playing that Sombra here.
Oh, okay.
Exodio gets stunned. Exodio gets stunned out of his Deadeye there.
Yep. Deflect kill for Who Are You there on Akio. That was wild stuff. Pack here, hit with a hindering grenade, eventually able to be brought down. Canal's able to turn tail. That's an important pickoff. Means now Mag does not have to worry about that level of disruption anymore. Terror Research, he's got Fortify available still. Go. That. You're gonna wish you had that one back, buddy. Tries to go for a rally again, but to win the fight. But Mag has the healing. At least Kio's returned to the fray. We might end up having a stalemate now as the bot will actually get pushed back towards neutral. But Genji are going to return with their blade. And honestly, with better support, ultimate economy.
Yeah, it's see now though. Like, where is Majin's just playing so passive, right? You would have figured, maybe because like, so here's the bad part is you play so passive that now you've allowed them to take this space and just you would have loved to have pushed the bot back to like a neutral and then force them.
And then they'll have a low ground disadvantage, right?
Right, an orbital array from there, and then have to take this fight here at the checkpoint. But you play so passive there, you allow them to just run around the corner with that orbital array, and that's going to give them checkpoint.
Yep, not another thing they can do about it. It's an awkward spot to be in. Like, you go forward, you potentially have a chance to touch and have an awkward fight. Or you play like that and only have one opportunity guaranteed. So Genji have a lead here. They have that butt scratch already. And no reason why they can't make further progress here. This blade doesn't really have a natural predator on the Frosttail side of things. No real answer. I guess Pack could be an issue. Kyo close to a Deadeye, but Exodia's already built that one up here. Oh, that's exactly what he wanted, Genji. Oh, the Terror Surge makes it all too easy. Everybody tied together a neat little bow. And Who Are You? Cuts the ribbon.
Dude, does that one fight end up losing them the game? Where they allow them to just orbital ray around the corner and just run it down? It feels like it's that big of a swing, right? Because you go from potentially taking that fight that you just would have saw what happened over checkpoint, right? And now, instead of that scenario, you're just running it down into the Frosttail's base. And remind you, this is a map that Frosttail's picked, but gave up first ban as the Who Are You Genji popping out the blade.
They're forced to cancel, I think, of that Deadeye, but Kyo has his wits about him here. He knows he's going to be able to get the Mega. Who Are You gets nothing for the blade in the end. So Deadeye does at least give Frosttails a way to stabilize. And Kyo does pretty well in that fight, all things considered. But you've let Genji get to triple-digit territory, Matt. That is a scary prospect indeed. Yeah,
because, like, you're kind of in a scenario where you would have been about even, right? Like, maybe, in theory, you give up checkpoint and maybe give up a little bit after, but you're not down, you're not being doubled up here at the moment. So feels like Frosttails, I know, maybe playing a little bit too passive here, where they were kind of in control to start. I mean, look at these shots from Kyo. There's no reason they should be passive.
Yeah, great support ultimates as well for Frosttails. And perhaps they want to ration them out and not like overextend. They might be gun shy after, I think, Gogo used that sort of rally in a 2 versus 2 and ended up getting punished for it. So it ends up being fine, right? Like they win that fight out. They kind of let Genji push into them. And now they're fighting for a checkpoint, which will be pretty tough at this rate for Genji to protect at all.
I think they're going to have to give it up. I mean, you're giving this up. Genji will come back. You'll have, potentially you have like Exodial on like a high ground with like a Deadeye. You have an orbital ray to here use. Like, there's no reason you should be, in a scenario where you give Frosttails a lead back.
I think we got a game. Oh, it's Odiel. Okay, stunned out of the Deadeye by a Javelin connection. He's pretty easy target hit, in fairness. Pack goes in with a blade. It's beautiful. Kiwi empowering him with that orbital ray. And Pack playing exactly where he needs to be. Wow, Genji sequence from him. Completely outdoing Who Are You.
and now Frosttail's in a position, right? You end up using both support ults there. Your blade, you're in a position to potentially end up taking the lead because Genji, you end up using that orbital array there, and you don't get anything. You're not able to get a stand here. As it looks like Kyo will push up, use this Deadeye, maybe trying to create some space. Ooh, almost actually takes out Who Are You.
Now, Genji are in trouble. Kiwi's a little bit low, though. Kyo's been taken down. Did Genji give up the lead in order to win this fight?
What?
Tough decision to make. No. They're able to put a stop to the Frosttails train, despite the loss of Zoki. I mean, Packet is a little scary on this Genji. I'm just going to put it out there. You do not want to leave that guy unattended, unrespected. There's still a slim lead for Genji now as we head all the way back cross country.
This is a wild one, man. So now, Genji, you probably get this fight like midway through the map, but take a look at some of the stats here early on. I'm looking at, Exodial and Kyo. Pretty comparable there. I know, obviously, Exodial with a little bit of a lead against Kyo in terms of the Cassidy play, but just trying to play him a little bit even. Oh, the jukes there from Zox.
Ah, my friend, power creep. But every time I see that happen to Cassidy, he's dying to some, to die to an Iliari or a Juno.
He is like left in the Stone Ages.
Oh man, yeah. All he has is he can brandish his stone tip spear.
Freya can fly and gets an ultimate every few minutes, and they're like, oh, and by the way, Cassidy can be slightly faster in his ultimate now.
Yeah, or he can have his bullets. He can have his ultimate refunded if he doesn't use it all. Oh, cool. All right, thanks for that. All right, not salty at all. Former Cassidy, reformed Cassidy main reporting in. Did I hear for Exodial? Yeah, gets all the cooldowns out of Margin. I think that's what's important here.
Yeah.
The kill, not so much, but Margin is now also used that Fortify, so he's got nothing to do. He can't even really take space effectively. Look how he's being ignored now that all of that gets forced out. Margin, the only way you can actually get attention is to run headlong at a single player on Genji. Good Deadeye, honestly.
Even with Hyor use Blade there, you see he actually makes a dash out onto Gogo. Gogo uses the dash of the Brig to just get away. But the space between the Brig and the Orisa, I mean, you never want that much distance, right? I mean, no way that the Brig can even heal Margin in that situation.
All right, here we come. Frosttails. Their advances on this map are usually heralded by Kyo Deadeyeing, actually. Having a good little sequence, but look at these little peaks. I like that from Exodial. Swing that corner. Kyo's down. These torpedoes from Zox have been pretty bloody good. Now, you don't have to aim them, so I'm not going to get too excited about it, but still. Terra Surge is going to claim him. Zox, unfortunately, had made use of their movement cooldowns, and there's Pack. So we're doing this, folks. We're going to head back
the other way.
We're headed back to mid-map here. Okay.
And what's wild about this, though, is that when these teams are kind of trading back and forth and going completely opposite directions, Frosttails now has a pretty big, a pretty nice advantage in terms of Ultimate Tier 2, right? Where they're going to come back here with Rally, Blade, opportunity where now it's Genji's response, right? Of does Genji give up a fight here? Do you end up holding on to this rally, give up a fight, and then play for endgame? Because well, now you're definitely going to, right? I know Imagine just kind of runs through, takes out Exodial and Canal.
I see the idea of going for Deadeye there, the damage mitigation. I think Mag probably should properly disengage here.
Yep.
I think he realizes it now as well. So we're going to end up in one last fight now for the map. Frosttails has given a bit of account of themselves here. I think Pax, Genji, Kyo on hit scan. Now moving over to the Sojo and Crucially for this last fight. Let's see how it plays out. Canal kept the rally. Was forced to keep it from that last engagement.
Yeah, they got to figure out how to get a pick here, though, right? Exodial will use the Deadeye here. It's going to put the members of Frosttails in a really difficult situation. You get Pack.
Also, all the cooldowns again from Margin, Matt. They don't have anything left, which means the Blade for who are you? Yeah, you can't contest this. Nicely done.
Yeah.
We used to get excited about zoning Deadeyes, make some space. Now it's all about the Deadeye that forces the cooldowns out of the Orisa. That's what really gets my blood pumping. And it really worked. Margin's well, I don't have any choice here. I have to spin, I have to fortify, I have to stay alive.
They needed to find a kill there before the rally came through, because if the rally came through and everybody was at full 5-on-5, you had nothing, right? You didn't have an overclock, right? You would just switch to the Soldier, you would just use your Blade, you would just use your own rally, not close to a Ray, so really their only chance was getting a really early pickoff.
So I posed the question coming into this map, how do you feel about the Orisa mirror between these two? And I kind of ask you to tell me why. You felt like it was who used Genji that gave them the edge here.
Yeah.
What do you feel like now, looking back over the map, that we ended up getting this mirror? Where's the deadlock breaker?
I mean, honestly, you may have ended up being the support usage, right? Where you just got a little bit more value for Gen G's towards the end of the game, right? You just kind of cycled them a bit better. I also just thought that like Gen G was the more aggressive team all throughout. I thought Frosttails played a little bit passive at times, where I think they could have actually upped the tempo and taken advantage of some of the things that Gen G was doing.
It looks like these two sort of won the same number of fights. Like they win 7 fights each across the map. So it's a really competitive Runasapi. And a game like this comes down to those really, really fine edges. We felt like there was a weird fight taken by Frosttails that gives up that early checkpoint, right? One where they are a little passive, a little bit uncertain. And then there's situations where like Gogo ends up spending that rally just beforehand, right? Just before that fight started. It sort of achieves a stalemate scenario there, but he goes down straight away after it, like trying to swing the 2 versus 2, which I completely get. It doesn't pay out the way they were looking for. Pax Genji was a bright spot for me, honestly.
Pretty good.
Really impressed. He strung some great little sequences together.
And is there any map you feel like that they could go to that would like turn the tides here, right? So we just see push selected. Could be potentially like do you try and do circuit, right? Maybe like throw them completely off their game. You have ban advantage if you want it. They did give it up. So we'll see if they decide to kind of hold on to it for this next map. But
the rub here is that like Mag has now added a reset to the cadre of heroes that he's played over the course of this series. So like your concern is like, is there some way we can pull him into like a Diva mirror or a Ramatra mirror? And I don't think that you have the maps that really can do this unless you target Winston here, but then like you're still fighting Hazard. It's just Hazard.
Yeah,
then
you're back in.
Hazard. Yeah.
It is also like a, if you, we assume they ban the Winston. If they don't ban the Winston here, I'm just generally confused about the Frosttails strategy, right? Because like Dorado is a really good Winston Diva map. It's actually trended probably more towards Diva than Winston recently, I would say, but still a very good Winston map potentially here, right? Good setup for like on a brig backline. Feels like this is like a good map for like what Gen G would want.
The reason why Winston's so good on Dorado is that he will give that platform for Tracer to join the dive with him, whereas Diva does not really have the ability to extend so far into a backline, and then when there, can't really set up a cone of safety for the other diver that wants to go in. Also, like Dancing Bubble is so important against Ana, right? Eventually your defense matrix just sort of runs out. This is why I've always had the feeling that, if all things being equal, the Winston comp would beat the Diva comp on this map.
There's no way you give up first ban here, right? Because then they could just protect like Winston or something.
No, there could have been something really specific about that last map, but it could also be they don't really know. They don't really know what to expect from Gen G, which I don't think is super unreasonable. Because if you think about this team's outing so far, like we didn't really know where to put these guys either.
So I guess if you're Frosttails, do you believe that like the reactive banning is probably the better approach? Like how like you're going to?
I don't understand that. Like
I don't really get it either. Maybe there's some coaches out there who could give some insight into why you would defer the ban. I would assume it's like you don't really, you're kind of like looking to see where they potentially, like if there's any lead of where they would want to take the game. So Frosttails does end up keeping their first ban. They do get rid of the Kiri here. So Kiri gone, and then Summer gone on the other side.
Okay, so it might be the Frosttails thinks that Gen G don't want to play Brig Ana, because the first map of this series, they're actually on Brig Kiri.
Yeah.
So it might just be that like Zox is... I don't really get it, because Crispy, I guess Crispy would come in to play the Brig in theory. And maybe they just know that that's not going to happen, or maybe this is just, with an extra level of understanding. So maybe you can do that, but it doesn't really stop, I think, Gen G from like playing a pretty strong dive style. Also, like the removal of the Sombra here from Gen G, that makes me wonder if they want to play Diva or Hazard. Maybe they just prefer to play Hazard than Winston in this shell.
Right. Hazard, it used to be like the Torb, I think, could bother the Hazard a bit, but now it is most certainly Sombra, at least here in EMEA early on, that has definitely bothered Hazard at times. But Frosttails, it's their time to shine here. They got to get one on the board. Gen G with an opportunity. I know you do want to say like right the wrongs of the first week, first 2 weeks, but this would feel pretty good.
You are trying to do that for sure.
You can't do it in one game. The Mag, are we gonna Mag Diva here?
No, it's not that. It's who are you? Thank you.
He's gonna swap. Yeah.
To be fair, who are you has been the El Presidente on a number of occasions. So
he has.
It's just not the time for it, really. So they do. Gen G do. This is probably number 3 on the list of what I expected from them. So definitely not up there. I really thought they just want to play the hazard, but they feel defensively. Okay, if this works for them, I'm starting to get a bit more excited about their prospects later on in stage 2, because Mag is just kind of doing it all, and it's just so rare to see in this game.
I mean, that's kind of what you envision or want from Mag, right? As a player, you kind of almost he gets DMAG. He's right there. So yeah. all right, look. Oh yeah, hey, that grenade, it could be tough. I think he hits it with the mag grenade at Cassidy and not able to get out. But look,
that's not called mag grenade for nothing.
I was about to say, I was like, ideally you want him like a player like Kellen, right? Who can do like a little bit of everything, play a little bit everything at a pretty high level. But that was a fast DMAC.
He's back though. He's back in Meg. We're going to play that game. Frosttails have the Ana Kiriko. The Ana Brig today. Trying to make their way into the market though can be difficult. There's just so much defensive zone for backlines here. Juno and Kale on the Brig. Yeah, so Crispy's absence for whatever reason today seems like it's limiting some of their options in the backline. But this is still a very acceptable, very reasonable style. Gogo and Kiwi just taking a little bit of poke damage. Who are you? This is about when you want your Tracer to go to work.
Exodial feels like it has a massive advantage here, though, right? I mean, the sight lines for Freya versus Cassidy here in this type of scenario feels like a little bit of a win here. That they're not playing the Freya on the other side of things. Is they are going right after Kyo. Canale gets in there, sword swinging. That will be 2.
The Frosttails gave Gen G not only enough time to plan their hold, but also their retirement. That was a huge amount of time. And Exodial, there was almost like a half-hearted attempt from Margin to try and dig Exodial out of that position. And that's why I feel Winston is quite strong against this comp, because you don't have to be half-hearted about it. You can be full committed and still have a reasonable expectation of success there. Nano is up for Kiwi though. Expect that to go in Margin's direction.
I definitely worry a little bit. Well, actually, it goes over towards Kyo. It looks like he was hit by a bola shot. So he's able to live, but that's it. So here's my worry for Frosttails, is that you end up using some of these ultimates, and you see they are using them now. Not to great effect. You're at already 1 minute and 30 on the clock. The chances of you getting some of these back is very low. And you're using them to fight over here in the courtyard.
Yeah, not where you want to be. I mean, Gen G are using both their support ultimates here, but they realize this is a great time to do it.
That was some good analysis. Not where you want to be there with the rally inside. Why would he not want to be there with the rally?
I mean, yeah, honestly, I was about to tell you, but then you cut me off.
Why
now I'm not going to tell you.
Not want to be in
now I'm not going to tell you. You cut me off.
What am I supposed to do? In this small room with rally with 30 HP.
Yep. But crucially, Gen G see an opportunity to sync their support ult charge back up with Frosttails, right? Because the attackers use both their support ults. They say, okay, I mean, we're not punished that badly for using ours here just to really guarantee a strong fight.
They use everything, Frosttails, to not really make any progress. Yeah, I mean, they don't even really have a chance. And look at this. I mean, they just, with no ultimate, just walk right through. That's actually a really nice bio, though, that connects on a Canale, and they're not able to keep him alive. So that's actually huge here for Kiwi.
So yeah, sometimes winning fights easy as that. Mag has to remech here. And we'll be able to. Margin holds that self-destruct for later. Kyo's having a lot more success after switching to the Freya off the Cassidy, who is appeared to be very exploitable. Gen G just allowed Frosttails here to get a checkpoint, and that's just random picks. Gen G just,
they had such an opportunity, right? Frosttails ends up using absolutely everything in their own little courtyard, and then they end up getting a full team like this Gen G, but then with nothing, Frosttails ends up just coming back, able to take it. I definitely think the swap to the Freya has definitely paid off. where a nice ball shot eat there from Martin. Pulse bomb there, connect. I do think, and that's actually that was actually the nano use on the go-go here. So no nano yet again here for Frosttails. They're gonna swap.
Yeah, Kiwi's off it.
It's just a really odd map thus far. I think though the Freya feels like a must pick here. Especially like if you're going to try and play Cassidy on offense, playing the Cassidy into the Freya here with just the sight lines, it felt like an impossible scenario for Keo.
It's masochistic. At least it seems that way. They had to get nano just to keep them alive with that bowler shot that came in beforehand. It looked really uncomfortable for Keo. Now, like Gen G have that natural high ground access that Margin has to make them fight for. But it's tough. It's tough to be convincing here on this Diva to try and sell it. Okay, Exodial. Get back up there. Pax Pulse eaten by Mag, though. That is a nice look. Okay, both Divas here having their fair share of ultimate negations. But I do think that playing into this part, that's why they switch off Cassidy, right, Matt? Like, makes perfect sense. But even with the Freya, that's really oppressive to have any chance of threatening Exodial's position. Like, what's Pax supposed to do?
It's tough. They're trying to threaten that high ground with Majin, Kiwi as well. But Gen G is just not budging off of that position. And then when Who Are You is just... Right, these players from Frosttails trying to go up, challenge that high ground. They don't really get anything. They get quite low, and then when they drop back down, that is when Who Are You starts going after them. Another bola shot eat here, but this is double support all layered on top of each other for Gen G. They use the orbital ray plus rally there to kind of battle down the staircase.
It's a big spend, and it could have gone ugly for them even still if that bowler shot had sort of connected. Exodial's developed one of their own now, and Gen G could definitely win fights like this even when they sort of spend their support ultimates. The bowler shot's very threatening to someone like Gogo in that backline. It's probably going to be aimed at the Brig, so might have to be like a preemptive rally from Gogo. But again, like getting good use out of it is weird if you can't fight on the, on even footing. And Kiwi just gets blown up at the start of the fight. You've got to spend a rally here. You've got no choice. He's already dangerous.
How is he alive?
I'll give credit to Mac, who got budget out of Mac. Oh, God, it doesn't get any worse for Frosttails. No, you're not coming back from that one. You are absolutely two-dimensional after that exchange. Brutal for Frosttails. And one of the weirdest Dorado maps so far that I've ever seen.
That is a bizarre Dorado, to say the least. But Gen G get a hold. Look, Frosttails, they had opportunities, right? They'll look back at this footage and just be like, what were we doing today? I mean, just kind of, fumbling the bag a little bit. I mean... There were opportunities where they had, big advantages in terms of ultimates, advantage in terms of positioning at times, but where it was just not able to turn into anything.
Yeah, look, I mean, the reason why they lose Gogo at the start of that fight, it doesn't show up on the kill feed, but it's just a really nice bowler shot that comes in there from Exodial. And it comes in before there's any opportunity for Kiwi to rally. And so, yeah, the rally comes out, but then like we just have a very odd sequence where the self-destruct gets used first by Mag and then second by Margin in a pretty close proximity, and the latter is not able to avoid the blast. So you can, it's pretty hard to replicate that. It's pretty hard to sort of see something again. The only way this map could get any weirder is if Gen G got full held here. I'm speaking that into existence.
That would just be the ultimate I mean, they would be like, nobody wants to win. It'd be like we're forcing somebody to win. But no, I think Gen G, this is a match where they definitely look like they're getting back in the swing of things, so to speak, with Exodial and Who Are You into the mix. Much more of a fan for Keo starting off the defense on the Freya versus the Cassidy. You already see some of these explosive shots come in from Exodial, taking players down to basically no HP.
The cross-map play from Exodial all across this series has been really impressive. I mean, if you get a pick of, oh my goodness, Keo's low. Now, imagine if Who Are You is actually, the cat amidst those pigeons there and can follow up. Like, it's absolutely curtains. Good stuff from Exodial, though. This is putting a lot of heal pressure down. It looks hard, and it is hard to hit those kind of shots, so don't be fooled. Oh, Kiwi! Yeah, I mean, Exodial, he just leans out a little bit too far out of the window to throw that bio in. And I'm pretty sure Exodial clipped him anyway. Would have been tough to escape that. Micro rockets are good, though, especially when you're up close, point blank. Margin able to deal with the Freya.
All right, so they get to the high ground. They deal with the Freya even after losing Kiwi at the start, where Kiwi makes the change already over to Juno. So started off on that Ana, seems like even in the last round, right, ended up switching over to the Juno. Once got picked off. No, a time or two, but Exodia with the bola shot, like you mentioned the last time, ended up getting some pretty nice value with that Freya ultimate. We'll see if they're able to connect with the big one here. Looks like some pressure from Who Are You here, onto Pack and Majin.
Bola shot now, that's Exodials. Go pretty low as a result. Pulse from Pack, good! Catches Canale of all people. Getting to the 2-minute mark now for Gen G. They are being forced to pay dearly for every inch they take. And now they might end up giving up the staging ground here entirely.
Hey, you spoke it into existence.
I did.
You spoke it into existence. Here we go. Pack starting to dominate here on the defense, where we'll get to the high ground yet again. That is where Frosttails has seen success, controlling this high ground on defense. Gen G gonna be working towards that orbital array. I think if you're Gen G, kind of realize like, hey, we still got a decent amount of time here. We can get this orbital array out. Maybe force double support ult from the opposite side. Could be in a pretty good spot.
Who needs healing? He gets it eventually. Looks like some pulsar torpedoes. They're trying to fight Pack a lot of the time. Their recall will be available about now. So that window to sort of, punish the Tracer is probably expired. There it is. Who Are You has the recall available. Uses it straight away. Looking at a pulse opportunity now. Kyo floating pretty close to the ground here. Okay, a stick attempt there on the Go-Go. Doesn't quite pay off, and here we go, folks. Gen G is struggling. Have they even had more than 3 eliminations? I'm not sure on this attack side. It's been rough. Kyo eventually is picked off, but you've got nothing to work with it. A Sakura on Mad could be very problematic.
This attack has been brutal here for Gen G. That was so both support ults used for either side here, right? So you kind of reset that across the board, but below a minute, the fuller hold is most certainly in play here for Frosttails.
Mag realizing that defense matrix only works if it's used before the pulse.
Yeah, just a hair too late there.
Kept the DM up though, just as a sign of I tried. Yeah. I respect that.
You're like, oh, I had it. I was right there, lagging, bro.
34 seconds left here. This little Dorado pick might have been the undoing of Gen G. Just as we were getting excited about them being able to play everything. This has been a very confusing map. 22 seconds left here. Bowler shot. Canale able to drop down by the looks of things. Shield up, so that's been taken off the table. Exodial has a bowler shot. Oh my goodness, okay. With some left clicks. Like to see that. More work to be done though. Margin getting a little bit low, but has a self-destruct remake opportunity. Exodial looking past him, surely. A bowler shot in the corner. Could be worth 2 in the bush. In a fight like this, Gogo is down. Here come Gen G, thundering forward. Kiwi taken out of the game. Looks like we're going to get more Dorado for the time being, folks. This Exodial. Make sure Kyo knows it's going to hurt.
Oh, they buckle at the end there, does Frosttails. It looked like they were putting together such a good defense, maybe even a scenario where they could end up winning the map, getting a full hold, but now they're in a very difficult position. You see that, box of victory on the screen, and because that fight happens in such a way that it's just like a full wipe, right? Look at the high ground control here for Gen G. They have it right off the rip.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a desperate touch here. Kiwi getting taken down. I mean, there's nothing Frosttails can do to protect their backline here. They have no choice. They've got to touch. It's so awkward. Bowler shots. Go very low. Kyo also could boast the same. Canale's able to bring down the fray, and now it's Pack trying to keep the card contested. Who Are You is on the hunt. Recall away from... Oh, he thought he was getting away for the self-destruct, as did I, as it turns out. But there it is. Mag has the remake, and that'll be that, folks. Dorado happened. The entire series occurred. There's no denying that. It's past that point where it's tough to make comment. Gen G end up taking a 3-0 win, and at times look like we're starting to trend towards an ironclad nature, an identity for this team. They show us the diva on that map. They don't want to play Hazard, they don't want to play Winston. Fine. They look pretty solid here, but their attack side falters on multiple occasions.
Yeah, it's difficult for the side of Frosttails with how close things got there on Dorado in that second round. But overall, Gen G, they finally mount their first win here for regular season. I think this is an important one, especially for them to even take it in a 3-0 fashion up against a team like Frosttails here, Matt, just to instill a little bit more of that confidence into a squad that has been struggling with some of these identity problems.
Yeah, this was a must win for Gen G, right? There was no option here for Gen G. This had to be a win And look, they showed some nice new stuff here up until that final map. I thought Exodial was tremendous on the Freya. We saw Mag play like Hazard or Risa. I know a little bit of Winston today, some Diva. I know a lot of different stuff here for Mag. So you look at some of the bright spots there for Gen G in map number 1 specifically. But as we went like further into this series, like Frosttails was in it. I mean, this Runasapi was crazy, right? It goes down to the wire. Almost a full hold from Frosttails on Dorado. So like Ash, I am like as confused as I was coming into this.
Yeah, none of my questions have been answered.
Yeah, well, after map 1, I felt like, all right, we're getting somewhere here. But then, like, as the series went on, I was like, where are we here? So I'd like to see Gen G beat like a top team. Like, I think Frosttails, pretty good team. I think they'll give games to some of these other teams in EMEA. It's just certain situations they got to clean up and kind of play a little bit better. But for Gen G, a much better showing, but I kind of want to see it against an Alcatia or a VP or somebody like that.
Oh, they got Peps next week, buddy. Don't worry.
There we go. 2-2.
Let's go. Okay. Well, we got math prediction for next week already set up on the docket there. But man, I think for Gen G as well, it's just questions of what are the adjustments do you think that they need to make here, Mitch, going forward?
I think that I'm not really sure I followed along with their like pick ban strategy over this series. I think for me, I don't know, I've got the notes here, I can check it. For me, it was like a little sort of confusing. Like they sort of really want to ban the Kiriko in that last map, I think. I don't know if they're trying to like make use of a hero pool issue there for like Zox, for example, but ends up just being like Juno Brig anyway. I'd love to know why, like, we're giving over first ban on a really important map like Runasapi, and then we just end up banning Freya anyway, which obviously we can do off the rip.
They could have just banned Freya first.
Yeah, I think there's definitely, it's not random, right? Obviously there's a reason for that. And I'm looking at margin and I'm wondering, okay, so like, what is your specialty? Because if that is there, I want to see Frosttails try and play more to that, because the rest of the team seem to be really good at what's meta right now. But like, what does margin do? And how do they become the best at that thing?
Definitely something to look forward to as far as something that Frosttails can work on going into week 3. But we actually have our player of the match on the line here for a little interview after this win here for Gen G. It'll be Zodiel. Congratulations on your first win and on Gen G's first win of the regular season. And I'm kind of curious, what was your team's reaction to, I guess, the second in OWCS history, but the first in EMEA of a situation where the other team deferred their first ban? How did you guys feel about that? What was the read into that decision that Frosttails made?
I mean, first of all, like, I'm so happy for winning like the first game with Gen G. It's been like a rough start, but we're actually getting used to it now. Like, we've only been a team for 2 weeks. So it's been a bit too hard, so like playing like this, but now we're like actually getting used to each other and everything. So I'm really excited for what comes next. Yeah, I mean, I'm just excited. I'm a bit nervous right now. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Okay.
I mean, obviously, it must be cool to like get brought up to a team like Gen G, right? Who has a great name. You get to play alongside Canale as well. A couple Spaniards on the team. It's got to feel pretty awesome. And I think maybe for you to prove yourself. But did you know on that Runasapi map that like Frosttails actually let you guys have the first ban? Were you aware of that, or did you just like let the coaches tell you what?
For me, no. Like, I was just like focusing myself on the main gameplay. Like for me, whenever I play like Overwatch game, I need to like really focus on my gameplay, because I feel like that's my high point, like actually like bringing us the best gameplay. So I just let the coach do their work, I trust fully in them, and yeah.
You got this crazy style with the Freya, Exodial, where you hit these ridiculous cross map shots. Like you are connecting these bolts at like crazy long range. Did you like practice a certain way to be able to do this with consistency? Because you are killing people like in their spawn on Ilios, man.
No practice at all, to be honest. It's just, I don't know how to say it. It was just a feeling, you know, when you feel the day, you just go for these shots and it just comes out. To be honest.
Awesome.
I was feeling really powerful today.
Yeah, you looked awesome today on the Freya, on the Cassidy. I gotta ask, a little bit of a rough start, like you talked about for Gen.G, and then obviously you guys are a new team kind of coming together. Where do you think you guys are at currently in terms of like your development as a team? Like, how much more do you feel like there is for you guys to grow? Like, what is the ceiling you think for the roster?
Yeah, I mean, I feel right now we're like under 10%. Like we've been having like some issues, I would say. Like we're like actually fixing our like core gameplay right now. So in the moment we actually like fix these things, we actually like have the potential to be like a really good team, you know. But yeah, it's been a tough start, as I said.
Hey, it's always a process adjusting to a new team, and there's a lot of growing pains that come with it, right? But again, congratulations on being today's player of the match and on your first win with Gen.G as well. Super excited for you. You also had great interview, by the way. Nothing to be nervous about whatsoever. It was lovely speaking with you. But do you want to give a chance to like plug any socials or streams where the fans can find you?
Shout out the fans.
I mean, not really. I don't do much stream, but it's just on Twitter, like Zodial W. I don't tweet much. I'm just a really not social guy, but yeah.
No worries at all. Well, thank you so much for the interview and good luck with your future matches.
Bye-bye.
So great to hear from Zodial. Great interview for like insight on what's going on in the behind the scenes for Gen.G, how the changes and the adaptations have been affecting this team here, Mitch.
We're learning as they are. I think they also, like, if you ask them what their identity was last week, they'd probably just shrug. I think they've got a ton of stuff to work on. Krusty is the kind of coach that can pull players together from really different like extremities and sort of cobble, like make them in. He's old school, I think, as far as an Overwatch coach is, which maybe explains why he sucks at ban the ban phase. But I genuinely think that like he's very, very good at getting the most out of his players. This guy's really good. So I am excited to see where the team can go, and I'm excited to see, because Mag is the core of this team. I think tanks are the cores of their teams right now, especially when they're being called to be so unreasonably flexible. So he's someone I think that can carry that torch in time.
Yeah, I don't think talent will be the issue with this team, Ash. I think it'll be just kind of the communication, the teamwork. Can they put together the strategies needed? Like the individual talent amongst the players, though, can definitely be players that are top of EMEA quality. It's just whether they can kind of get it together in time.
Yeah, taking that time to try and mesh more week for week, right? But it was really great, again, to hear from Zodial. I think that this win was really important. We saw just like how much confidence that instilled into him as a player, and then into the team as well. But such a great way to wrap up EMEA for this weekend here as well, guys. Thank you so much, Mitch and Matt, for joining me on the desk for EMEA. You guys will be right back after a quick break with some NA action.
Across the world, the strongest rose to the challenge.
Well, there's the overclock. 3 kills for Lambda.
They have fought for pride, for prestige,
A blade for Jay-Woo, and there's the kills that you were looking for.
and for a place on the world stage. Every match brings them closer to legacy or obscurity. Rivalries will reignite.
Zera connects with the stick. Zera does it again.
New stars will rise, and champions
Oh, Copper. He looks so good on this Winston right now.
will fall. This is the Overwatch Champions Series.
Welcome back, everybody. We just wrapped up EMEA, but we're back for OWCS NA. If you're just tuning in, I'm Ash, and I've got a refresh on my casters on deck. I've got Rose and Jack with me. Yesterday, we were talking about it on the EMEA stream, was a really quick day. And similar story, Rose, for NA as well.
Yes, but I'm back at my home setup in my kitchen.
Love it.
I'm so ready for another day of North American action. And we've got Jack back on the desk, and it's going to be a great time. Hopefully not as quick as what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, hoping for some closer matches heading into today, though. But before we get too excited about what's to come, let's have a chat about the drops, because as you guys know the gist of it. You guys can watch and earn while you stay tuned in with us on OWCS throughout to the Stage 2 regular season. We've got the regular season drops from May 8th to 28th, and then we've got those playoff drops from the May 29th over to June 15th as well. Or not playoff drops, sorry. They just switch over. But you know what, guys, I'm not that great with dates. I'm kind of like all turned around. I'm not gonna lie, but you guys,
She's
you
living in
guys
the
know.
future.
I am living in the future. I'm like just getting so excited for playoffs. I'm talking about playoff drops already. No, there's like more Overwatch drops to come. So lovely things. But let's take a look at the Stage 2 schedule here as well. As I was talking about all of these dates and whatnot, here is the truth that I can show you guys. Jack, walk us through it.
Oh yeah, regular season obviously happening right now, playoffs late June. But then, what I'm most excited for, the last chance qualifiers, extremely tense hype competition leading into the mid-season championship over the Esports World Cup. That's the end of July.
Super exciting things. Like, and talking about these live events here as well, Rose, you know, we closed out Stage 1, Crazy Raccoons, took the crown there in Hangzhou, and then now heading over to that mid-season championship and into World Finals. It feels like the turnaround for these live events is so quick, but very exciting.
Especially because at the Champions Clash, we had some pretty big upsets. That's right. I mean, a North America team actually sticking it to one of the Korean teams. It was even Crazy Raccoon that fell to the hands of Nightmare. I feel like that just, it gets me so pumped to see what's going to happen for the rest of the season, because we have 2 more live events. The crowd could go nuts. That could influence things. Who knows what's going to happen?
Hey, Raccoon just lost to T1 as well. I'm not saying Raccoon is
crazy
slipping
right now.
I'm not saying that Raccoon is slipping, but you know, you'd expect them to win against T1. But you know, T1's still looking pretty good. Everything feels up in the air at the moment. After that Nightmare versus Crazy Raccoon win, like, dude, everything's on the table.
It's up in the air.
It definitely is. What is not up in the air, though, is the fact that we are certain that you can grab your mid-season championship tickets right now. That's going to be happening at the end of July, and you guys can check out more information at the link below at bit.ly/OWCS_MSC to pick yours up today. And speaking of tickets, we also got to have a conversation about the fact that we're returning to Stockholm for DreamHack again here for the World Finals. Those tickets are also on sale. You guys can find more information about all the different kinds of packages and exclusive merch packages available now as well at bit.ly/DH Stockholm 2025. Lots of very exciting things. But overall, well, speaking of exciting things, I want to take a look at how this regular season has panned out so far. It's been an interesting ride, I feel like, across all the regions, like we were just talking about here, Jack. As expected, though, here for NA, with the exception of SSG.
Yeah, the only team right now that everybody's scratching their heads like, what's going on back there? However, they did play 2 of the top teams, which was Liquid and Nightmare. So you're like, okay, it may look bad right now. They're 0-2, you know, -4 in map diff, but in theory, their schedule gets easier, except for GK Esports, which will be, you know, a slugfest. So don't worry, Space Station fans. You're still in this. It's okay. Don't panic. They're in 7th, sure, but they're going to spring back. You expect them to come in with a win today against Dilduck, so they're going to get one on the board.
True.
Yes.
And I mean, think about it, right? We just saw that Gen G was able to get their first win of the stage. So it's possible for Space Station. Maybe it starts here, Ash.
We expect it to start here. If it doesn't start here, I think we have bigger issues at hand for
If it doesn't start here, it's done.
Like, we got to keep it a buck with you guys at home, right? But taking a look at this schedule, I think that, honestly, we're expecting some pretty big, like, upper hand versus underdog matchups, if I'll put it that way here, Rose, in NA today.
Yeah.
We can keep it honest. We can keep it honest, Rose.
Archer says the same. Yeah, I know.
I was just chilling. I was just ready for the game. So cute.
He's like,
Dude, you're
let's
so
get a
many
move
pets.
on.
It's kind of crazy. We should just do a pet cast where everybody has their pets
Right.
on the screen and then we're still talking. So it looks like
I have my dog and cat. I think Ash has some cats.
I do have
Jack
cats.
has a pair of fish.
I got a fish tank. There you go. I just
It's
put that on the
basically the
screen
same
and then
thing.
we're all good to go. And then there's the pets doing the casting. I'm down.
Would be super fun. But what else is going to be super fun is getting into our first matchup here with Supernova versus Nightmare. And when we're talking about these two teams, of course, Nightmare, they've had a strong start to their season. And for Supernova, this is one of the promo relegation teams that have come in. They had a really tough first matchup up against GK Esports, but we also saw like glimpses of brilliance. They had like a weird situation where we had like Astro and False kind of swapping in and out, trading tank versus like DPS. Talk me through what happened last week when it came down to that, Jack.
Yeah, it was a little funny. Ryan was actually in Korea, and I still believe he's in Korea, just chilling. So they had to sub in some like DPS, and it was a bit weird. And then Astro came in, False was on Genji. Like it looked better when Astro was on tank. But you're never expecting this roster to do like crazy things with a tank player on DPS. Although False did look decent, but now with a full lineup, no crazy substitutions, like they should be good. They should, in theory, right now, they should be at their strongest.
Yeah, should definitely hope to look for a little bit more comfort coming up against out from Supernova, but they're heading up against a Nightmare where I know that there were some expectations from this team. This is a strong roster when we're looking at the foundation of it here, Rose, but they also, I think, came out swinging last week, especially in that matchup up against SSG. A little bit underestimated in that head-to-head, and to be able to take that 3-1 was great signs for the squad.
Yeah, don't get confused. This is not the same Nightmare that we saw in the Champions Clash, but I do feel like they still come in with that same type of prestige that's behind the Nightmare organization. Painkiller showed up in such a big way on things like Ramatra. We even saw a little bit of Orisa and Diva, and I think just in general for Nightmare, we're really looking at this DPS duo, Rocket, Chronic. There's even Chopper that's sitting on the bench as well. Jack, I feel like this is a really well-rounded squad, and I think we should expect some good things, especially out of that back line too.
Yeah, Rocket's kind of freaky with it. No lie. Like, obviously, you always know he's a good tracer player. I'm looking at the tank slot, though. Rhino and Painkiller. We've seen EU just stray towards the Mauga over and over. And unless you're Mag, you only want to play Winston. And I think Painkiller's Mauga and how they looked last week, like, they look good. They look really good. I think continue running with this. They had success with it in the Mauga meta, and Painkiller looked clean with it on that. If you just run it down with this again, this team looks really clean. They found their own identity already.
Yeah, they're looking definitely great in the server. So when we're looking at Supernova, this is a squad that are hoping to maybe find their first win on the board. It's going to be an uphill battle for sure up against a Nightmare who are looking to cement their third win of the regular season, especially ahead of their matchup against Team Liquid next week. So let's just get straight into game. Jack Rose, take it away.
Yes, thank you very much. Ash, let's jump on in. Archer can join us, of course. Why wouldn't Archer join us? Does he bark much, Archer? Is he much? Does he yap?
You know, it's like he's really not a yappy dog. He's very excited about like chasing bunnies in the yard, and he does bark to like get attention, but he's pretty quiet.
Damn, you got the rabbits in the backyard too?
Yeah.
Damn, you just got the whole zoo.
I caught them early today. They were looking at my tomatoes. I have new tomato plants. The bunnies were sniffing, and I was like, Archer, get him.
Get him.
Get him.
Sick
So,
of-
get him.
Sick of boy.
Oh, there he goes.
Oh, he heard the bunnies and he's like, actually, my work is needed elsewhere. All right, let's get into this series though, Rose. Yeah, Supernova versus Nightmare. Nightmare have a pretty tough final game in week 6 against GK Esports. So ideally for Nightmare here, you build up a bank of wins, you move on forward. Team Liquid is also a really tough match, which is next week, like Ash was mentioning. So a Supernova victory here, put themselves at a 3-0. The confidence is going to be pretty high, and you set yourself up for a decent playoffs performance there as well. Busan is going to be the first map. Rose, and a hazard ban for Supernova, and Juno for Nightmare.
All right. Well, the Juno ban, we did see Renko play a lot of Juno in their first match of the season, Supernova, that is. So I feel like this Juno ban, it really is speaking to like, let's slow down things a little bit, not actually allow these teams to be able to play both Lucio and Juno together. And maybe that's going to help enable some of these more pick-oriented DPS. We've seen a lot of Freya come out from both of these teams so far. And then you also have the, well, I guess Tracer doesn't really fit, but yeah, Freya certainly on the cards here on Busan.
She'll get nerfed eventually. But honestly, at this point in time, I'm still loving Freya. I'm still loving Freya and Popo. It can be kind of annoying getting double tapped and ranked and stuff, but it is so fun to watch. The fights in the skies do look a bit funny, but she's a high skill hero that, yeah, I love to see added to the game. We'll see what Supernova want to run out with. Of course, Sam has not actually played it just yet for the squad. Of course, we had that mix up last week with Astro and False coming in playing DPS. So we'll see what Sam wants to rock with. Looks like a Sombra, at least for now, for Supernova, as Astro has gone dive with Winston against Painkiller's Diva.
So, Jack, I know you were out doing family things yesterday, but we've seen a pretty big resurgence of the Sombra now in the NA region. So I think Sam actually coming out on this hero, not only does it help to enable the dive and even just be able to kind of get access to the backline. Unfortunately, not going to work out to this first fight.
Instantly dies. Thanks, Rose.
Yeah, we're back. We're so back.
We're so back. Yep, Astro next to 4 there. Sam still coming to Painkiller. Although it's kind of nice to kind of hack Diva, manual hack Diva through a virus. Everybody jumps on her while she can't matrix. The hack isn't very long, and being discovered as the Sombra is just so easy with the spy checking capabilities of Diva. So might be a tough bet for Sam here on the Sombra. We'll see how long he wants to actually stick on the pick.
The EMPs for Sombra have charged up quite quickly, though, depending on the potency of the Sombra on the server. So if you can kind of win out this next fight, or even if you lose it, it's a possibility that Sam's going to have this EMP to engage into the next fight after. And a really great way to just kind of help initiate and execute a lot of these dives with Astro. But I think where Sombra really struggles is you need that time to actually set up the Sombra in the backline. And that's a time that Nightmare not actually provide with the backline that they have too. There's so much kiteability.
Well, there's Manu Hack I was talking about. Nice bubble too. That's Suzy from Renko. No, sure it can. I mean, Low Camino, sorry, sure it connects, but yeah, Painkiller's Meg's gone. Nice little combo there from Supernova. We'll see if they can follow this up with some more kills. In fact, they do. Good stick, though, from Rocket. Keeps it kind of even. Astro down. Space creation tools now lacking from Supernova. A rush on the point for Lucamino as well. Is going to get challenged by Renko. Chronic high in the sky, though. Locks down Sam with the bowler shot. And Painkiller comes back in just in time to save the day, killing Renko. And despite Supernova with an early first pick, they end up not even capping the point.
Oh, that's so disappointing, because now you're taking a look at Supernova close to the EMP. They had actually utilized the Kitsune Rush in that fight as well, just to answer Lucaminos. And I feel like Supernova just would have been off to a really great start of their capture progress on this point, knowing that Bola Shot and Primal Rage are also coming online for them. So unfortunately, they lose a pretty big tool to help close the gap, and now they're into last fight territory, Jack. Nightmare still have tools to use. Painkiller's gonna have another Diva Bomb, and it's gonna come down to these hacks for sure.
Breaks. Almost Ajax that. One being launched forward, then Lucio giving a bit of a breathe. Want to go down, and luckily for Grapes, the sound barrier did connect with everybody. Chronic falls, OT here. See if Nightmare continue to try and hold on to the point. Of course, Painkiller using their self-destruct might be ill-advised, but it buys them time for Chronic to actually come back in. They want to force Supernova to use ults. They've still got EMP, they've got the Bolus and the Primal Rage. If Nightmare can get a single ultimate out of them, they're in good stead. But with the Lucamino's death, they're going to be at a severe disadvantage with healing now. So Painkiller and the rest of Nightmare are going to reset without a single ultimate being used from Supernova.
Yeah, good disengage there, especially knowing that you had already lost the point control when you also just had another member fall. I think you needed to get out of there. But Rocket's kind of still pushing the issue. Pulse Bomb goes back in, and here's the rest of Nightmare to follow.
Well, EMP connects and it's a large one, although Painkiller runs over Sam regardless. Primal Rage is going to help to kind of bat people away from that rush used by Lucamino, but both support ultimates thrown in. Final fight really here for Nightmare. They just need to cap, and Astro just gets taken down. I mean, locking people up with the Primal Rage, they're motionless, you know, on the high ground. That's great, but everybody from Nightmare just so mobile. Hard for Astro to really get much stuff done. That will be the first round over to Nightmare.
I really like the idea of the Sombra, but I think even when we saw the Sombra getting utilized yesterday, you saw a lot of pain points with utilizing this hero. It's a little slow. You are also lacking the same type of damage that a Tracer is going to apply to the backline, and you still have this difference in terms of the tanks, the D.Va versus the Winston. I think the D.Va's defense matrix makes that fight fairly unreasonable for Supernova to take.
Yeah, like you mentioned before, right? The Sombra does take a while to kind of set up. Not permit invis anymore. More often than not, you're trying to like harass the front line, trying to get a manual hack on the D.Va, throw a virus like we saw. Bubble comes down, Painkiller loses mech. He still won that fight regardless though, so looks like Supernova are gonna forgo Sombra. Sam on the Genji, a very classic pick there.
Yeah, Sam in a couple like years ago for Overwatch was so good on this hero, and I think this is really where you can start to see a bit of a difference in terms of the damage output that Supernova can apply to Nightmare now. But it's going to be Orisa's. We are on a different stage of Mecha Base, and I think this is where you would want to see a lot of the sustainability that Orisa can provide. But ooh.
Yeesh, what a stomp. What a stomp. Orisa Gaming. Press W, spear somebody, and you die. Good stuff from Nightmare on the first kill.
But this is what we saw from Painkiller in last weekend. Painkiller really stood out because of how much Painkiller is really able to push the aggression into the opposition. And that's really where Nightmare found a lot of success, just making sure that they could actually win these frontline duels. Painkiller really not afraid to just kind of step up and duel with Astro and the rest of these small, squishy DPS.
Sam's been poked out already. He's got Grapes to help him, but fighting over the choke points, the battle of the century, both Orisas looking at each other and just left clicking. Oh, it is pure sin. Oh, Chronic's dead. Yep, there it is. No heal coming through there from Lucamino. So Chronic hit with the vault with 69 HP. That'll be a nice kill from Jutsu. Renko does end up trading though. Pulse Bomb from Rocky goes a little bit wide, but on this rush, it's going to be hard to deal with Rocky. He's going to have so many blinks. They recharge so fast. They're just chasing down Astro, but a good bolus from Jutsu. That's 2 kills to the Freya on the side of Supernova already this fight. But Nightmare, because they're losing these picks, like, kind of inconsistently, they're going to be able to keep themselves in this. Painkiller uses that Terror Surge on the point, buying his team a little bit more time. Suzu connects there with Lucamino's feet, so Jutsu doesn't get the kill on the Kiriko. Now a rush is going to try and net Supernova the victory in this fight. It looks like they're going to cap the point as well. Sam now chasing a couple of final kills. It was a rather expensive one from Supernova.
Yeah, they come back in. Renko died early, uses the Kitsune rush in the later parts of that fight to be able to win it out. And at the very least, Supernova are going to be able to hold on to the Terror Surge, and they have the Sound Barrier and Blade. It's not like they're too far down in terms of the ultimate economy, but they've got to turn around. Someone on Nightmare is capping the point.
It forces the attention. Oh, looks like it was Rocket. Rocket falls. So, yeah, Supernova down. Just need to hold on to this doorway. Should be pretty easy. Yeah, look at that. Chronic has to get out of there using that shield spin to his full advantage. Just hiding behind Painkiller. Now Sam can tell from the sidelines there. Wait for Rocket to come through again, who's trying to perma pressure this point road. See him.
You can, yeah. Is the underground terror. Rocket trying to go through and at least like turn the attention of Supernova. But as long as Sam is landing these shurikens, it should be a fight that he can win.
Breaks the sound barrier, not in time there to save Jutsu. Blade though for Sam, just chunking through the Lucio. He's pretty low himself and has put himself in a rather dangerous situation in the back line without a blade anymore. Left goes down to a Terror Surge, and here comes the late rush from Renko. Supernova just taking over these fights. Been tough for Nightmare to kind of get back into this. They've still got a Pulse Bomb from Rocket. Hit their recall pretty early, but still got 3 blinks remaining to his name. And Terror Surge does land, connects with Grapes. Painkiller with 2. Supernova eventually losing this point, 78%, so it's a fight and a half roughly for them if they do end up recapping.
Yeah, it's still going to be up against the clock, and especially at this ultimate disadvantage. Both Chronic and Rocket on Nightmare are going to have their ults ready to go, which is so much burst damage. Supernova still has the bullet shot, and Jutsu showed up a little bit more on mecha base than the round previous, so maybe this will help to even things up in terms of the damage output, but Supernova are taking their time. They really want to make sure that they've got the positioning right for this.
Whoa, Jutsu just got blown up. Just my word, that was a quicker kill than maybe he anticipated, and now they don't have that ultimate roast. His final fight for Nightmare. Painkiller is on the run. Use that Fortify to get out of there, but it's got Luke Mino with the heals and only 10% away from the rush 2 as oh no! That's so sad for Astro, man. He was trying to go on the underground. Let him like bullet. Back there from Nightmare. Oh, 2-0 to start the series.
We got one environmental kill today. Maybe we'll get some more depending on where we go next, but you don't really always expect that to happen to an Orisa. But that's what teams are getting really good at, is identifying when these Orisas are using their cooldowns, when they're vulnerable, and you could go in and get a Lucio boop off the edge.
Yeah, you ain't using that Fortify to walk from spawn, that's for sure. So yeah, unlucky. Lep doing a gold right there for the rest of the team. Yeah, Nightmare look good. Nice little 2-0. Although Chronic, at the end of the day, him and Jutsu, it's going to be a lot of like back and forth. They're just going to trade with each other constantly. Jutsu still look pretty clean with it. We'll see if Sam can find kind of space on the Genji, on the Sombra. Like, we'll see how he ends up doing for the rest of the series. So yeah, not the sharpest showing currently from the ex-Vancouver Titans player.
But I think we have to give some grace to this team. Supernova, they've only played one match so far in the season, and they're also now playing as the squad intended for this roster. We had some really weird roster swaps. So I want to wait and see. Control is one thing. I think Mecha Base definitely looked a little bit closer. The stats are very skewed towards Nightmare, but we still have more series to play out.
I was Shock, by the way, not Titans. I was thinking of someone else. Shock and front of the fight for Sam. But yeah, Nightmare look good. 12 deaths, 25. Like, we expect this though. Like, Nightmare, they need to find wins here. Like I said, end up 3-0 if you do win this series by the end of this week. You play Liquid next week, which is going to be a very, very tough game considering how Liquid have been playing. And then you have GK Esports, the very end, very last match of the stage, which in all honesty is pretty good. Like, if you have your tougher matches positioned towards the end of the stage, you can kind of warm up the roster, like warm up into it, and then prepare heavily for those series. Here's the map pool on your screen. Of course, it will be a Supernova pick. We already had a Hazard and Juno ban, Rose. Where do you think we're going to go from here? We've seen a lot of Circuit Royale recently. I would like to see a little bit more Gibraltar IMO, but maybe we don't get too much of that today, considering Painkiller's hero ball.
I think Supernova should really pick a map where Genji can be viable. Obviously, yes, we can see this on Busan, but I think if you wanted to lean into the strengths of your DPS, you're really looking at a map that's going to offer you verticality as well as a lot of flank points. And we're getting word that it looks like it's going to be Watchpoint Gibraltar. So
it is a Gibraltar.
Jack, you get your wish.
Yeah, I mean, Supernova picking that makes sense, right? I mean, I just said the opposite. Not great for Painkillers kind of hero pool. I mean, you can play Diva, but Orisa, Malga, not as doable on Watchpoint. So I'm pumped, actually. I love Watchpoint. I wonder what bans we're going to see here. If you were Supernova at this point, who do you kind of target on Nightmare side?
Do you actually Freya ban? Is this a world where you go for a Freya ban, or you ban a tank so that you can protect Astro's ability to play the Winston?
You could just ban Diva away.
Yeah, and then it would kind of do both of those things.
Yeah, I actually don't mind the Freya ban either, though. Cool. I Freya on this map, especially with the updraft, resetting as well with those perks. Like, she's really good. Like, really good on these verticality native maps. And when you get onto stage 2, like the spaceship, while the dev team have made like adjustments to the map, it's still really tough to get through. So anybody with like high mobility is going to be really well off. I would love to see some Widow though. I'm always a big fan of Watchpoint Widow ever since the Link's days. So I'm wondering what team is going to eventually pull that out. Of course, Hazard and Juno cannot be banned, and I'm looking at my screen. You guys cannot see, but I'm doing the ban leaking.
Spoilers.
First ban. No, I'm going to spoil it. Supernova banning Kiriko, and then Winston ban from Nightmare.
I am shocked. I'm not gonna lie to you. Allowing Nightmare to be able to ban out your Winston like that, do you really want to play like Orisa versus Orisa, or even Diva versus Hazard or something? We did see the Hazard ban come out from Supernova on the first map, so maybe that's a hero that'll come out now, but oh, is that a mistake?
I do like the Kiriko ban though. For Supernova, you get to play Ana now. You get to play a lot of Ana now.
Oh, I guess that's true. There are two sides to that dive coin, the tank and the supports.
Yeah. I'm always thinking about the supports, always. So you could have a little bit of Ana from Renko, and then just enable the dive, then just sit on high ground and just chill and vibe. It feels really good playing Ana on this map. You still have to be wary of the Widowmaker. Of course, Chronic, very, very good on Widow. So we'll see if they end up bringing that out. Ana, very susceptible. Like, ideally, as the Ana player, right, you want to hold blue box, then rotate to the high ground, just jump off it. But it looks like, oh, wow, okay. Lucamino is going to play Alari and then let on the Juno. I love Alari on this map as well. Island positions are pretty nice, like really defensive, and then damage you output Rose on the dive coming in.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Absolutely. I think that's really where we're starting to see more Alari pop up as a real meta hero in a lot of these compositions. Pylon is great to maintain this high ground access. You can go on an off angle with the Alari just to help increase the amount of damage on top of the Hazard as well as this Freya. So I like the composition from Nightmare so far. I think the Juno is really interesting too. We'll have to see where Nightmare decides to play from this defensive position.
Wrecking Ball from Astro. Yeah, there's Renko on the Ana. Imagine they wanted to kind of, for the moment, you ideally as the Ana and the Brig, right? You rotate top left and then start poking out. Or just do that if you're Graves. Don't end up hitting the little ledge. And then, yeah, Renko goes up here. And because there is no Widowmaker, you can just play a little bit more aggro. Even chunk out Chronic. That's going to be big value from the Ana. Just keeping Chronic in check. But good start from Lucamino. Snipes that in place.
Oh yeah, I mean that was just a connect from the Freya and a follow-up from Lucamino, and that's really where the strength of the Alari, that's a great example. So how does Supernova try to break through that? I think it's up to Astro to really push this Nightmare squad off of the high ground, or even roll underneath the car wash just so you can start to push the payload and maybe force Nightmare to come down to you. But very split up here as we see Astro going for the engage.
When the ball jumps in as well, like that outburst from Alari just disrupts the Wrecking Ball so much. You just get booped and bopped around, and then you also have the Hazard as well that can put the wall up. Astro's gonna have a little bit of a tough time finding isolation kills or just disrupting and building space.
This backline is relatively survivable. We were seeing a lot of Baptiste and Brig yesterday, and look at how difficult Astro's life is trying to actually dive onto this Juno Alari. You just get smushed. Like, the Wrecking Ball's supposed to be doing that.
Yeah, actually. Outburst, and then, you know, if he's targeted left just hit shift, right, you hit the glide. It's really hard to lock people down. And then the consistent healing from the pylon too is very frustrating. See if Renko can eventually earn a big nade. But Nano soon as well, Rose.
Yeah, and Anti can certainly help out with the Wrecking Ball going in, and those are some nice shots onto the back line. But Renko has a bigger job here, which is to apply the Nano so that we can actually see them go in.
Oh, Renko was like, I gotta heal the front line, man. I gotta do something. Just ends up peeking his little head out, and yeah, unfortunately, those explosive bolts from Chronic, if they don't connect, they hit a wall, and the explosive damage is enough to get the kill.
Man, not like this. Renko had it. Like, the Nano was there, but I understand wanting to hold on to the ultimates and then try to approach this next fight knowing that it's gonna have to be fairly all in. You only have a minute and a half left, so you've got the Nano, you've got everything else outside of the Blade as well. So maybe you just apply the Nano onto Astro or even Jutsu or Sam. Just like make sure that you can stay alive and go in and do something. Like, you gotta make the most of this time here.
Oh, the Sun. Oh, Lucamino. I think that was the Sunjax there. He was holding it in his hands and got sniped by Jutsu. Good neutral Genji play as well there from Sam, but It's not exactly a Nightmare making this easy. Painkiller and Rocket end up trading backlines as Sam is now in no man's land. He's got Astro for the backup, of course, but getting the Hazard off at this point. Hazard is such a sticky character. He can just survive for so long, and look at Rocket too. Just chasing Astro all the way back to spawn, and they're just going to retake control of this high ground road.
Oh my gosh, the healing pylon is still up.
Still
Like I don't think that I don't think it's been taken out yet. Maybe the mines will help here, and at least this is able to get Supernova some space on high ground.
Yeah, those mines did nothing. They did zero, pretty much. I guess they cleared Painkiller from height. But 20 seconds to go, Rose. There is a blade, but it will be a neutral one. And against Rocket with a pulse bomb. He gets the stick on the Sam. It'll be a Twitter clip, that's for sure. Lucamino goes down though to the blade, but Jisu is traded. Sam just desperately trying to hunt for Chronic. Hit the reflect there, but no actual damage comes through. 1 HP. Oh, didn't even land on the health pack. He jumped a little bit too high as Chronic takes him down, and now Painkiller can just set up shop on that payload and just refuse to die. He's still got a lot of spike guard left in him. Rocket, though, does end up getting traded, but now Painkiller can come back. Although he's still rather low HP, Leps there with the heals from afar. And Supernova, while they're just dragging this payload over the finish rows, it's going to be a tough one to actually complete. Although with Lucamino going down, maybe it'll be a little easier.
Oh, okay. Finally, a little bit of momentum here as it's going to be Painkiller next to follow. But this Juno is so annoying.
Yeah, get owned. Get owned. Well, I'm out strafing Sam there. He's just like, I give up. Did you know strafe is just on like the Wu-Ting? You hold the A or the D and then you just tap the other one. It's just so stupid.
I love it. I love the glide for that particular reason. Wow, look at Astro though. Already trying to just push the objective.
My guy is getting farmed, Rose.
Oh, no.
It's like, yeah, he's doing it. He's making a lot of space on the high ground. His health bar just evaporating. Yeah. All right, Renko and Grapes are dead. Good edge grab there from Painkiller. A lot of damage, but it's going to be a struggle yet again. They've got this Rally and the Ray, though, this time.
The Rally, the Ray. Astro actually might have another bag of mines to just kind of throw everywhere. You know, like Jax, like the. Do you ever play that? Like the.
Like not from the 40s. So no, I did not.
Okay, well, anyway, the old reference. I guess I'm just old. Yeah,
I think I'm older than you, actually. It's kind of crazy.
We'll debate it later. But I mean, 2 ultimates, like double supports for Supernova, but Nightmare have everything else. I just don't know if this Orbital Ray and Rally are going to be enough. And the longer that this fight extends, the less impact these ultimates from Supernova are going to have.
They use that Rally to get out of the choke point as well, Rose, and it's already net them anything. Chronic gets a kill on Jutsu, wasn't near the Rally. And Grapes is also going to fall over to Chronic. I mean, yeah, this is just Supernova's comp just not really working right now, in all honesty.
I don't know if it's the comp not working or if it's just Nightmare really playing well together as a team. It could be a little bit of column A and column B, but with 30 seconds left, like this Orbital Ray has got to count. There's gonna be a Blade, double DPS ultimates maybe up here for Supernova if the Orbital Ray can keep them alive long enough. But look at how far forward Painkiller is playing. Just wants to be able to get enough poke to get this downpour and maybe stop Supernova in their tracks before they even make it to the payload.
And he's just shooting at Sam. It's like, you just can't do any damage. Bro's got so much health, the healing is crazy. All right, mines end up getting placed on top of the spaceship, but Chronic comes up big again. And Lucamino goes to storm with the Captive Sun, and they don't actually end up touching. Yeah, I mean, everybody that was available from Supernova to touch was already dead, sadly. Well, they got 1 point on the board at least, and crazy things do happen on Watchpoint Gibraltar, but it feels like Nightmare just having pure control over this map.
Agreed. Agreed. The Hazard, just like excellent high ground control from Nightmare. I think the payload stopping where it was too just made it even more difficult for Supernova to get past that defensive hold. You've got two doors that you can walk through, and that's it. It's super predictable. And I think that's really where you saw the Freya sight lines matter. Wrecking Ball has to push through all of that and take an insane amount of damage before trying to turn around Nightmare 180. It's just I would call that mildly unfortunate.
Taking a peek at the stats as well. Look at that, 11-1 from Painkiller.
Wow.
Looks good. Looks really clean with it, honestly. Let's get a quick Nightmare listening. Lucamino on the Alari too, so I'm interested to see what they have cooking up. It's not Hog, surely.
Okay. Like this is a cart. This is a cart map. You can do that.
Just try and play like a team, bro. Just, if I'm pushing, you guys need to push. If you need help with something, let me know, guys. Okay, I can do what you guys want to do, but Hog, Laurie, Tracer.
I got a word for you. Yeah. They're on point.
Lower one.
Trying to stall point. Phase wall. I can slam point. Ready? 3.
Can you go Laurie? Just go.
Go Laurie.
Very left.
Laurie.
Turn around, cart.
Slam Laurie.
Straight up.
Okay, 20 point now. 10 point.
Yeah, going.
I'm blocking right.
I might jump first. No wall.
Are we giving? I think we're giving grapes.
String out.
Let him in, I'm behind them, let him in. When they walk up, I can go.
They're gonna really press
Pushing us.
Do no half. I'm killing Juno.
Look at no wall. Laurie
bottom of the tree.
How's the top? Or lower. I need heal. Trace on point.
Living.
Tracer behind.
Mind your Renko.
Yeah.
Turbine, no. We need to walk top left. They have it behind us. We need to walk top left.
Take a left.
Get in the room. Find the room. I'm on Laurie. Break controller. Laurie.
Go Laurie and
Yeah, I don't know what to do.
Rotate for free like that.
Oh man, yeah, that was a Supernova listening there. Sorry, not Nightmare 1. Yeah, that was a dejected, I don't know what to do. I mean, I'm sure everybody's been in that kind of situation where you're just gonna get and run over and there's not really much you feel like you can impact the game with. And wow, Nightmare Rose, look at that time bank, 4 minutes and 40 after first. I mean, they're rolling this one in.
Oh, with the captive son as well, who's gonna come in and touch? Astro's gonna try, but Lucamino's gonna be the one that plays body blocker. And look at how far back even Grapes is getting pushed.
My go. Lucamino, my go. Running to the spawn with the captive son again. Oh, Juzu said Grapes to fall, and yeah, this is all but over. Nice down. And unfortunately, Supernova on the receiving end of a Nightmare there. 2-0 in the series already. Supernova's comms. Yeah, that was a bit of stomping. Pure control that entire time. You heard a lot of in the comms there, Rose, like, okay, I'm slamming the Alari. We're going the Alari. She's discorded. Like, we want to get in there. Renko in the backline with Grapes running a very greedy comp in the Brig and the Zen. And it just didn't work. It is good with the ball, to be fair. It doesn't need too much healing. Discord, very, very helpful with the ball to secure kills. Rose just didn't end up working. They were a little bit too slow with it. And they just kept run over.
When Nightmare are playing as fast-paced as they are, that's really where this slow style of play doesn't work. And I think that's exactly what you're speaking to. Painkiller just constantly in the front. He's running at your supports. Poor Renko like dies to a wall there because Painkiller is just running into the back line. This was this was a
stomping, a flattening, unfortunately. Yeah, and then Jutsu was just getting.
Could have gone if like there was the Winston that was unbanned.
Yeah, it could have been a very different game. I mean, Astra on the Wrecking Ball, you are creating a lot of space, especially for someone like your Freya. You end up hitting a slam, might be an easy explosive bolt follow-up, and you just keep kind of spamming the people that are slammed, but the Alari is just so good at getting out of that slam. Same with Lep on Juno. It's that initial engagement is pretty easily negated by the people that you want to actually go for, which is the backliners. And yeah, unfortunately for Supernova, this might just be a 3-0. But for Nightmare on the other side, if you look at the positives for them, I mean, this is a great showing from them. They want to get a 3-0 here. They want to concentrate on the match next week against Team Liquid and want to be able to prepare for that with as much time as humanly possible. So getting this one done and dusted, it's going to feel really good.
It was a great point that you brought up earlier that they're really looking ahead to the rest of the season. If they're able to get those wins under their belt now, then imagine how much relief they must feel. They only need to get the top 6 in order to advance onto the playoffs. And ideally, these teams are getting more than that. They're able to place a little bit higher. Maybe they can actually, like, I pick their opponent, or I don't know what's at stake now for getting like 1st or 2nd seed, but a lot. And I think those teams would love to have that breathing room heading into the 2nd phase of competition later.
Yeah, we'll jump to a quick break. I'm sure Renko, though, is still smiling, and you can probably hear it through the comms. Hopefully they can find at least a map against Nightmare, but we'll be right back after this. right, Street Fighter collab looking pretty fine. Rose is going crazy, being like, oh, they can collab with these people. Oh, they can go with these. Oh my god.
The creative ideas are there. I'm in my kitchen. Like it's like
literally
the environment.
She be cooking up some sick collabs. We'll see what Supernova have cooking up though. Hopefully it's a secret recipe to success in this series. Tracer banned. So Rocket, unfortunately, you are forced to play something else. Nightmare end up banning Sigma away from Supernova.
It was time. It was time to ban the Tracer. Rocket was so annoying in those first 2 maps. And so I kind of wonder, are we slowing things down now? Like, I've had enough of this. Get it out of here.
Well, I mean, Nightmare are going to force them to speed things up, per se, but they're going to take a slow hero off the table in Sigma. So Supernova, even if they wanted to slow things down completely, they can't play that anymore. However, maybe they lean back into a little bit of Orisa, a little bit of Malga. Although, obviously, we know Painkiller wouldn't mind that at all. Looks like False on the Diva. So, not slow, going fast still full confidence in it. Of course, Astro subbing out this time. False, extremely good Diva player. Being, he was the ex-Vancouver Titans player. Long time ago.
Yeah, it's so... I'm getting, like, emotional flashbacks to some of these players from the last couple of years of the Overwatch League. So now see them in a new arena. I'm pumped if this is going to be the difference for Supernova to be able to get this map on the board. With this Diva, we also still see this Genji Freya and this very survivable backline of this Brick Juno. Juno with a little bit of speed. You're able to round this corner quite quickly now as Nightmare take the first approach.
Yeah, pretty decent space creation, of course, for Painkiller, but that is the kill that you're happy with if you're Supernova. Of course, Left is so vulnerable. Good on Sam, honestly. Taking 2 kills for Supernova, and it looks like Nightmare are going to be sent packing. I wonder how long Rocket is going to stay on this Mei. Really nice for holding down these choke points, of course, but tough against this comp. The Wolves aren't really going to do anything too crazy. It was just a punch. I know you got excited about the Doomfist, but it was a punch from the back of the spawn to the front of the spawn.
But it was at least a switch.
Jake could be like, yes, they're doing spawn techs.
Come on. I mean,
it is right.
The spawn tech of the Roadhog earlier, my jaw dropped to the floor. And then I realized it's always just for the first hook. But what if, you know? No, it's just Ramatra.
One day we'll get a hog meta and everybody will hate it. And I will be the #1 hater of it.
I'm gonna be feasting.
Nightmare, though, Rose, just kind of capping the point. They do be capping the point, though. Yeah. They just kind of walk to the point, and they capped. I think Supernova didn't want to even attempt to go for a retouch there. You see False kind of inching into the back line, trying to get a kill, but all right. And that's with that late kill as well onto False. This is Nightmare setting up very well. Setting up with around the high ground is going to be so nice.
Oh my goodness. I thought that Rocket was going to chase that kill, get it, and then that's just a stagger there for the Supernova re-defense. Sam comes back out on the Pharah as False also makes a swap over to the Ramatra. I love the Pharah being able to play from long range, especially if you're going to play this Mei, and there's a lot of spam damage that can be applied during this blizzard.
Yeesh. False was probably hoping he stayed Diva for that exact moment in time. Rocket with the solo blizzard onto the Ram. I like the Pharah, but getting out of this doorway is going to be tough. Pharah, you do want to be like kind of off-angling, like poking people down, help Freya set up the kills, Rose, but getting out of choke point like this, yeah, it's not it.
It's so tough too when you know that Chronic has that bola shot. You cannot overextend, otherwise you're just going to lose your body before you go in to contest the point.
Ouch. Double orbital ray. And Supernova collapsing right now into a giant black hole, sadly. Nightmare just running over them. As though you saw Sam kind of skirt off onto the veranda in the left-hand side, right? And then Grapes double-packed Sam. And then as soon as Nightmare saw that, they inted on the Pharah. And then the Pharah can go anywhere. There's nowhere to fly because you're in the small building, and it kind of fell apart. 5 minutes on the clock. Final push here for Nightmare.
A little bit of an unfortunate, I think, like Greek mythology Icarus moment. It's just tough when the skybox is also so low on this third point. and you just cannot take the same type of space when you know that there's gonna be a Freya marking your every turn. And now you have to deal with this Blizzard and Rally. Like, I don't know where you go if you're...
Run! You gotta run is where you gotta go. Graves is running around this little newspaper stand. Painkiller does get him in the end. And Annihilation doing a whole lot of work for Nightmare there, and the payload is still going. False trapped on the sidelines, does have an Annihilation of his own, but doesn't want to pop it. Want to make Nightmare commit to some more things, but now Rocket's pick looks even better on the mate. Very good at dealing with the Ram and has Blizzard.
The Blizzard, there isn't a whole lot else that Nightmare can throw at this, but if you're able to just oh, okay, never mind.
That was a really nice Vortex there. He caught 2 people from Nightmare, and Vortex sets up the Freya and the Pharah perfect.
I think Nightmare with only the Blizzard, we're also hoping that they could take an eco push, get something out of Supernova. They have 3 ultimates right now, 4 if you count the orbital ray that Renko is building up to. So Nightmare right now, like they just kind of want to be on the other end of things. But Jack, I think they might need to have a team meeting about the Alari from Lucamino.
No, it's good.
Yeah, it's like, no, I'm saying like Supernova, they're gonna have like negative flashbacks to Gibraltar from this.
Oh yeah, I was like, nah, I thought you were like, nah, the Alari's not together. No.
Oh, it's good
Just
here.
Just wait. Lucamino's gonna pop off. Hang on a second. There's the Blizzard. Now Lucamino can't miss. Oh, he's dead. My bad. Chronic too. Sam not able to use the Blizzard, but shouldn't matter. That's Annihilation. This should clean the fight up pretty easily, and maybe even a DMAC on Painkiller. Looks like they kind of gave up with fighting in. And a very aggressive orbital rate from Lep. That Annihilation not a factor anymore as Rocket freezing the Ram. Probably the most BM perk they've added, honestly, over the last couple of months. That every tank player just kind of shaking their heads. Oh, that barrage. I don't think a single missile came out of Pharah then. Rocket ice blocked Sam into the room, and then Painkiller every single rocket. Okay, Sam's on Genji now. All good. It was only for the swap.
Yeah, I mean, just unleash the barrage anyway, but this is going from bad to worse. Chronic still has a Bola shot too. At least there's the orbital ray for Supernova to bolster up this defense.
That was close.
Ooh. Oh, Diva Bomb here. Painkiller must... Do you think he gets switching?
Probably. Yeah, you probably don't want to just use self-destruct just like that. 2 meters to go though. Nightmare almost landed the cap. Probably going what? Oh, sticking on the Diva. Okay, yeah, I'm not sure about that self-destruct.
Yeah.
25.
Maybe like a panic self-destruct. Like, oh, what if there are people here? And then you're like, oops, wait a minute. I got a little lost in the sauce. Nightmare still have this Bola shot though, and with a second DPS ult too, and a minute and a half, this is still quite a bit of time to work with.
If you can aim and get Grapes with that, you might force beat. See if Grapes and is peeking his little head out. He's on the point right now. Does end up getting headshot there by the Alari. Lucamino now earning Captive Sun from that shot. Renko pretty low. There's the beat. Hits the payload. Renko didn't get it, so Renko has to play safe. Though he's going to recharge pretty quickly and actually is a factor in this fight. In a mere matter of seconds, and now the Captive Sun's going to force everybody back. A couple of seconds left from Lucamino. Doesn't end up connecting, no, sadly. But False succumbs to the Bola shot from Chronic. Had it for a long time there, Rose, but it was worth it. And Grapes also falls. Painkiller demegged and killed, but with 50 seconds to go, Nightmare have a good position to actually finish this map. This Bola shot coming through from Jutsu doesn't end up connecting with anybody with a spawn advantage. A little bit too much. False goes back. Annihilation in hand. It's going to take a miracle now, you'd imagine, for Nightmare to actually finish. This ticking damage, the Annihilation. It's too much for the healers to sustain through.
Yeah, but they threw the orbital ray into that. It feels like an overcommit. Unless Nightmare were really that confident, and Painkiller is still getting eliminations. Sam now down, gives a bit of a player difference. Lep comes back on the Lucio, but now I think this push is over. I don't know, Jack, maybe a little bit of overconfidence coming through here from Nightmare, having invested the sound barrier and the... Yeah.
Very good. Yeah, the sound barrier a little bit...
Or the orbital ray, sorry.
The orbital ray, yeah. From Renko, not many tools left. One headshot here from Jutsu will be good. Someone still has to touch, remember. 3 seconds to go. We'll see if someone can get there. Painkiller gets the touch. Very low, though. Captive Sun launched in from Lucamino. A good D-suit and an instant kill from Jutsu. Picks off the Baby Diva with ease and finishes out with a second kill on Lucamino. Good stuff there from Supernova. Honestly, you take that considering how the last couple of maps went. A defensive hold on that 3rd point.
Sheesh. You wanted to see some Widowmaker.
Oh, yeah.
That was a great little highlight clip right there.
Nice 2-hit. I saw it. You saw him line up the kill on the Cactus Sun. Very hard to hit
like
on the Alari, but it would have looked clean if he Sun-jacks to the Alari. So have a look at the stats on your screen. Pretty similar across the board. Pretty even first round. I just want to look at Chronic here versus Jutsu. 10-4 versus 12-3. A little bit extra damage on Chronic side of things, but Jutsu having a slightly higher impact.
Yeah, Jutsu had a lot of kill conversions, but I still think overall, like the matchup looks pretty close. Like there was a world there where Nightmare just overwhelmed with ults, and then Supernova, even with the spawns at their back, just don't have the respawns in time to actually stop Nightmare from capturing all 3 points. So I think this is good. Supernova put a win condition on the board.
Dorado with Farah here again, potentially. Looks like Sam's hovering the Genji now. G2 quickly switching, getting the first shot in, but it's decent on the first point. Rocket, of course, back on the Mei, having his Tracer being banned. Ooh, Sam on Sojourn. Looks like they're going to go back, though. Hang on a second. We'll see what the swatches, swaps. Okay, so TP to the Mega Health Pack room to avoid Rocket.
Love it.
Going to be the plan here. Sam 1 HP. See, Nightmare, they're kind of reading this pretty easily, right? You got the Sim. They know this is going to happen. Good little wall there. Now, Sam is trapped. Though False does manage to make it as well. Now they're going to try and set up a death room with the little turrets.
Yeah, some tiny Overwatch happening on our screen right now. But now that the turret's being set up there, how do you actually get into the room without taking some amount of damage? And Jutsu also trying to go for the flank while everything else is happening in that small room. There's a lot of chaos on the point.
Oh, yeah, folks, you see, they were trying to use Jutsu, not as a bait, but like, okay, half of them are looking at Jutsu, or at least 2 of them. Let's try and make a push onto the point. And as long as our Sim stays on the point as well, a lot of damage going towards the Orisa. Could be an easy win, but False falls so quickly, and Jutsu not being able to pick up a kill. Even the Terror Surge coming through from Painkiller, goddamn. And in the coffin, or Spear in the coffin. Good Orisa respect.
There are so many moments where Painkiller was so low, just Supernova not able to capitalize and turn it into an elimination. And the Terror Surge there is crazy. I guess maybe not a better spot to be able to use it, because how often are you going to be in Orisa in a small room with like 2 squishy support heroes? Kind of gifted to you on a silver platter. And the fact that Nightmare still has double DPS ult and this Captive Sun, I feel like they're still in good ult economy.
Captive Sun's going to be pretty decent, especially against the Sim. Oh, yes, Sam. Trying to light up there. Power of the Sun. Double DCBS ult, just still in the bag for Nightmare. Captive Sun, the only thing used, and Renko used the Ray early Rose to try and get through choke.
Not quite the type of proactive play that's been working so far. Now you have the rally. I mean, the photon barrier is going to be quite nice, maybe even to deal with something like the bola shot from Chronic, but you still have this orbital ray to help Nightmare push past that photon barrier and actually take the team fight to Supernova. Minute and a half left. Jacket's not looking super easy here for Supernova to break this.
I've got a wall from Sam, so a good tool to separate themselves on the point and have Nightmare trying to force themselves through the wall. Although with the Blizzard, it's going to be pretty tough regardless. The bola shot straight to the backline. It did end up connecting. You see the hit markers coming through. There is a Blizzard on the point, but no freezes, but it is Painkiller alone right now. Use that Terror Surge to its full effect, though, keeping him alive in this fight. Annihilation might be good for 1. I mean, okay, 0.5 there with the turret kill, the pylon kill, but Painkiller eventually goes down. 50 seconds, knowing 2 people on the point for Supernova. Nightmare have got a chance to retouch this. Captive Sun available in just a moment.
It's just going to be the double supports as Lucamino and Lep poise themselves to be able to help support whoever on Nightmare is able to come back in as reinforcements. They're thinking about it, but like,
Good vortex.
what a touch! He doesn't get there.
Yeah, nice boop, and then you saw the little turrets there just slowing them down. Good stuff from Supernova. Kept that first point.
Now with the stagger onto left 2, maybe this is a bit of an advantage Supernova can take. Sam's gonna go back to spawn, switch over to the Genji, and false over to the D.Va. So we've got a little bit of a faster pace that could be set here by Supernova. Now, no ultimates quite yet, as we kind of see Nightmare poised on this high ground. Ready with the captive stun from Lucamino. We've also got Rocket now on this Pharah just to help get some spam damage long range.
Sam is so low. Capture Sun eaten by False. Or he pays for it with his mech. Oh, nice connection onto Lucamino. That bolus hit him in midair, but didn't end up doing anything. Classic, like, neutral bolus.
Yeah, no follow-up damage. Just not enough in general right now. But Supernova really hoping that you would just get something. So getting the Captive Sun out feels great. False also just really nice reflexes to be able to eat that, so it wasn't something that was going to stop the fight in its tracks. But now you've got another issue. Orbital Ray versus Bolo Shot from Chronic. Now you've got like 2 other ultimates to deal with on Nightmare 2. So Renko's got to get a lot out of this Orbital Ray, and I've been oftentimes using it too early to actually get value. But that's
Rocket
great.
always too high in the sky. Yeah, that's a fantastic pick from Renko. This spam comp from Nightmare is just annoying to deal with when you run through the chokes. They're all split up right now. Look at Nightmare's positioning. Yeah, Chronic is just way out of there. Left 2. And now Painkiller just spinning on his lonesome on the point. Sad story for Painkiller. Yeah, he's dead. There's no way. But only a minute to go. And where the payload is currently situated, Rose, it's an easy replay here from Nightmare.
Yeah, and they get to come back in with those TPS ultimates they held on to, and maybe even Ray advantage. Painkiller used the Terror Surge, thinks better of sticking on that hero, goes over to the D.Va, and Lucamino gonna help just short out that backline with this Brig. Brig also just nice to be able to get those packs over to Rocket while he gets ready to let this barrage loose. And an early sound barrier here from Grapes. They want to get this second point, and they know they've got to get it now.
They want kills. No Matrix from False. The play from Sam might be good enough to do it, though, even though the Ray was deployed. A whip shot does send him reeling, but it's a little bit too much, I think, on the payload right now for Supernova. Yeah, Sam's just going to get a couple of resets. Nice triple from the Genji. By the skin of their teeth, they managed to do it. Early sound barrier there, Rose, from Graves, but it ended up paying off. They end up just surging forward, and then Sam sits on the payload with that blade and end up cleaning up the stragglers from Nightmare who were trying to touch.
I love that Supernova, even though maybe some of those aggressive uses of support ultimates haven't worked out in the past, they're still sticking to their guns. Oh, Sam gets away.
Good wall.
Whew. Don't worry. But yeah, like it does work out for them that time around. And with the Orbital Ray the fight before, and now with that sound barrier, we're gonna see Graves switch over to to the Brig now. So at least you're gonna be able to get these close quarter fights against this Mei. Wow, really fast swaps coming through just to be able to counter this Mei pick.
Man, yeah, Rocket hitting another tank with a freeze to the face. Very annoying for False. Can't really fight into that at all. Another attempted wall there to try and block Sam. Double bash into the front line as they use the rally. Supernova want none of this fight whatsoever. Yeah, they're just going to respect the rally push and actually going to respond with a ray. Pulsar torpedoes hits. That's a lot of damage from Renko. And they've even got the ring too, so they can just speed on forward. Catch Lucamino kind of slip in there on the sidelines. This could be a big win here for Supernova if they keep this pace up, and Painkiller going down kind of late here is going to be disastrous. Can he get the remake though? Hiding around the corner. He does! What a wall from Rocket. A Blizzard still in his hand too. He ends up throwing it down on the payload, knowing False can't get the Eaters. He's trying desperately to demech Painkiller, but Rocket ends up going down regardless. Another big Pulsar torpedo connection from Renko as they round this final core with the 15 seconds to go. And remember, it's pretty much a cap required here. Can Nightmare actually hold out? Rocket's going to come through on the bench to try and dig his way to the payload in order to stay in there, but Sam with the blade is going to slash open the door, and lock it shut behind them. Rocket down, and there is an OT push from Supernova. Going to win this fight and win the map out as well, keeping themselves alive in the series.
Wow, Supernova, what a turnaround on this map. Midtown really looked so much more comfortable, especially after they were able to get themselves past that first point. Jack, this was like a whole new team realized.
Yeah, that felt really good. Renko hit some big pulsar torpedoes at the very end. Everybody was kind of scattering, and Sam had honestly some decent blades. This is looking good. Okay, bit of a confidence builder for Supernova on what was a little bit of a wonky start on this first point with the sim strat. Painkiller a lot of the time is he's just living for eternity. And against these Ram comps as well, it just, look at the work Painkiller's doing to the Ram, like actually in the neutral, just kind of rolling it. Yeah, good looks from Supernova. See if this can continue as the bans are now going to be in favor of Nightmare going on to third map. It's a kind of classic like 2-1 scenario where it's like, okay, the underdog team wins the map, but now you have to fight the team that was favored to win on their map choice, plus they get the ban first. Yeah, we'll see how it ends up going down. Very close affair though, a little dog fight.
Wow, these stats are so much closer, and I think that is indicative of how much closer in general we really saw Supernova and Nightmare match up on this map. They passed the eye test now, Jack, and the numbers back it up. I'm hopeful that maybe this is the look that Supernova can lean into. Not that Astro was doing a particularly bad job, but I think with False in the lineup, you've already given yourself more flexibility, being able to play the Orisa or the Ram into the Orisa or the Diva versus Diva, where Painkiller is really always been so comfortable on those off tanks.
Where does Nightmare go then? In that case, can't obviously go to Gibraltar, can't go to Midtown, so an escort and a hybrid are off. It feels like a Suravasa Rose, but what do you think?
I think it has to be Suravasa. I feel like all teams looking at Flashpoint, they always pick Suravasa, or they do pick, well, because like people don't want to pick New Junk City, but
yeah,
I forget that we also have Push in the mix. So...
Yeah. Runasapi is going to be the map.
Well, there you go.
For Nightmare. So they end up selecting that. So where'd you go with the bans then? They get to ban first. Do you kind of target ban the tank at this point?
I guess it depends on what you think. If you want to target ban a tank, then you know that you're going to be limiting the options of what you could see. So it might be the easiest thing where, hey, we ban out the Ramatra, so then you are really forced to only play Orisa or Diva. And that's a little bit easier to have to manage strategically to counterpick versus, well, I see now you're Ramatra, so I'm gonna go Diva. And oh, but you're Diva now, so like, I'm gonna go Orisa or something. Like, we saw a lot of rock, paper, scissors in that last Midtown map.
A lot of it does turn into hero roulette at the end of the day. But yeah, just waiting on the bans currently. Nightmare selecting first. Because we've seen a hazard ban already on Supernova's side. I can't imagine. I was thinking this, like maybe you just banned the Alari, but Alari's not great here. Lucamina's had some decent performances there. I think it's an underrated pick on these like hybrid-y kind of maps where you can kind of play kind of slow. I think Runasapi's not that. Push is very much more fight. So we'll see where Nightmare want to ban.
Wonder if, well, because I think we already saw a Juno ban too. I was gonna say maybe you try to ban a Juno or a Lucio, but is there a world where you ban a Brig?
Okay. Yeah, I don't hate
Brig
it.
Orisa was very strong.
Yeah, I don't hate it. And you can then go like, you can then honestly go Renko could then, well, if you're on the Zen, Graves can't play.
I don't think you want to play Zen or Ana on this map. Since you can only ban one of Juno Lucio, I don't think you want to play that and get run over.
Zen's so good at long range. Oh, Nightmare go for the Diva ban. Okay, so there's no substitutions either worth pointing out. So there's not going to be a Diva for False. And now we are seeing a Lucio ban from Supernova. So,
but conversely, there's no Diva for Painkiller either. And so that is where the ban confuses me even more so. I don't necessarily think it's to take it out of... Well, it is to take it out of False's hero pool, but then aren't you sort of hindering yourself too? Is Painkiller now stuck playing the Orisa, or do you play Hazard?
I don't think mine's that though. Hazard as well, yeah. I think Hazard's so good on this map. I will see how they want to pivot, but I think Painkiller's happy being able to play like a Mauga matchup, a Ram, like an Orisa, like any kind of these tanky, like space holding tanks, like it's extremely good at. So I think the D.Va ban is pretty well placed, because, and then on the flip side of things, with Supernova banning the Lucio, it's like, okay, so maybe we do pivot to double flex, but I think Nightmare are too fussed about that. Like, whatever. If you want to not play Lucio, now you can play Alari if you're Lucamino. Like, seriously, there's no like fast comp that you can get run over by, and it's gonna be.
I feel like Juno still kind of counts, no?
Yeah, with the speed ring for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Get the speed ring. There's also still flanks you have to worry about, and if there's no Genji ban, you have to assume that there's going to be a Genji. There could be a Tracer playing some type of a mobile, very a selfless support hero like Zenyatta. Surely that just gets picked off by a flanker. I hate to break it to you, Jack. I just don't think we're gonna see Zenyatta as much as I would love to.
Yeah, I don't think so. It's just Zen's pretty cool and he floats and stuff, but very
Zen
vulnerable.
Cool.
Yeah, Tracer,
So
Echo, Freya, like he's a little squishy. All right, Nightmare, Painkiller on Orisa, Lucamino left, double flex, Juno Kiri for Nightmare, and then it is going to be a Grapes of Brig backline with Renko.
Cool. All right. I love how much variety we're seeing between these two teams. Wow, the Ramatra running back to Sombra here. I think Renko's done a great job on this Juno, especially on Midtown. Even though we saw some sort of risky engagements with the Orbital Ray, I do feel like there's still a lot of potential here, and Renko's shown up on this hero. This first engagement, though, the fact that you have a Suzu available on the side of Lucamino with the Kiriko, I do think that makes the matchup a little bit harder here for Supernova.
Damn, that was a very quick pick and a very quick swap there from Sam. No, Sombra. Straight to Genji. Yeah, Sombra into that comp is just, you're just going to get hounded down by that Tracer, and then Lucamino and Lev, they can all survive on their own. It's not like you're doing any meaningful damage on the Sombra, so Genji, a better look here for Sam.
I'm like waiting, I'm like holding my breath for the first Freya kill.
Yeah, I mean, False almost went down. Jeez. If you just shoot tank, like it can't just be so easy to run over the front line. You're just triple hitting the tank over and over again with the explosive bolts. Like, good luck. You pop Nemesis form, you can't do anything. You have to hold shift, hold right click, walk back. Like, it's hard, really tough. And you can see how much stress right now False is under. Even the backline too, to be fair. My word.
Oh my goodness.
They haven't managed to do anything.
Rush and Bola shot? Nightmare just pushed, and that's a free cap, Jack. That's a forward spawns here, and still 2 more ults in the tank for Nightmare.
Yeah, Supernova not done much. I'll tell you that right now. Lucamino requesting a TP. They used the Orbital Ray. Lucamino is 1, but ends up getting healed up. Pulse bomb, I heard the connection. Oh, it is Grapes that goes down. Photo shot from downtown as Rocket is trying to just own the backline himself. A very tough affair now without Lucamino, but led with the Orbital Ray should be able to win this fight if they find themselves in a bit of a dire straits. But, I mean, with Sam dead, dude, what can you really say? Nightmare just pounding right now. Just straight up.
The worst part about all of this, though, is that Supernova haven't lost as a full team. It's 1 dies, but they're all still alive to fight it out. And then 15 seconds later, somebody else dies. And it's not until this point that I feel like we got a full reset from Supernova. And Nightmare still have ult. Like, they held on to Ray. They held on to Terra Surge. And now Rocket's in your backline. Like, poor Supernova. I feel like Graves is going to be pressured to use this rally quite early. And then what do you have?
Feel the blade, but Sam's already half HP. A very aggressive bash there from Graves into the backline as Sam cleans up 2 with the blade. Anime blade in the heart of the sky with the left dead. Okay. This is what we want to see. They burn Nightmare's Ray. They do use a blade and a rally, of course, of their own, but 105 meters to 0. Now, this is where it gets tough, dicey, difficult. Like, one of the above. You picked. It's 6.5 minutes.
It's
a lot of time, but
Thesaurus real quick. Yeah, back to the the Avril theorem. over 100-meter difference. It is very tough, but not impossible. And we've seen teams come back from this particular situation before. But now it really is like false, like needing to use this annihilation and actually getting value.
Oh my, I mean, surely bro is dead. Oh, Rocket. Okay. That's a 2K with a pulse.
Never mind.
All right, fight's done. How many meters? 1.06. Oh no, some more. Wait.
1.24.
Let's go.
Can't forget that 10th.
I mean, look, that's why they ban out Rockets. Tracer on Midtown. He's just so good with it. Best hero by far, and just such an asset to Nightmare. And whenever Tracer is always going to be meta in some regard. Like, it's very rare that we do see Tracer, especially when it's not like a Reaper May, like Reaper Sim or like Sim May kind of like meta. You're always going to see Tracer, and Rocket is just going to be right at home.
True. I love how much development we've been able to watch from Rocket too. Like Rocket and Chopper, they were sort of the up-and-coming DPS duo out of North America. And while Chopper is not playing in the roster right now, Rocket's really showing us the years of experience that he's put under his belt as a collegiate player, and now just being able to play in NA OWCS. We're looking at quite a well-strengthened Nightmare roster.
It's getting picked apart, honestly. A bit of wet bread in a duck pond. It's Nightmare with Terror Surge. They're gonna have Pulse. They're gonna have this Bola Shot as well. Supernova, what are they gonna have to do here, Rose? They're probably gonna have to just burn Ray, right?
I think so. I think you just have to use Ray. And Renko's been using it quite early. Oh, it's Susie being gone, though. I mean, that's a great thing for Sam to be able to pressure out of Nightmare early. And now I think this is where you try to go in with the Ray when you see Painkiller step up.
They're going to go in with it. I mean, Painkiller's already ran away. Everybody's still afflicted by the Ray, of course, as they do dive around the corner and kill the Orisa. But you have to burn these big ults, and Nightmare are happy with that. They push, they get an ult out. They push, they get an ult out. They bank up theirs, they push, they fight mid, get an ult. Like, I hate to break it to you, Rose, 124 to 1.24. There's a couple of decimal places missing on Supernova's scoreline, and there's 4 minutes to go, and then Nightmare are going to refight with 4.
Hopium with living the Terror Surge and then going in with Blade and Rally and...
Yeah, I mean, they might not even need anything else. I mean, Bolus is like a Pulse in a way. Pulse bombs and Tracers you just want to toss out, like you want to just keep farming them. Even if you like can't guarantee a kill, like getting damage, follow up, like ult is kind of the same thing. So they use 2 ults. They still have Raid, they still have a Pulse, they have Rush, like, and now Supernova need to invest more here to try and win this fight, to try and stabilize.
They do have 4 ults though. So there is actually gas left in the tank for them to be able to throw at this problem. But Lucameno, oh my god, if he uses the Russian, I cannot believe how far back Supernova gets pushed to spawn.
Yeah, Rush on the point. Lucameno dead to the Ravenous Vortex. And Rocket, yeah, still just harassing Renko right now. That frown being turned upside down. Or the other way around, sorry. That smile being turned upside down. As Renko's just pushed all the way back to spawn over and over again.
It's so tough because if Renko's around a corner, you're not locking on with pulsar torpedoes. You're not engaging with the fight. You can't send out the
Oh, what a fall. He did another double kill from Rocket, man.
Suzu.
Did Grapes bash into Jutsu, I wonder? Rocket with a 3K. Yeah, he does it again. Bro, looking like Zera out here with the multi-man pulse bombs.
Yeah.
My word.
Oh, can you wait? I can't wait. I cannot wait for that
Rocket
matchup.
versus Zera.
Oh.
Yeah, it should be super
Cinema.
fun, actually. Let's have a look at the replay. So look at the bow.
Wait.
Rough.
No, we missed
Rico's
it.
Rocket in the fight.
Yeah.
2 minutes, Rose. It's a little over. Oh, there's the bolus. There's the Ray. Annihilation's going to come in, but oh, he's trapped on the stairs. He climbed the stairs in the end. Surely dies here. Eventually falls, but they just trade 2 for 1. That is the little TP as False's Annihilation running out in just a moment, and Painkiller just sort of bopping him around on the Orisa. Remember, they don't need to win this fight at all. Nightmare happy with the lead that they have already.
It's another rotation of win a team fight, get out and ult. You already called out the pattern, and we're just seeing another piece of it. Supernova, this is their last chance, really. They gotta win this team fight and then some. But with the orbital ray, I gotta make the most
Juice is
of
already
it.
dead. Where's your damage now? Oh, the orbital ray's gone. Satellite dispatched from the atmosphere. Sam's dead. Pulse bomb connects. Rocket kills Grapes again with the stick. Didn't get a double kill that time. Renko not pushing towards Grapes to gift Rocket a third one. There's a minute to go and resetting this forward spawn just over and over again. So tough.
Yeah, I don't think it's
It
gonna
would
be
take
full completion, but
a fumble of all time to lose this map.
well, we've seen.
I hate to break it to you, chat.
No.
Yeah, Renko's
Rocket
dead.
is spawn camping them.
There's a joke there. Rocket going into space or something like that. Going supernova. I don't know. You guys can finish the rest. Pulse is dead. Grapes. Yeah, it's all over. Nightmare are gonna 3-1 this map. 3-1 the series, sorry, after they complete this map. They've just left the bot, bro. Someone put them out their misery, please. Thank you, Rocket. All right, there it is. Supernova, who looks rather good on Midtown with a nice defense on third, and then even getting the cap over Nightmare. They're just plucked from thin air here as that Terror Surge grabs Sam in for the final kill as Nightmare complete the series 3-1.
Wow, another win for Nightmare after picking up a whole new set of players to play under the organization banner. They are really living up to the namesake, and a 3-0 start to the season really puts them into a great position to move forward into the playoffs. So excited for Nightmare. I think this is a really good confidence builder as well for this team of players, and feels good to be 3-0 so early, that's for sure.
It definitely does. But what's difficult is on the other side of things, I think, for the likes of Supernova as well, is we did see those glimmers of brilliance from them. There were moments where it did seem a little bit closer, and the fact that they were even able to take Midtown as well is huge for this team up against a Nightmare that has looked like such a threat there, Jack.
Yeah, I mean, that was Supernova's big map win, right? They lost 3-0 last series that they played, so they got one on the board, one under their belt. You were coming into this as the underdog. Nightmare were expected to win. You can't ban out Choppers, Rockets, Tracer for too long. I'm sorry. You can do it on one map, but you can't do it on the rest. And the one the map they did ban it out, they won. So, you know, you're feeling pretty good about that ban phase at the very least. But yeah, this is Supernova going down. Nightmare just continue their streak. This is a really good look for them. They're, what, 9-2 now or something with 3-0? Like going into next week against Team Liquid. It's going to be a banger. And now they can just sit down and prepare.
Yeah, that's the exact kind of like momentum that we want to see coming out from the likes of Nightmare. And I know that on Midtown, the big thing was the defense just being so strong there for Supernova. And for the likes of Nightmare on that particular map, Rose, what do you think was maybe something that they struggled with? Because we expected this to maybe even be like a 3-0, not to take anything away from that map win from Supernova, but
I think part of it is that they had the Tracer banned out from them. Rocket was not able to pick the Tracer in this map. And then I think it left a lot of questions of how are we going to plug the holes of this ship? We saw that with the Mei, the Pharah, a couple of some, you know, more interesting hero picks that we don't get a chance to see super often. But I think that really opened the door for Supernova to play on their home territory with something like the Ramatra. The Diva looked incredible from False as well. And then unfortunately we saw their strengths get banned out on this map and Rocket return to form with these pulse bombs on the Tracer.
yeah, looking so good. Rocket's been such like a bright spot for a Nightmare, being such a great like flex DPS. But even when you look at this Nightmare squad as well, Jack, feels like at any moment every single one of these players is able to step up to the plate. It's definitely not a team where you look at just like one player who is kind of doing like all of the carrying or anything like that. They mesh extremely well together.
Yeah, 100%, and they still got Rhino on the bench as well. Like, you can submit if you want to play like something like a Winston if you really need. I love the backline too, being able to double flex. I think it's so important in this meta and like metas going forward. Like double flex, not having the hard Lucio player, like it does feel really good. I mean, playing the Juno while Lucamino can just flex on something else like the Kiri or the Alari. Like, yeah, this backline's very strong, and the team overall just a very, very solid team. It doesn't quite feel like old like Nightmare from like last stage, but it's still got the same level of aura. Like I think Rose said it actually at the very top of the game as well.
The aura.
Yeah, that Nightmare aura. We absolutely love it, but we do have Painkiller on the line. You're talking about how strong that back line is. Everything starts with the front line when it comes to Overwatch. Painkiller, congratulations on your win up against Supernova. You guys had a great series, and I think something that I want to talk about as well is now that this series is over, you guys are starting off 3-0 in the regular season, and this is a strong start that we want to see coming up from you guys, especially knowing that Team Liquid is going to be your next match coming up in week 3. How are you guys doing anything different, do you think, preparing for that one? Just kind of sticking to the due process that you guys have been working with? Because yeah, TL, they're a scary team to face up against, and you guys have been quite the dark horse in competition.
I think the last few scrims we've had, we've been trying to rough out like some of our teamwork issues, because I think our team is like on paper really strong mechanic players, and I think the thing is, if we can mesh everything together and make everything work, like we saw versus SSG, we beat them. If we can just fix any of our like internal issues between our team and make our teamwork really strong, we could beat other teams as well, like Liquid or GK.
Is there anybody on Team Liquid that you're most scared of in that series?
I would have to say Tree and RuPaul. I think Tree, like, although we do have Chronic, and Chronic is really crazy at Freya, I think Tree just has insane mechanics on Freya, and I feel like I take the most damage on tank for when I play versus Tree on Freya. But RuPaul is also just an insane player, insane game sense, and I think he's really scary on match day because he will just lead his team.
I feel like with the confidence that I hear about you being able to take a Team Liquid or a GK when Nightmare is really at their strongest, I think some of the credit that we're seeing for the strength of your team is also, you know, you're very well supported by Lep, Lucamino. How has it really been playing with them? I know you've already had some competitive experience, so like merging the rosters together, was it easy to kind of find that tempo with your backline?
So we've been scrimming with Luke for like 2 months now, but we fell into like roster mania when Zero left for Team Liquid, so we just started scrimming with Rocket like when the season started. So seeing as we were able to do this well, just starting to scrim with Rocket, and I think it's a pretty big accomplishment, and we're going pretty good right now. I do really enjoy playing with Luke, because sometimes, especially when he's just on Kiri, he's just a demon. Like, he's just gonna go get kills. He's gonna have so much damage compared to everyone else. And with Lep on Juno and Luke on Kiri, I feel like it's such a strong suit for us.
I mean, it's just great signs to see like how well Rocket is like meshing in with the team with the short amount of time you guys had together starting up into stage 2. But congratulations again on this win today and starting this season up 3-0 here, Painkiller. I just want to give you a chance also like plug any socials or streams where the fans can find you.
I've been trying to stream a lot more on Twitch lately, Painkiller_W, so you'll probably find me there from time to time.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for the interview, and good luck on your match next week.
Thank you guys for having me.
Amazing. I love that he's just talking about Rocket too, because Rocket's going to be our player of the match. And it's no surprise, Rose. Rocket is just such a great flex DPS. And to hear like how short of amount of time he's had with his team as well, and how well he's performing and slotting in at the beginning of this season is great to see.
Waters, with these Tracer players, I think Jack actually said it best. Tracer's always going to be meta. Tracer's one of those heroes and the type of player that you can rely upon to just be a solo operating agent. And so as long as the Tracer's putting in that DPS, is still being able to coordinate the team while also landing sticks like that, I think Tracer could fit in anywhere.
Yeah, it's crazy. It seems like they're just on another level right now, those Tracer players. But we got to see what another Tracer player is going to actually be able to do in the next series that we have coming up. That'll be Sugar Free on SSG versus Dildux on the other side of this break.
your service. Been a while since I had so much company. The hunt begins. Nothing personal, kid. As the bounties keep coming, I'll keep collecting. You got in my way. Outlaw country, huh? Enough bounties out here for a girl to retire on. Come on! I'm notorious for a reason. I never get tired of this.
I'm no scared of nothing.
I'll get quite the payout for you. You wanted the best, and you got it?
Welcome back, everybody, to OWCS NA. Again, I'm Ash, your host. I'm joined here by Rose and Jack. But before we get into the next matchup, let's take a look at our standings here for NA. We just wrapped up first match of the day. That was Nightmare taking it at 3-1 up against Supernova. But overall, Rose, again, I think that it's been an interesting start to the season with some dark horses, such as this Nightmare squad having such a strong start.
But the season isn't over. I'm holding out hope that things can shake up here. Remember that it's round robin, and we could really see some of these teams at the bottom bring it back. A couple of these teams haven't had a whole lot of time together just yet, so maybe once they start to get some oil in the works, they'll really be grooving and we can see some shakeups.
Looking forward to that for sure. But before we even get into the next matchup, we have a lovely guest joining us on the desk here as well. We're going to be bringing Dante on to help us chat a little bit through like SSG versus Dildux. Okay, there we go. We fixed that. We fixed that. Hi, Dante. How are you doing? How's it going?
Hi, I'm good. How are you guys?
Pretty good.
We miss you, Dante.
How
have you been?
Yeah, I've been pretty well. I'm excited to see this next game. It'll be a good one. I see the Hunter streaming, so maybe I'll watch through his stream. It'll be interesting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Should definitely be fun. I think, I guess the conversation here between SSG and Dildux, Dante, is the expectation is for SSG to take this, but I think I want to walk it back even to their match that they had last week up against Nightmare, where they ended up losing that 1-3. SSG really just haven't had the start to the season that we expect out from this team. Granted, two strong teams that they started off facing up against, but that Suravasa match where SSG started up and then ended up getting reverse sweep by Nightmare to have Nightmare take the series. I want to know from your perspective as a player, what do you do in those situations? Because it does feel like they kind of got like mentally boomed heading into Runasapi.
Yeah, so it always feels bad when you lose a map that you should have won, but you just gotta move forward. Don't talk about the past, just move forward towards the future and try to like reassure each other that it's okay. Like, you know, all it takes is like 2 big mistakes and you can lose a map like that. So, you know, it could be personal mistakes, it could be team play mistakes. All it takes is a few, and then good teams will capitalize on it. So just look past it and go towards the future. That's definitely all you got to do.
Obviously, Freya's like perma-pick right now, and I did want to know who's been doming you most in ranked right now on Freya. Like, who do you think is the best Freya currently in NA?
Oh, I think Tree. I think Tree is insane at Freya. He just doesn't miss, and he has like really good movement. That guy's insane.
As a tank player, Dante, how do you like deal with the pressure that a Freya is even putting down on you? What do you feel like are your go-tos to try to counter that hero when you play?
Okay, so luckily for tank, it doesn't feel that bad. If you're playing like Ram, you can just block when you get shot, and then the stickies don't do as much damage. Arissa feels pretty good to play against her because you can hit the spears when she's mid-air and stuff. So for tank, it's not too bad, but I pray for my teammates because one-hit heroes they're fun to play against. I'm sure my teammates are having a blast. So.
Yeah,
but you can play Doom now. You could be you're one-hitting people. I've been
if you just punch him.
Oh, okay. I forgot about Doom. I will not play Doom against Freya. That character, it'll like she's flying around, pausing, and I'm like, how do you aim
you
at
just
that?
Get dominated.
It's so impossible. Yeah. But just pick the right tanks. Okay, that's my advice.
Great advice going forward. But as we head into this SSG versus Dilducks matchup, we also have a fun game that we actually want to play with you, Dante. We're playing the emoji game this time around. If you guys aren't familiar with it, we've played this on OWCS before, and we're gonna have player name. I guess 3 emojis are gonna correlate to player names on either the SSG or the Dilducks roster. So let's bring up the first one. I'm going to take you guys through this. You, Dante, are going to be working with Jack and Rose on this. So this one should be pretty easy. Number 1, super easy, guys. Come on.
Yeah, it's Razor.
Oh, Razor the player. Okay,
Razor Blade. Yeah, right.
Yeah. We're getting there. The cogs are turning.
That was the easiest one of the time.
It was a freebie for the first one, so we can like warm up into this. Now let's bring up number 2.
I don't like the way you said it's going to be.
Oh, Seeker. Right?
Wait. Oh, okay. Rose is just the GOAT, apparently. Okay. That makes sense. I was like, is there like a detective player? Like,
yeah,
bro,
like Detective Seeker.
We got Sherlock back in the mix or what?
You really went the detective route, huh? Okay, let's bring up number 3. Let's give Dante an opportunity to cook.
Dude, you guys are too fast. Instantly, I was like, okay.
No cheating.
Oh, hold on, I need to think
Why
about all
are you
players.
face Jack?
I know what. Okay. What is in those trees?
Sugar free.
Yeah,
Easy.
yeah. I was like,
easy clap.
hell yeah.
Okay, let's bring up the 4th one.
This one's gonna be demon time. You already know.
We're doing 6 total, guys.
Okay.
So this is the 3rd.
Sheesh.
Yes. You guys are flying.
Hey, putting in the
through it. What
work,
do you
big
mean?
guy. Come on.
You're
Technically could be like 14.
The baby angel emoji gets me every single time. It looks.
What
Wait, is Angelic on the roster?
That's like a real.
No.
No.
Is it
Bliss.
Yes.
Like
Yes,
living
it
in
is.
bliss kind of thing. Yeah, I also went to Angelic, but
Now what is
Bliss.
this baby emoji? Like I actually.
It's an
I've
angel.
never seen that before. That's like
it's like
deep
an angel.
stuff.
It's like a cherub. It's like
I
a
don't
cherub,
like
I
that.
guess. I don't like it either, but it's okay. We're moving on. We can wipe it off our screens. Let's head to the next one.
What?
This is quite the combination. Wait, I have it.
What is this?
I have it. Wait,
I'll let
Rose already
Dante
knows.
answer. No, you don't know? Okay.
got no idea?
I was gonna
Wait,
give
what-
you a guess.
what is it?
No,
Lock in.
PDK. P Donkey Kong.
Oh.
She's so
That's crazy.
Okay, that is crazy. K for
wild, it's wild.
cop
Guys.
is an
Dude,
insane.
this has to be
like,
scripted. There's no way.
That's insane.
It
Yeah, that's
absolutely
what
is
I'm
scripted.
saying.
Not by me, though. Not by me. Last one, guys. Last one. Lock in. This is the hardest one, I think. But
I will say,
Bubbles, a bell,
Rose is
and
too
an
good.
eagle.
I was told that Rose is really good at this game.
where is the Liberty Bell?
I don't know.
I like how she's dropping hints right now.
Dante, where's the Liberty Bell, bro? Where is
Dude, I don't even know what that means. Like, what are we saying?
Okay, wait. Dante, are you a sports fan?
No, I don't watch sports at all. I watch World Cup every 4
That's okay.
years, but that's all.
It's okay. I'm not a sports fan either, but I do somehow know this one. Rose, just send
Philly
it.
Eagles. It's Frothy Philly.
Frothy Philly, bro. Dude, what
Oh.
It's like, listen, the bubbles are like the frost. I don't really know the bell. I really only knew because
What's
of
the
you, I'm
eagle?
not gonna lie.
Yeah, the Liberty Bell.
It's a
Like, the
team.
Liberty Bell is
Eagle.
in Philadelphia.
Oh, Philadelphia,
The Philadelphia
Eagles. Dude, the American
It's okay.
sports is just going over.
You're from
my
the
head.
UK. It's okay.
Yeah,
It's okay.
yeah.
It's fine.
Oh.
It's totally fine. But yeah, that was quite the game. Rose, thank you for the carry. I think everyone had their hand. Everyone had their hand in. But Rose was just like, you knew when she knew the answer. Like her face lit up.
She's cheating.
Just
It
like,
was
I
scripted,
wasn't
like Dante said.
cheating. I don't know what it is.
You just gotta lock in. But as we wrap up, I guess, the conversation about SSG versus Dilducks, I want to give you guys a chance, like for all three of you, give me your predictions right now. Dante, you start off. We'll go from left to right.
3-0 SSG.
Yeah, it's got to be 3-0 surely. Like, if Space Station lose a map here, like, I don't know, they're doomed. They're doomed.
No, we're crashing
Hunter
it
needs
if
a
they
new
lose
book,
a map,
bro.
I think.
Oh yeah, 3-0 Space Station seems like the safe bet, so we'll go there.
No surprise that it's going to be the Destiny's going to wipe that one clean. It would be, you know, they have the chance to do the funniest thing. Do I think that's going to happen? No, but you know, expectations, we could get a little bit crazy on Sunday. But Dante, thank you so much for joining us on the desk. I want to give you a chance to shout out your socials and whatnot. Yeah, just give it a chance now.
All right. Yeah, just follow me on Twitch, twitch.tv/Dante with an H at the end. Same with Twitter. I mostly use those two. So yeah, thanks for having me on. I'll see you guys.
See you. Thank you so much for
Thank you,
joining.
Dante.
Enjoy Hunter's stream too, I guess, while you're
I
watching.
Bro's going to be cooking him in the chat, I'm just saying.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's just get straight into this SSG versus Dilducks matchup. SSG definitely looking to cement themselves considering the rocky start to their season.
Yep, thank you very much, Ash, and thanks to Dante as well for joining us. Space Station, Rose, they need to win here. They need a 3-0. They need to just kind of clap Dilducks and then just move on. They are banning the hog. Okay, this is a really good one.
Nah, that's a defensive ban. That's a defensive ban right there.
This looks great.
Kellen Ball, Kellen Winston.
Yeah, it's got to be. It's got to be protecting the ball for sure.
Yeah, that's the sauce. Well, although to be fair, Space Station don't need help on Ilios. They have lost both of their series they've played so far, 3-1, but the one win has been on Ilios. So yeah, I hope they win this one. Surely.
Yeah, hoping. All right, Kellen on Winston, no ball for now. Baz on the hazard instead. That is holy damage. Wow. Well, fight stuff. I'll see you soon. That's it. All right, there's a team kill. Just pointing along, and yeah. And then Racer switches to the Reaper.
Oh, okay. I mean, with no Tracer on the docket, then we've got the Reaper and we've got the Freya. Okay.
Surprised they didn't roll out with it. I mean, PDK's in, of course.
I feel like, though, with this backline, CJ Bliss, this becomes way more powerful when you actually do have control of the point. Razor. Okay, we at some point actually need to get a log of all of the different crosshairs for each player. This one.
You do not need a crosshair for this hero.
This is too big.
It can literally cover the whole screen. It doesn't matter. It's Reaper. Nice name, by the way, from CJ. You don't need a crosshair.
No.
I'm no crosshair gang on Reaper right now. Oh, I don't even get that kill. Surprisingly, Sugar Free's there. The follow though, all good.
No.
Don't let Resident Seeker die. Fortunately, he does fall, but Rose, they are holding it down right now. CJ and Bliss is immortal.
Kellen went to body block the escape and be a real one so that Sugar Free could get the kill.
Legend. That's the
Now he
teamwork
gets the
there.
nano as the response. Like, that's his prize.
Rose, they've got EMP, they've got Bolus, and Dilducks not got much life in them right now. Gonna have to hit themselves with a regroup real quick. Frothy Philly going pretty low, can't get sniped. It'll be a disaster if they do. Looks like they're gonna be able to get out. This is a whole heap of ults they're running into.
I would say that there is a chance to come into this, but because Space Station hit the EMP first, I'm gonna say that chance is gone.
Yeah, nice two-man EMP there from Sugar Free. Or Cupcake, Donut, Red, Circle with Frost through it, as we know it. Yeah, kind of with the Primal Rage. Yep, that's it. That'll be round one for Space Station Gaming. Okay. So you probably see a bit of Kellen Ball maybe on the next map, but the TP from Razor unfortunately not making it to the point. It was a couple of centimeters outside their hitbox, so that is 100-0. SSG.
Ooh. I really don't know what to tell you about what Dilducks do to fight this. I do think part of it is maybe not playing the Reaper. Reaper is just so difficult to actually get in there into the fights when you just have to Wraith form in, and then you don't have Wraith form to leave if you need to.
Yeah, and like everybody's so mobile on the side of SSG too. Bit of a best map for the Reaper, although it's still going to run it. Holding down the point, though, I will say, is a bit easier here for Razor.
Oh, that was beautiful. Sorry, the virus just like a perfect frame into the Freya was crazy.
Yeah, getting that virus down, honestly, on someone like a Freya, I mean, that's it. You're just done. Malware throughout the system.
Red X is not
no
getting
way
away.
you're surviving that.
No.
Red X dead. All right, Bliss. Okay, well, there's the cap for Space Station. The easy one thus far.
And Space Station are playing so well with this high ground. I think this is where we can really see the true strength that Space Station brings as a roster. They've constantly been touted as one of the best dive teams in North America, and it's been unfortunate for the last couple of series. We haven't really been able to see them live up to that name. But Ilios, this is their playground. But PDK, oh, they're actually starting to get some kills together on Dildux.
All right, that's going to feel pretty good. There's a TP across as well. Woo! I saw a tap on Seeker's forehead as well. Okay, Dildux end up grabbing the point. Get that initial kill there. You are looking, as Dildux, for PDK to pop off here. You're looking for a couple of double taps, or at least a tap with the explosive shot. Baz jumping in.
Just
That's
so
really
much
what they need.
responsibility, though, on PDK. Oh my god, they don't see him.
They are clueless. They are absolutely clueless. He's waiting for CJ to step through the door. He misses. Oh, he missed! Oh, PDK! He's dead. Oh, PDK. What a sleep CJ as well. On the replay. Damn. That is tragedy. Shakespeare couldn't have wrote one better.
Oh, oh no. Oh,
Race is TPing in front of like 4 people. I mean, yeah. That was unfortunate for PDK there. Maybe if PDK had the ult, that would have been a little bit different, but fortunate for Freya for Dildux.
I mean, there's a bola shot now. It's PDK's been able to get a couple of picks, but having to use the Suzu just to top everybody up before you go in.
Oh, dearie, wow, Seeker. Different PDK. Nice little bit of tech there from PDK, sliding over the roof to try and get the Ebola shot onto the Ana. They did get a cap though. And racing out on the point has got the rush to kind of play around as well. Pretty scary affair there with the Reaper, but a nade onto the point and then a primal raging Kellen. 6 Baz over the edge. They won't be holding this one for long, sadly.
Good attempt though. They did throw the Kitsune Rush and the bola shot in, and they'll still be able to have the Reaper ult to go maybe with something like the Downpour. They really wanted to combo those 2 ults together. That is an option available. Red X having the sound barrier there. I mean, the tough part is that Space Station can pull the trigger first. With point control, they've got Sugar Free set up, the EMP. They can even go in with an aggressive sound barrier if they want to. I think the onus is on Space Station right now to just not drop the bag.
They're trying to kill Red X before he can sound barrier. Sound barrier comes in, hits 3. All right, but Race is already dead. EMP still available for Sugar Free as well. This fight's going to be really tough for Dildux. They're on the wrong side of the map as well. PDK takes down Bliss, but they're fighting against the clock and they're fighting their inner demons right now. It's Space Station Gaming kind of rolling over them. Yeah, that should be map as well. Yeah, Red X was under so much pressure. Really nice heads up play from Sugar Free, honestly. Just running at Red X. As soon as they know Lucio has got the sound barrier, you got the little passive there from the Sombra. You're trying to force that guy to Ajax, or you're forcing him to use a sound barrier in an unoptimal way. Did just that, and ended up winning that map 2-0.
Sugar Free didn't even have to use the EMP. You could see him waiting, like once the sound barrier was gone, or even when we saw some of those mobility cooldowns gone. Perfect time to just hit the EMP and finish out the map there and then. But it just felt like Dildux couldn't find any purchase. These fights were so hard. Even when they had ultimates, I felt like Space Station were such a cut above that the ults just did nothing.
Yeah, it's worth keeping in mind for Dildux. Same could be said for Supernova as well. Both the promotion and relegation teams coming through from the stage 1, a little event there. So
yeah, certainly an impressive feat to be able to make it through the promo and relegation.
Exactly. And you are facing Space Station, one of the best teams in the region, who are pretty mad that they lost their first 2 series too. Both teams 2-0. after first week.
You're hanging with the big dogs now.
Yeah, you are exactly right. And getting the experience here for Dildux will be nice. Even if you are getting kind of slapped around by SSG right now. So definitely things you can kind of take away from this series, despite maybe coming into this one knowing that you're going to get 3-0'd. Although, you know, it's still high. Confidence has to be high. You just got to rally the troops, like Dante was saying, and just hopefully go for some big plays to get some nice kills and even some capture points as well. Is the map pool Dildux's pick?
Well, you kind of know that with Kellen in the roster, you're going to see a lot of Winston, see a lot of Wrecking Ball. I almost wonder if you just decide to go Escort, pick Circuit Royale, and then you don't really have to worry too much about going for the option of like Gibraltar or Dorado later. And you don't have to ban out the Winston. You just kind of know that later down the road, you could have that ban later.
Yeah, the bans are going to be tough because you're going to probably ban Freya at some point versus Seeker. There's kind of a list you have to go down because at this point, it's like, do you really go in like banning like a Kellen Ball? I think Kellen's like, okay, we can just run Ball, we can run Winston, it doesn't really matter. There's like Squid's actually being subbed in for CJ. Okay, so I'm getting a little bit of time in the sun here for Squid. All right.
Yeah, so Squid, CJ backline. Is this double flex?
Yeah, I mean, hey, if you're going to get Squid some playtime, it's probably best here. Looks like a King's Row selection from Dildux.
So, like, definitely could see the double flex backline here.
100%. 100%. Don't mind this. Like, you at least want Squid to play a couple of games if you ever require Squid to come in and play something. You can play the Zen here if you really want. Maybe go for something a little bit more aggro like UV was doing earlier. Juno, Kiri, something like that. I mean, there's not too many people that are like Lucamino on that Kiriko pick, but on King's Row at the very least, there's a lot of off angles, especially on first, that you can play to be just kind of a thorn on the side, or a kunai on the side, I suppose. If you're Space Station's game plan. We'll see if Dildux end up coming through with any kind of Freya ban here, because another fantastic pick for this ban.
Well, I could spoil it for you. There is no Freya ban. Dildux have decided to use their ban to ban out Winston.
Okay, so Kellen's definitely going to play Ball. I would imagine.
Or
you can play Rush. Yeah, I mean, you can play the Rush. I'm going to be honest. I think if you're Kellen right now, you're like, yeah, whatever. I'll just play Ball. Like, it's cool. And then SSG ban Moira. Okay, classic. Okay. I'm just cooking him with this one, guys.
What Roadhog ban on first map, Moira ban on second. I really targeting the non-meta heroes right now.
Yeah, I mean, hang on to doing a little bit of trolling.
Maybe a little.
Got the trolling stick and doing a little bit of trolling. I don't think Moira is ever really going to be played realistically, but is what it is. I see Kellen play the Wrecking Ball on King's Row, and Seeker just continue to be on the warpath on the Freya. As we do jump on in.
I keep forgetting that we, I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry.
Damn, Kellen, come on, man.
I don't know where I was going with this one. Oh, right. Sorry. Squid being able to play like Kiriko. I was getting there. I was like, which one switched out? We have CJ and Squid. We could maybe at some point see like Zen Kiri or like Zen like Ana, but
the greediest of backlines. I like it.
But attack, I think, is where we would see it, if any, with the greedy backline.
Right. Kellen not balling. This is so sad, actually.
Jack,
Brissa probably the safer pick. I'm gonna be real, but
I don't know how much ball I want to see from Kellen.
Nah, I enjoy it. I'm a Kellen ball lover. I'm gonna be honest.
You're
oh, okay.
You're a Kellen ball lover. We gotta revisit and workshop that later.
Oh, we're not okay. They're not TPing. Okay, we're gonna switch. All right, Razor back on the Reaper.
They thought about it, but I think this is a better choice, just to kind of lock in to the Freya early. The Reaper, though, You gotta show me something special, Razor. Most of these Hellfire shots are gonna get eaten up by this Orisa. Fortify's not gonna do you too many favors against it either. And all the while, you've got Razor and Baz on the front line. Sugar Free is just going to wreak havoc for Frothy Philly and Red X.
Oh, they killed Seeker at least. Not before Red X died and PDK died, but he's got one. Now chasing the Reaper. He's trying to TP away. Oh, it doesn't even get the animation off. Rest in peace.
Yeah, well, the...
Come on, are you kidding me? I mean, what am I witnessing? Baz is trying to spawn camp Seeker.
This is...
Frothy Philly's dead.
What? Wait, they get a tick?
They got a tick. They did get a tick, and Baz is still behind him, waiting for passive heal regeneration to come in and the Mega Health back. All right.
Well, isn't your front line just gonna get picked off?
It's Baz. Okay, they know about.
Oh, violent leaping.
Oh, the hack as well. All himself up in the sky, and Kellen spears him in the face. Oh, what a shot. PDK. Yeah, he's dead to Kellen. Nice attempted flank there from Dildux, but fortunately sniffed out pretty fast.
Baz is switching to Zarya. Ooh.
Okay. Okay,
right.
Protecting PDK and Razor a little bit here. Maybe a little bit more in the Reaper basket now.
We've got the bubbles. We've got PDK also switching over to the Soldier. This was the hero pick that PDK mostly played in promo and relegation as well.
There's the rush coming through. Nice little TP from Squid away. Double headshot. Even a headshot with the virus there from Sugar Free. Nice stuff. Yeah, the Zarya unfortunately does kind of get eaten alive.
I think Baz will switch if Razor's going to Echo. I was thinking Baz might switch going to... We have a Mercy pocket for an Echo, ladies and gentlemen.
It looks weird. He's done.
Alert all people. We have a Mercy pocket on an Echo.
He's dead. Nice GG. Oh, and the TV. EMP connects. Here's the Mercy. Oh, she's doing business. No, she's not. She's right-clicking somebody. Highest form of skill in Overwatch. 55 seconds to go for Dildux. 40% though. They did end up getting that first checkpoint earlier on.
I don't know if... I don't know if Orbital Ray is enough to get them any more. But if Squid plays a little too...
Oh, Kellen's just gonna go in. The Mercy's surely dead, yeah. Kellen's in the spawn. All right, Frothy Philly down. Mercy dead. As we see Razor being chased by Sugar Free.
Wait, pause chat?
Baz and PDK do come up with some kills. There is 18 seconds to go. But this Zarya is just getting, kind of owned. Resurrection comes in though. It's huge. The value is crazy. Okay, they should be able to get a touch. The Zarya is going to be close enough.
But does Baz have bubbles? Okay, Baz has a bubble.
On at least. And Sugar Free's more than happy to kind of fight him there. Now Seeker up in disguise again. Retouch required. Here comes the rush. Now Seeker with the bowler shots. The Graviton Surge connects with Squids. And even Seeker 2 jumps into it, gifting Red X that kill. A Frothy Philly on the Mercy is put 10 feet under as Dildux get 44% roughly.
44% is still progress, Jack.
Yeah.
If you look at it in test terms, I don't know if there's a letter that corresponds with that, but it's progress. You got some questions right.
Well, when I was doing my A-levels, I got between 20 and 30% for some of my exams and failed them all, so I'm all too familiar with that number. Or I'm not familiar with that number because I didn't get anywhere near 44%, so rest in peace.
Unlucky, Jack.
Look, I just didn't pay attention,
CJ
okay?
didn't die.
Yeah. 16 and 12. Not bad for CJ. Kellen. Oh, probably not going to play the Ryan. We'll see what the defense has to offer.
You know, he could if he really wants to. Now might be the time to play the Reinhardt. No.
I mean,
wait.
Baz is running out on Ryan. So, I mean, are they going to honorable Ryan duel? I mean, I'd be down. If I was Dildux right now, like, you're in the chat to Kellen, like, hey, Ryan, question mark? They got Razor on May, too. I mean, decent Ryan comp for first on and a full hold, so.
You got the Cassidy to play a little bit closer with the Reinhardt, too. I mean, I think Space Station see this, and they're ready to play ball. Not like actual wrecking. Well, not so. That was a bad sports reference. Not actual ball, but like Reinhardt ball. Oh, or Roadhog.
Sugar-free soldier. Okay, Kellen. Okay, Kellen's just playing hog. I was like, surely he's just gonna TP and then like hook or something, but no. He's just playing hog. Red X is dead. There's the wall, and Kellen now just doesn't get to it. Oh, he still gets the hook though. Oh no, he's dead. Don't worry. I panicked. Seeker kills 2 though. So. And Province is dead.
And Squid is still on Lifeweaver. Is this gonna be like the first map that we see Lifeweaver win?
Oh, the sleep!
Yes. No!
Okay, map over and done with. Sugar-free soldier and apparently Kellen's hog a little bit too good. There we go. 3 minutes and 14 seconds on the time bank. The Space Station get that 44%. Unfortunate for Dildux there, but honestly, mad respect for running out with the Rhine on defense.
Oh, 100%. But someone give me the Lifeweaver stats. I never thought I would see the day.
Looks good. Yeah, it's not much to really break down from that map, obviously. But yeah, Dildux having a little bit of fun with it, which is what counts here. As Space Station do lead the series with a 2-0 as we go into our 3rd map. And I would like to see a little honorable Ryan duel, Kellen. If you're listening, Kellen, if you can hear me,
deliver.
Ryan.
Wait, but what if? What if we saw like a Pharmacy duel on both teams?
Nah, I can't think of anything worse.
Oh, come on.
Okay, so
Pharmacy
how silly do we really want to go with this? We get Kellen on the hog.
Yeah. Like
or we get Kellen on the Rhine.
And Torb for Sugar-free and Secret.
Yeah, double turret.
And then we got like Brig and Lucio.
Brig and Lucio.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. 7 deaths for SSG, 36 for Dildux. Definitely having a little bit of fun here with this series. And you got to. It's good to see PDK in as well. Like you said, really good Sojin player on the ladder. Very, very good. And playing in the OWCS now, and obviously playing against Seeker, Sugar-free, like literal world beaters. Like remember Seeker's initial foray into the Overwatch League on Boston Uprising, going just sicko mode on the Sojin. Looked one of the best to ever do it in the West at the very least. He looked really clean with it. And if you are Dildux, you're looking at this series and you're like, okay, so we are expected to lose. So coming out and just enjoying yourselves, I think is the aim of the game here, and I think they're doing just that.
Try to have as much fun as possible. Try to take away some memorable experiences and some tips for your next couple of matches. And I do feel like some of your best growth moments happen when you are at your most uncomfortable. So I'm really hopeful that maybe Dildux can take away a learning moment from this. But
for sure.
But yeah, and I guess good for Space Station. Looks like they're gonna get their first match win.
First win
crazy.
on the board. Yeah, I mean, that 3-1 versus TL and then the 3-1 to Nightmare, it's like, damn, okay. I mean, you're getting eaten alive in that series by Zera on the Team Liquid side of things, but yeah, just having a little bit of fun. Yeah, let's jump into a custom game. That'd be actually,
Was that how we settle our 3rd map? That's how we get ultimate silly.
TXX.
Total mayhem. Up the ult charge, 200%.
200% ult charge, yeah. Or we just get the stadium decider. We just play like a little stadium match.
That would be so fun.
That'd be kind of fun too.
And so wrong.
Dildux with the map pick, of course, and then the bans too. So we'll see where we end up landing. We'll see if... Oh, we're getting a roster update as well. So actually, Squid out to Bliss in. Squid,
okay.
You did well, Bella. You got how many wins now? You got 1 of 1. So that makes 100%. That's all I'm saying. Squid, my goat, essentially.
Well, if we do see Bliss coming back in, I think we're probably going to see some type of either, I was going to say flashpoint or push. Would probably make the most sense.
Flashpoint, yeah. Survivor is the pick, Rose. What's that?
Nailed
So
it.
yeah, they probably want to run Bliss on the Lucio here. That's why they're putting Bliss back in. No double flex to be seen.
Imagine if it gets banned.
Yeah, I mean, sure. Like at the end of the day, if you're having Bliss in, to be fair, I trust Bliss on like a Brig, like anything else. To be real with you, so you're okay if you're Space Station. We'll see what Hunter's got to ban. I wonder if it'll be a funny hero again. I've run it. Is it going to be a Orb ban or a Sim? I think Sim ban would actually, not make sense, but like wouldn't actually be the worst thing of all time.
Junkrat ban.
Junkrat ban.
That's the
Widow
one.
ban on Sorobasa. Like, yeah, I mean, he could do anything right now. In fact, we are getting the bans in now. So Dildux have banned Orisa. No more Kellen Orisa. And Space Station have banned Bastion. Close enough to a funny ban. No more Bastion for this next map.
I was so ready for the Bastion and Torbjorn comp
Yeah,
from
double tart.
Space Station. I'm being
Bastion with his
denied
little hat.
my fun.
Dude, Bastion's awesome. You remember anybody freaked out, not freaked out in a bad way, but like freaked out in a good way when Bastion in the Overwatch 2 like trailer or whatever it was, and it was like, oh, Pog hat.
Yes.
Everybody was going crazy with the Bastion hat.
I saw a real life Ganymede today or yesterday. Like, well, because like Ganymede's like the bird, the little yellow bird.
Yeah. What bird is it?
I don't know, but it was very yellow. And
Oh,
very
okay.
cute.
I thought you were... Okay, fair enough.
Yeah,
Fair enough. I thought you were going to be like,
backyard.
actually, it's this. I have no idea what Ganymede... Wait, let me look this up.
I'm actually about to look this up too. Bird
Ganymede?
type.
Ganymede.
Oh, it's
G-A-N-Y.
Ganymede's appearance is similar to a
Looks like a cardinal,
Xanthocroic,
though.
yellow
Oh, okay.
mutant northern cardinal.
Oh, it is a card. Oh.
Yeah, Xanthocroic is the name for a mutation, I guess, for the yellow coloring.
Right. There's a
Pigeon
bird
jump
you don't want to
scare.
see. Dude.
Speaking of birds,
Pigeon of... Yeah, I mean, look, Ganymede's way cuter than the pigeon. I'm going to be real. Ganymede's actually pretty epic. You know,
Ganymede's
the best skin actually for Ganymede is... And this will continue to be the best skin for Bastion is the Lego Bastion. Like 100%.
Yes.
Like a little Lego red and blue little dude. Looks pretty sweet. Anyway, back into the series. Enough rambling. Who's on the phone? Kellen. He's calling Chengdu Hunters right now. Unfortunately, Kellen, I'm sad to say I'm not sure they're going to pick up. But Kellen looking for advice on how to play Winston. All right, let's go. Dildux running out with Baz on the ball. And then Space Station with Kellen on the Winton. Sugar-free Reaper.
wow, the Reaper has switched sides. I'm shocked.
So red form there to avoid the manual hack.
Oh, based
Good
skin.
trade, though. Rat
Based-
Hunter or whatever it is.
Yes,
Yeah, it's,
like from the Nutcracker series.
Point unlocked. They do trade CJ4 Razor, so actually, if you look at it from Dilta's perspective right now, I think I'm a little bit quicker. It might be all for the better. Red X playing the Moira. Haven't called that out yet. So we did see a band earlier on, but Baz ends up going down on the ball. Moira very vulnerable to these dive comps, but PDK putting up numbers.
Yeah, PDK really showing up now. They're still playing with serious business here on Dildux. Frothy Philly with a big pick on a Bliss too. That's going to be Dildux taking control of this flashpoint. And now we can really start to hone in on this Kitsune rush that Frothy Philly's building up. I think that the dives have been quite good between PDK and Razor, so they just kind of have to keep that up. I know the Moira is a little bit funny throwing it into the mix, but I feel like it's great to be able to kind of get it in with the dives, and Red X is backline Moira.
Sugar-free is like playing range with the Reaper. It's kind of funny. So sitting up on the high ground like he's an Ash or something. Baz does end up getting in for the touch, but Dildux still have control, and their ability to stay on the point is going to be hindered at the moment, since Baz is like 1 HP. Red X chased down by Sugar-free. They still control the point. So Space Station do need to kind of get it popping right now. PDK pretty low, gets out of there as it's like Seeker's recall was forced.
But Dilduck still get away and just need to wait for one reinforcement to come back. Redex, Razor taking out Sugar Free. This should be a clear advantage for Dilducks as they build up to this EMP and they still have this Pulse Bomb.
Little boo, Bliss is going to go down though. Frothy Filler with a nice little kunai headshot. Pulse connects on the board. Baz survives. Might be a rush to the point right now for Space Station, but it doesn't really feel like it at all, as PDK is just controlling the space over time, and a coalescence for Dilducks as they cap the point. Kellen with a Primal Rage, and Sugar Free with a Death Blossom. Guys, the point's been capped, unfortunately for yourselves, so results not doing all too much.
Uh-oh. This is danger zone.
Have we become too silly?
Maybe a little. Maybe just a touch. I don't like the Reaper here. I didn't like it from Dilducks either. Maybe we'll get a switch. But for now, even though Space Station make their way to the point first, Dilducks have so much onus. The EMP, they've got the minefield as well to be able to cover the point. Dilducks could just overwhelm, even past the sound barrier. They have enough damage.
Slam a manual hack. There's another kill for PDK. Made that 2. Bliss Kellen dead. The silliness has come to an affront. Space Station Gaming. Napa are losing control of that point again, and they're going to let Dilducks cap it first. Sugar Free now on a Sombra. See if Sugar Free ends up just pulsing and switching as well. Okay, this is yeah, a little bit more close than you'd expect.
I don't think that Seeker necessarily needs to switch. I feel like because Dilducks are still playing with the Tracer Sombra, that's a fine DPS duo to 6-2, unless you feel like you're going to have a bit more impact on something like the Freya. But even here, it's really hard to run it because where's your verticality?
EMP's good. Beat comes in though from Blaze at the perfect time. Good stick as well. My word, that was really nice from Seeker. They were trying to hound down the Moira a lot of that time, and the EMP was just perfect from Razor. So Space Station with the answer, and 73% is what Dilducks will claim on that point.
Still last fight territory for them though. And maybe they come back with a Coalescence, maybe even another Pulse Bomb. PDK's been farming these up so fast.
Okay, Rose?
Yes?
It's just thinking back to when Space Station played the ball on this map. And then, yeah, we're destroying, right? And they had, what, like no deaths or something on Kellen and Sugar Free.
Huh?
By like X amount of minutes.
I think I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not like Baz is playing Malga, but like, still, it's kind of reminiscent of what Space Station have been through before. There's a Primal Rage kill, though, from Kellen. I don't want to speak too soon, but scary things have happened on Space Station.
I'm trying not to think about it so we don't accidentally manifest it into the universe.
See,
Baz is thinking. Either thinking or waiting with the team. They can't get there.
Okay. One apiece. Okay, here we go. Sugar Free still on the Tracer.
Oh.
Baz over to the Hazard now, so no wrecking ball.
Decides to switch over to the Hazard, and I think it was tough to just make sure that the Wrecking Ball had the staying power of point presence needed to actually duel on these flashpoints. Is Redex flanking with Coalescence?
The solo Q Moira, it hits again. It hits different, honestly. So a manual hack there on to Baz. There's a whole lot of healing. Sugar Free ready with his EMP. Look at everybody grouped up as well. Boom, it hits 4 people on the side of Dilducks. Didn't hit Redex. The Moira is still getting forced out. That fade used, and he getting hot pursuit, sound barrier, and a rush committed from Space Station to make sure the fight is finished out real quick. They've overlapped the support ultimates, lads. But it's okay. Space Station is still in the point.
Well, then it's not bad, is it? If you win the fight, then technically a little bit overzealous. I would have liked to see Space Station hold on to an ult here, especially with the sound barrier. Razor still playing the Sombra. You have to assume that the EMP is coming, and PDK with a Pulse Bomb too. Obviously, the overhealth can expire, but I would have been nice.
Oh,
Doesn't matter though if Seeker's just destroying.
Yeah, Seeker just farming right now. PDK trying to make it interesting though, but Seeker gives him a nice little back whack.
Baz gets hacked. Baz Violin leaps away, gets chased down.
Yeah.
That's gonna make
kind
this
of a
retake
big
super
stagger.
hard.
Yeah, let's find a fight now on this point, Rose.
EMP and Pulse Bomb, but can you actually get in position where you can find value with both of those ults? You can see Razor fighting for it. Knows that you have to be able to get to the point at some point, make sure that you can trigger the overtime, and even better if you're able to get a member of Space Station down in the process.
Oh, wait.
You missed?
I think Razor was trying to go over that high ground. That EMP is decent, but there's no follow-up. It was a flip. There's a 99% secure there for Space Station, and now Keller can just pull the Primal Rage up for the Moira, or maybe even just turn his attention to Baz, who has nowhere to go and no spike guard left to defend himself with. Rest is history. There it is. Space Station. Silliness has ended. All serious business now. 2-1 from Saravasa.
They focused up. I think we would have had a lot of extra question marks if they didn't. I don't want to even think about a world where it's like a 3-1 for them, but they have the EMP now.
It's happened before, it could happen again, is all I'm saying.
No.
Which is a funny history of repeating itself, but it looks like it won't be happening exactly as we saw before. So we'll see. Space Station with an EMP though. That's a solo EMP on Frothy Philly. They do end up managing to secure the downpour onto Kellen, but the descending members of Space Station Gaming and just overwhelming them like a tidal wave of players. Top of your back line. Coalescence used, and this Moira now without a hope or a dream left. Now without an ultimate, it's going to get sent back to spawn.
I wonder if Redix is going to switch or stay on it after using the Coal. Well, because I kind of thought that you already lost so many members, maybe the Coalescence would have been good on this next one. Like inside of a Kitsune Rush, that sounds so fun as a Moira. But Space Station now with this Flashpoint control, double support ult, Seeker's got a Pulse Bomb. They even just let the rush rip as soon as Dildogs come around the corner.
Okay, well, Sound Barrier does connect though. Blizzard's Sound Barriers have been extreme value thus far. Go for the patency points, I'm sure. Razor dead, and then yes, Seeker he's kind of on fire on this Tracer right now. Just rolling. It's hard to really stand up to the lad right now. Well, should be a kill on the Tracer as PDK is chased all the way up to spawn, and now once more, Dildogs find themselves in final fight territory as they're getting killed at the spawn doors.
Seeker's dead. That is a little bit of time to at least get back to the point, but violently from Baz, and you're starting to run out of cooldowns to make it there. Even Redix is getting chased away.
What a fight. What a fight, one engagement. Kellen and Redix just staring at each other, right-clicking and left-clicking. Insane stuff. All right, 99%. They find the flip again. But Redix is dead. So a quick re-engage here, and an EMP connects with both DPS of Dildogs. So PDK couldn't even throw in the pulse bomb. And unfortunately now, Dildogs are going to lose the point and lose the series. A 3-1 on Saravasa as Space Station clean sweep them and find their first win here in Stage 1.
Very confidence boosting that this looked to be a very decisive 3-0 at that. Especially after the first weekend that they had, I think a lot of Space Station fans were baffled, befuddled.
Yeah, frustrated, probably.
Bamboozled.
Well. Yeah. But yeah, a win on the board is a win. We mentioned before, like Space Station's strength of schedule. They faced both Liquid and Nightmare in week 1. Week 3, they faced GK Esports. So the 3 toughest teams they're facing very early in their run through the regular season. So it's gonna be a hopeful win here against GK, but in theory, Space Station continue playing like this. Their series or their season, even the stage, not the season. I'm just confused at this point. They look pretty good, was what I'm saying, going into playoffs, despite their current record.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, right? Is just like understanding the schedule, understanding the matches that SSG do have ahead of them, and the fact that even though they're starting down right now, the expectation is that it should be at quite the easy climb back up as far as like in those standings here for the round robin stage, right? But a much needed dominant win for the side of SSG coming out here. Rose, this is what we expected up against Dildux, and if it went any other way, I think there would have been a lot of concerns, and it was important for SSG to even also assert dominance in this head-to-head.
Absolutely. SSG 2, I think Jack was really kind of hitting the big focal point of that first week with the strength of schedule so front-loaded. I hope that this is a team that's going to scale through the late stage, you know? They just needed the warm-up. They got the hard matches out of the way, and now hopefully they can bring themselves back to that glory that they had in stage 1. They didn't make any roster changes. I think they were the only team in North America to not change a single thing, and they made it to the Champions Clash. They showed up on the international stage. I think that's really where you have that contradiction and that juxtaposition of like, well, we just saw you and in China, but like what's going on in this first week?
Yeah, I think the other thing that we have to look towards here for SSG is that this is also a very experienced team when you're looking at these players here, Jack. This is a team where even though they are starting down, they are going to have that understanding of the difficulties of the matches that they're starting off their season with, and it shouldn't be an issue to bounce back or really affect their mental all that much as the season goes on.
Yeah, it's definitely some frustrating losses, but like you said, it's not like these players have not been through that before. Like even in the Overwatch League or like last year in the OWCS, like they're gonna be okay, and a much needed win in a confidence builder in general. I mean, you're coming in thinking you're gonna win against this team anyway, but like like that, a little 3-0, rest up and prepare for next week. And I can imagine they've probably already been preparing since the start of this one, because Dildux were probably going to be at least, a 3-1 at the very minimum there. So yeah, it's nice for Space Station to get the first one on the board.
Yeah, it definitely is. It definitely is. I think that also now looking over for Dildux, for this team, it's like the opposite story. Their schedule, Rose, is only going to get harder, unfortunately.
But scaling?
Late game scaling.
Another team that's
late game
scale into the late stage,
It's tough as one of those regular those promotion teams, right? You come in and you're facing such like well-established talent and well-established teams that have either been around for a long time together and have that synergy already built up, or just a ton of insane players that have been in the Overwatch League there and back, or even like some of our players have played in Apex like way back in like 2016, so it was always going to be tough. And I think regardless of their final like scoreline at the end of the stage, I think you could be happy with yourself that you made it to the OWCS in this manner.
That is for sure. But we've got an interview on the line with Unter for SSG. So let's call him in here and have a little bit of a chat with their first win on the board here for Space Station Gaming. Looking forward to chatting with you, Unter. One, congratulations on your first win for the season. And I guess, honestly, I'm kind of gonna breeze by this matchup because the expectation was for you guys to 3-0 this team within Dildux. And I kind of want to actually chat more about the fact that we saw the first deferral of a ban from you guys and in the entirety of OWCS last week in your matchup up against Nightmare. And I guess everyone's been wanting to kind of like have a chance to talk to you about it. Was that kind of a plan to like bait out that Winston ban from Nightmare earlier on in the series?
As much as I would like to pretend that it was all about ego, you're right. It is just about baiting out a ban where you feel like you have multiple options. I think last stage I was begging. I was on my hands and knees begging for the option to ban second if you have the top seed or if you're in the winning position, because banning first can actually be disadvantageous at times. But even someone that doesn't understand the draft like me can see that. But this time around they let us do it, so it was really nice. It was really nice, and it didn't work for us. But it's good that the rule change happened at least, because it was really just a bait out of ban where we thought we could play more than Winston. Didn't work out though.
How did you what were the comms like, and how are you feeling after that Saravasa against Nightmare? Because that was like Kellen just dominating, Sugarfree just dominating with like 0 deaths and stuff, and then you come in and that wasn't exactly like the way that map was supposed to go. Like, how are you feeling then?
Look, I mean, I don't think anyone was terribly pleased. We were up like 2-0, 99-0, and we managed to fumble the bag so aggressively that 2-0, 99-0 position turns into us losing the series 1-3. So I guess nobody was terribly pleased with that. I think I might have, given a bit of a love tap to my desk after that one just quietly. But yeah, I mean, hopefully that one doesn't happen again. You live and you learn. And what do we learn? Don't play like shit.
So true, dude. Wow, the coach. I can feel the coaching aura like coming off me right now. Like goddamn.
As simple as that. But Hunter, it looked like you and the team were having a lot of fun with this one, with some of the bans that came through for these maps. Did you feel like the vibes were high and the team performed as you expected, even with the opponent that you had?
Well, to be perfectly honest with you, I don't think I can tell you because I was streaming the match and I didn't go with my team. I let CJ do the bans and I thought I'd just make a couple of bucks streaming instead. Like, I wasn't there for any of it. So I don't know what to tell you about the vibes. Yeah, I mean, I just got a bunch of people typing Gaga in my Twitch chat instead. That works for me.
Wait, but did they pass the eye test for you while you were streaming? Like, were you enjoying what you saw?
I wasn't enjoying any of it. I hate match days. I feel physically ill watching matches. And when I saw Lenny on Reaper, I thought, oh, we're going to lose. And then we did. And it was like, they're just torturing me. They're just doing this to torture me. We've got a free win and you have the audacity to make me sweat. Like, I hate it. But, fair enough.
It's for the content, Hunter. Don't worry. Like, it's for your stream chat.
Yeah,
exactly.
Just...
They're farming the content for you.
Yeah, I mean,
sorry,
it's
you were
what I
going to
get
say?
for not showing up to work today. Yeah, it's just my punishment for not coming to work.
Hey, they gotta find their fun somewhere, right? If it's not gonna be in the stomp, it's gonna be in torturing the coach. But thank you so much for having this interview with us. Congratulations on the first win for SSG, Hunter, and good luck in the remainder of your games here for the round robin stage with SSG.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me on.
Amazing. We finally got a little bit of that insight that we were looking for. I think we were guessing a little bit when it came down to the ban deferrals and whatnot, but nice to actually kind of get that chance to talk through it and also hear a little bit about how SSG are feeling. But before we wrap this up, let's take a look at our player of the match for this one. We've got to give kudos out to Seeker. He was playing so well today, Jack.
Yeah, I mean, his tracer looked really clean. We know his Freya is one of the best in North America, so yeah, in this match, it's like, okay, so who's player of the match? Well, probably the GPS that got the most kills. The backline isn't going to do as much as Seeker can in this kind of situation. So it's going to feel good for Space Station. Well, I hope Hunter does end up showing up for work because, that GK Esports team take it too lightly, especially against SSG. They want to cement themselves as one of the very best in the region.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at the standings with SSG cementing their first win of the regular season here, Rose. Seeing them, break through out of, the threat of being knocked down into promotion relegation. This is what we expect out from them, but it does feel like a little bit of that weight is lifted off our shoulders because we don't see them below that line.
This is why you stay. You stay invested in the Space Station team, because they're gonna bounce back, and this is the start of the rest of the stage for them. And in all things, in all seriousness, I do feel like this Space Station squad, I think they just needed to maybe, I don't know, wake up. I guess I think Hunter put it best, maybe get a little bit of a
wake up,
rough shake of the shoulders. Yeah.
Maybe buy a new desk after desk slamming. He's got the Space Station big bucks. He's all good.
True. I mean, it's also good to see, the vibes are clearly still there if they're going to do a little bit of trolling, pulling out a Reaper in a matchup as well. So good signs here for SSG to carry that good mental forward into some more, another difficult match that they're going to be heading up against in GK. I cannot speak right now in week 3. But speaking of GK, it is going to be GK versus Sakura up next. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back. crazy surprises in OWCS today. Welcome back, I'm Ash, and of course I'm joined here by Jack and Rose for the last matchup of our day between GK Esports versus Sakura. And this GK Esports roster, previously known as Nightmare, if you guys missed out on how that whole like team name shuffle and whatnot, not exactly the same team though. We do have Maimon coming in here, Jack, after they did lose out on Zera heading over to Team Liquid.
Yeah, pretty big hit for the squad overall, but Maimon, you know, he's nothing to scoff at, to be fair. Very good Tracer player. Can you feel the shoes of Zera? Right now, maybe. It's still up in the air and up for debate. They've only had one match so far as well against Supernova, and that was an underpowered Supernova 2 who had False and Astro kind of swooped in for like DPS due to Ryan and Sam not being available.
Yeah, then taking a look at the Sakura roster here, Rose, they are currently sitting 1-1. They went 0-3 against Nightmare, 3-0 against Sildex. But even looking at that matchup against Nightmare, we did see some nice talent coming out from this team who is going to be the underdog in this. My eyes constantly get drawn over to X10. Her Freya was so good in that Nightmare game.
Absolutely. I think the Freya is really what's going to stand out alongside the fact that Peace can pull out so many different heroes. I think just having that versatility, it's going to be good. I really hope this is closer than maybe what the predictions might suggest.
Well, we're going to have to see how this ends up going here. Why don't you guys just head into this last matchup of today? Take it away, you two.
Thank you very much, Ash. Yeah, here we go. GK Esports versus Sakura. Genji ban on the side of GK. And Sakura are going to ban at the Brig. Ilios, first map. Final match of the day here in North America. Still, GK not really being challenged, Rose, in terms of their placement right now. They face Supernova, like I mentioned. It was a 3-0. We'll see if Sakura can put them through their paces.
Two different looks here, as it's going to be this hazard dive from Sakura clear on the hazard, and then GK comes out with Kappa on the wrecking ball. Another one of his signature picks, as we see GK kind of play around that with a dive coming through Sombra for Maimon.
Good kill from Clear, though, taking out Lethal really early. Yeah, we're seeing a lot more Sombra. It feels like the region, even like a little bit of Korea too, is getting a lot more Sombra build. Yeah, this matchup, Lethal versus X10 should be pretty interesting. X10, of course, extremely good on the hit scan. She was just a go, honestly, on Sojourn in a lot of the series that we've seen recently from them. Cover goes down, though. It's Clear with another kill. So it'll be Sakura capping this point first. See if her cover stays on the wrecking ball against the hazard, and especially the wall, Rose. Pretty annoying.
The wall is going to be really annoying for a lot of the squishier heroes to deal with. I mean, you saw that Clear's hazard wall actually did that final blow to Lethal. And so with that big source of DPS removed, I feel like it was so much easier. And Cinnabar finds Maimon. Hello? Wait, Sakura are off to a great start.
Yeah, Clear goes down short, but they've already lost a couple of players. Okay. Nice boop onto Maimon there. And then Pieces got pulse. Like, yeah, you're chilling right now.
Big chillin'. You've got the Kitsune rush as well coming through from Zed soon, so as long as you don't die here, you gotta keep pushing the pressures. Sakura already at 42%.
He's gonna run, and then Cuppa gets solo bolused by X10. She claims 1 kill so far. Wow, this is a GK Esports. Didn't expect to show up like this. They're just a non-factor in this round so far.
I mean, X10's been crushing it, though. This Freya has been so deadly. Oh,
and
you even see just a...
Lethal off that.
Yeah, I mean, Lethal just had to get a reset, I think.
You're going to need to reset. Like, this is almost final fight. Like, EMP may be available soon, but Sakura not taking this series lightly, and they shouldn't. They want to push GK to their limit, see how far they can push their own.
You still have this down available.
Dead?
No way.
Maimon just got environmentaled by Clear's wall. The little boot from the wall sent Maimon off the map.
Oh, they're not going to have EMP then.
What is happening? I mean, this is... where am I? GK Esports? Sakura just dominating them. Like, absolutely dominating. This isn't close.
Not at all. Kappa hasn't even had a chance to do the wrecking ball mines.
And they do get it. Mine's on the point as well. Clear is just going to finally leap through them, taking a couple with him, but here comes the rushes. Teleport away from Ultraviolet. Decent positioning though still. Both teams can make use of their own. However, this sound barrier Maybe even mixed with the CMP in just a moment. Should be it. 3 people here with the EMP. Cinnabar falls after she used that sound barrier. Sakura's health bars eventually falling. My word, GK Esports. They're in it. But for how much longer? Sakura, they got 99.
99% is still a lot after having such a dominant performance. GK Esports finally take control of the point, but they had to use everything in the bank. Exton still has a bullet shot to engage in this next fight. Peace is going to have a pulse bomb. Just so much damage output from Sakura. The only issue is going to be getting in. And Exton can't get taken out before you approach. That was so close.
25 HP remaining. She lives to tell the tale. Another bolt connects. It's seriously like the bolt hits you and you're like, I didn't even know where the Freya was. Good position though for X10 to be in, but not the rest of their team. Okay, quick reset. Still got 99. You just got to be careful now. The approaches obviously on this map, Rose, we know how deadly they can be against the Freya and the Bulldogs.
That was part of the issue that GK Esports was running into. I think a lot of it too, you've got the Sombra that was very disjointed from the team, but now that GK have actually taken control, they can play with this aggressive stance forward. Lethal has better sight lines, also playing much more safe, bullet shot at the ready as well, so GK can really snowball a single elimination and already spots out Peace trying to skate around the lighthouse.
On land a shot, it was just like a neutral ball there, a little left click, get the tracer, but that was it. Did force the recall though, but taking control of that high ground away from Lethal is going to be pivotal for Sakura's success as you try and make themselves known in the cage, but it's a very slow fight. And honestly, I like this play from GK. Just take it real slow. Maybe not that slow. I'm going dead. X10 takes the kill, although here comes the bolus and a connection onto X10. Unfortunately, Zed couldn't quite get the Suzu off in time, and now GK, they're looking at a W here potentially. There is a Cleo piece coming up with kills, but this Wrecking Ball is going to roll out real fast. Nabro's still got the beat to keep him in this.
They do, but overtime is expiring, and we're gonna see the beat, but where is the rest of the support? Ultraviolet can come back with a Katsuna rush, but you've actually got to put together kills.
Yeah, they're going to get the retouch, though. Okay, double rushes on the point. Manual hack onto clear, and 99% for W Mimo. He's got the EMP, he's got to hit somebody, and it is 3. Extend Cinnabar, Zed, all very vulnerable right now. It's curled up in a corner, trying to escape the wrath of Copper. The mines hit the point, and the bodies from Sakura will hit the floor. GK Esports with a 99% turnaround to take the first round in Ilios.
What a close round it was, though. I mean, to 99 to 100%, and Sakura dominated the first half of that map. So now what happens when we go to this next stage? Because, like, this was much closer than maybe we thought we would see on paper.
Stats. Wow, Admiral didn't die. That is
impressive.
Rather surprising. Man. Okay. Okay, Admiral. I see you.
I feel like Admiral's gotten so much better over the last 2 years. I don't know if it was maybe kind of breaking up from the original squad, but I feel like being able to have this learning environment in North America, Admiral's really just shown up. I think the Lucio's been outstanding. Admiral came in clutch with a sound barrier at the end of that round to be able to actually get the win on Lighthouse. And so let's see how much more Admiral can really put down in this next game. Does he stay elimination-less, deathless?
Maybe. I mean, Lucio, a pretty tough target to pin down. Lethal with the rare Ash pick.
Yeah,
takes care of X10. Yeah, I mean, Ash is pretty vulnerable to Freya, in all honesty. Wait, my own just hack Cinnabar off the map, I wonder? Just get a little environmental. As potentially, I'm not entirely sure, but going back to the Ash point, because the Ash needs to scope, movement speed obviously lowered a little bit. It's super easy for a couple of right-click shots from the Freya to connect. I mean, if you're taking an XL like that, I mean, sure. It's a tough map to get a lot of, like, vertical space on as the Freya, so the Ash has got some easy shots on you.
I mean, now you've got Coach Gun versus the Tracer, maybe able to force something like the recall so that the Tracer's easier to take out. So just a Coach Gun for something like the Hazard if the Hazard's gonna jump on you. You can see how far back Lethal is playing. Can you actually get good access as the Freya? you can't, kind of conversely, Ashe is also great at being able to target down the Freya if you just go up with updraft.
That was good. I was just slightly afraid there of falling off the map, but nice connection from X10. Hits Admiral, but Admiral still refusing to die. X10, can they collect the bounty on the Lucio? Not sure she can. However, the point just get flipped. Rush on the point 2 to try and actually secure these kills, but the Bob is going to make it a little bit more difficult for Sakura to stick around on the point. A good focus fire from Sakura will take down Bob. And but unfortunately for X10, she gets caught out by UV.
X10 down, no bola shot available, and so Ultraviolet sees the opportunity to weave in this Kitsune rush.
Yes, Alvari connects too. Post bomb from Peace does get a kill on WMO, although they do end up trading the overwhelming amount of mines on the point 2. So it was really clear, just kind of holding it down, holding down the floor, just saving the ult for the next fight. They knew they were at a loss as GK do cap once more.
Kava has such a good idea of just how far forward he can push with the health packs available. Look at, I mean, Boops piece out of the way to steal the Mega too. Oh, Sakura like that. They're looking at the potentially last fight here, and the Suzu was already used.
Yeah, now they can just jump on Zed if they're not careful. I mean, X10 dead. It was a downpour that did connect, but solo EMP onto Clear. The kill gonna come in? I mean, Mimo and it looks like Alpha are looking for it. And they do get the kill in the end with the grapple. 8% accounting for GK. Sakura need to find a leg up in this on this map right now, otherwise they will not go to that third round.
Yeah, this bullet shot has to hit somebody. Otherwise, it's kind of it. Freya, all eyes on this Freya to make an impact.
Okay, well, maybe my Moan just ended up taken down, but they still got to deal with the sound barrier. Admiral instant to the back line as X10 faces a rather similar fate that they face all round. That's Cover in your face on the Wrecking Ball, hits the slam kill and even kills Clear. Lethal super low, Pulse has, Peace has to recall because of that Pulse Bomb, but it's only Peace left. This Pulse Bomb might not even connect, to be honest. Everybody was hiding on that high ground. It does get a kill in the end, but unfortunately for them, GK will take the first map 2-0 on Ilios.
And Admiral stayed deathless.
Oh yeah.
That whole map, super impressive.
Play for stats. I like it. Admiral fans in the chat.
I know
crazy.
that's happened before, but like on a map that was that close on the first round.
On a control map, yeah, it's a little strange because a lot of the time you are like heavily trading for kills and space. But yeah, I mean, yeah, shout out Admiral getting a 0 deaths there. That's going to look good for the stats for sure. But a very good start on the flip side of things for Sakura. They got 99% on that first round. They ended up getting a reversal there, unfortunately, but it looked good initially. X10, we know she was going to be a good Freya player. Sojourn is kind of nuts, but in the end, GK with a little bit more tempo than Sakura, especially on Ruins. The Wrecking Ball from Cover is so clean. 15 to 30 in terms of deaths. Yeah.
Ruins just really flipped the script there. I think otherwise the stats would have looked very close as we saw after that first round. But Ruins, it was just almost a stomp. GK, after taking control first, I think they were very much taking away their negatives from that first round and saying, well, we're just gonna have to win with the Wrecking Ball.
Ball and any kind of dive hero, to be fair, from Cover is gonna look really good. I would like to see maybe a King's Row. I know Clear has the tendency, is more of like an off tank player, Diva, Hazard, etc. King's Row might not be too bad of a choice for hybrid. Don't really want to go to Gibraltar. I think if you went to something like a Gibraltar, you'd have to like target ban a tank, so Clear gets the preferential treatment there and gets the Diva pick. Dorado, the same kind of style, maybe. You go for a ban of a Winston. Then it's like, it's difficult. Most tanks these days, if you're playing dive tanks, Winston players, they've learned ball. They know how to ball now. Like, you're going to be okay regardless of the ban outcome.
I was going to say, like, I think just taking any sort of map that's not going to play as favorably into the dive, you have to consider Circuit Royale as one of those options.
That's true.
But then do you ban out something like a Ramatra?
It's a circuit.
Okay. Circuit
I think
Royale.
a RAM ban wouldn't be too bad, I don't think, honestly.
Because Papa does like to play Ram.
Yeah, and then you could opt in for a Diva pick up for yourself. And then even a Hazard too. I think Clear's Hazard is pretty damn good. So we'll see if they end up tending that way. My other thought too is like, when do you really want to ban Freya in this series? And I don't think there's a real world where either team actually do that, because I think you want X10 on it for sure. And then it's like, okay, there might be a world where you ban the Freya for lethal, then to just play Ashe again. Ashe, one of his best heroes, like, sure, Ashe hasn't played a whole bunch because of just how good Freya is, but I would be more shocked to see a Freya ban on the side of Sakura, to be honest. I think it would limit them a little bit.
I agree. I think it hinders Sakura's team compositions when X10 has been doing so well on that particular hero pick. And X10 exclusively played it, even with their loss versus Nightmare. I felt like they still showed so many bright spots, and X10 on the Freya was one of them. Now, when it comes to kind of what Clear was playing, we did see some like Hazard, we saw Diva, maybe a little bit of Mauga coming out. So on Circuit, I could, see a world where maybe we see more of the Hazard or even the Diva for sure.
Well, Sakura are actually just going to ban Ram. So yeah, like you were saying, DK, Kuffa love to play Ram. They don't mind picking that one up. So makes sense. So Sakura banned that one first, and then GK responded with a Zen. Okay, so taking that off the table, you can still run a dive here. You can still run a Sigma comp. I don't think there's much in terms of flexibility that GK can't play here. I think Circa over the course of its time was a perma Sigma map before, now a little bit less so. So we'll see how GK end up kind of counteracting this Rampart. They're just going to go die.
Yeah, last time we saw Sakura on this map versus Nightmare, the Ramatra and Baptiste were banned. So we kind of saw this amalgamation of like sort of like Genji, Mei. Peace played a little bit of Mei, but I feel like the Genji was the best look that the team had alongside the Freya and then the Diva. So I kind of feel like we know what to expect. In terms of the backline, I think you're right. The Zenyatta, like maybe to help keep something like an Ana available. But even then, we saw Sakura play like Juno Brig, Juno Lucio.
Yeah.
As that backline duo.
Yeah, Juno Brig pretty decent. Like, if you want to go something more aggressive, you can. But let's jump into it. Map number 2, Sakura Esports picking up Circuit Royale, banning that Ram, and then a Zen ban for GK. Unfortunately, I won't get to see Zen today, sadly. It's okay.
Well, you never know. It's only the second map. We have one more, at least after this.
Yeah, this does. Oh man, it does feel like this is the best one though, sadly. So
True.
We'll see. We'll see. Looks like for the defense, Kuffa. Yeah, okay. No dive here. I'm kind of sad, but makes more sense. You're gonna go for the rush with the Orisa.
Have to have the Orisa if you can't play the Ram. Having the Brig Juno is really good here to be able to enable that Orisa. But I was very curious in kind of what my mom was gonna pick. Iron's Genji is just so incredible though. So I think this does make a lot of sense in terms of carrying it with the Freya and then just also playing very close to the team with the Orisa and Brig.
3, 2,
Like a mythic Widow weapon as well.
So good.
Very based with the default skin. Overwatch 2 Widow default Overwatch League color scheme away, and then mythic weapon. There you go. There's the loadout.
Oh, Clear's actually coming out on the Zarya though. This was not in the wheelhouse these last 2 matches, so I'm excited to see the Zarya come out from Clear.
I don't mind either with the Freya and Genji. Yeah, I mean, hey, send piece in, bubble piece, like you're chilling. Really aggro comp, and also Orisa, like that space spin is not going to do much. Like you're sat there, you're just going to get lasered by Clear. So I love this aggressive style of play from Sakura. Clearly not like bending the knee in a way, right, and going like, oh, okay, we'll just kind of match you, we'll just kind of play your game. Like they know what they want to play, and they are playing your own style, especially in a series that you expected to be the underdogs. I really like it. Shows a lot of tenacity coming through from Sakura.
And it's working.
Take this first fight with ease.
It is working. X10 was able to take out Lethal early in that fight, and it paved the way for Clear to just burst down the team with this high energy Zarya. Already close to a Graviton Surge. You've got the Bola shot and just the tech to get out of spawn. We all heard Dante, don't play Doomfist into Freya, and especially not as good of a Freya as X10. So we see Cuppa and Maimon instantly switch over to the Winston and Tracer. One way that you can certainly counteract the Zarya and just all of that bubble presence on top of Peace.
Yeah, I think the only player I've ever seen do well with the Doom into the Freya is like Zebra, but I mean, even then, Zebra struggling a little bit against the Freya, so yeah, Winston making a little bit more sense. Nice orbital ray. Really easy cleanup for the Tracer. They've still got Grav, and they have got the Bolus too, so...
Grab Bola shot?
Yeah, I mean, a little 1-2 combo like that, it does a lot of damage when it explodes, so...
True.
I wouldn't be too surprised to see it.
I think Sakura should try their hand at it. They still have 3 other... Like, they have the full 5 ultimates coming up. And it's a... Ooh, free grab into the monkey after he jumps down. Force out the bubbles, and this grab is free.
Is looking for it. Bubble used. There's the grab. Oh, straight on the side of that pillar. And Ultraviolet a bit too close. A decent rally, though, coming through from Abel. He does end up bashing. Oh, the double bash as Peace gets taken down. Thought maybe Avril could die there, but Peace couldn't get that final slash off. As Avril stands tall and wins that duel.
Now we saw the Graviton Surge thrown out. We're going to see Clear switch over to the Mauga. And another big rotation of these tank heroes as you just continue to see these teams try to answer one another. Mauga to answer the Winston. Now you've got the Cardiac Overdrive for something like this Genji. So Peace still gets a lot of love from being able to see this Mauga pick. A lot of investment onto this Genji, even though we just saw that blade used.
Oh, X10. Was close to being a kill there from Lethal. Bolus available. Monkey jumping in pretty low already, but Cuppa pops the Primal Rage to get immediately stunned there, but he's all good. He's back up and ready to fight another day, but with Zed dead, that's, yeah, it's not good. Cuppa merely kind of distracting the rest of Sakura, just leaping around as the giant wins. So they got to shoot at somebody at some point, and it might as well be Cuppa. But unfortunately for the rest of the team, they end up losing one, but Peace ends up coming. Okay, a little dash, a little 2K. The fight might already be over, though, sadly. So with the Mauga alive, they should at least get a little bit of payload progress, but the regroup is inevitable.
Still a little bit of push. That's going to be a little bit more meterage. And, oh, the Pulse Bomb misses. So maybe an opening for Sakura to keep pushing the payload forward. They've got their reinforcements back, but Ultraviolet having the Ray, you have to be so cautious. Sakura, their best effort here is just to kind of like force out the Ray and then go back in when they've got their own ults.
It's a lot of damage. Can they actually focus down Cinnabar is the question. That green overhealth building up. Oath breaks trading. Those rallies being popped. They're out of there. And same with the Cuppa, chased down by X10. And now Ultraviolet is between a Mauga and a shield. And yeah, a wall, sorry. And the Mauga is going to win that, unfortunately. And even the cage deployed. This is a minute and 40 seconds. I mean, Lethal is here. W Maimon is going to be able to get the touch, but it's going to be a scrappy one. Orbital Ray and a blade from Peace. They're going to have to hope for a miracle. And in fact, Sakura are just going to throw everything they've got at this point to guarantee it. Guarantee it will.
That was so smart. Sakura know that even though they have a player down, go ahead and throw the Ray in because GK are still recovering their losses as well. Sakura get that second objective, go into the third with quite a bit of time too. I know we don't often see Circuit Royale captured because it's so difficult to get past the respawn advantage on that third point, but you're off to a great start. Even just getting to the third point is sometimes enough. X10 with a Bola shot. GK Esports making some adjustments too to that backline. Admiral on the Kiriko, Ultraviolet on the Ana. It really wants to shut down this Mauga with the antis.
Next tag, W Maimon is very low. Bola shot connects from Lethal. X10 Ed. And oh, that was really nice dragon there from Lethal. Damn. Scores a kill onto Peace too. Now this is the danger zone for this kind of comp with the Mauga. You kind of have to go this high ground because GK are just going to continue. Hope with the Freya, and then as soon as you enter the doors, they're going to jump on the Brig and the Juno.
At least the Juno speed ring would be able to get you past some of that, but Sakura already recognized that the Mauga is going to be too tough to try to contend with that high ground, as well as being able to popcorn and push the cart. So Clear switches over to the Diva. The defense matrix also going to lend a hand here. I was going to say to eat the pulse bomb, but that missed, and so now we've got to see Sakura with this bola shot.
Yeah, good matrix there by Clear, making sure the brig stays up, but nothing has really happened. They're just struggling to get any space.
Patience, young Jack.
There's the rally.
Come on.
Nano boost on the Winston. As the Primal Rage was ripped as well, saving Cover's life. But that's 2 large ultimates invested. Still got the Ray, but still got the Rush. Sorry, about 10%.
Yeah. But the Ray from Sakura, you know, they're biding their time.
Okay, Lethal dead. Okay, if you can just survive and not use Ray, okay, they end up popping it anyway because they hear the rush come through from Abel, so they do trade support ultimates. But do you manage to save that? You would have been in good standing. They get this kill. No, WMI moment.
Do they know?
Oh, they know now. Okay, so they're probably just gonna have to leave him because they've taken a little bit too much time to actually find the Tracer.
Ooh, a couple other hero swaps though. GK are now gonna have the Lucio and the Sombra. So Sombra with those manual hacks on a clear piece. They know GK only have 25 seconds left to continue to defend this point. And Sakura are starting to get like Blade, Bomb.
Oh, Lethal goes down. It was almost in a perfect spot there to kind of duo up with WMI. Wow. That was the pulse of all time. Glad we caught that one on camera. Peace ends up using that blade, and Avril scurrying for the spawners. Oh, UV! Oh, he pops out. Maybe he thought Peace had kind of dashed away. Baiting himself a little bit there, it felt like. Peace kills 2 with the blade, and they got bomb. They've got the bowlers. Like, Sakura are in a position to cap. Cover comes in, even Avril with a TP through the wall. And there goes the cap. 3 points on the board. 0 seconds left in the time bank. You take that. A Circuit Royale cap, very hard to come by.
Absolutely, but Sakura made that look so easy on that 3rd point. Played their cards right. We could even see GK kind of scramble a little bit. Admiral going over to the Lucio. We saw the Sombra come out from Lethal as well, maybe hoping that that was going to make sure that the tide tipped into GK's favor and just to make sure that the payload didn't reach that finish line. But Sakura held on to ultimates. They had the blade from Peace and just really great target focus. So kudos to Sakura. That's no easy feat against a squad like this.
Yeah, 100%. Unknown, although having a little bit of a whiff on the pole spot there at the very end. 11 and
they
1.
all get a couple.
Right. And I think his Tracer has been really stellar. It's kind of one of the heroes he's known for. But you are putting Sakura's heads on a swivel a lot of the time. WMI is always in the back line, always just poking out Hex 10 as much as possible when she ends up hitting the updraft, going into the skies, holding for the bolt shot. And the Tracer's life, if you're on the same kind of level you saw on that 3rd point, WMI on the high ground, just peppering the Freya, you can really make Sakura just keep on looking. We have to like deal with the Tracer, chase her out, or we have to push on forward. So yeah, WMI having a fairly decent game so far. We'll see what business he can do on this Genji. Looks like UV is going to switch. Juno, okay. So they're still going to run out with the Orisa though.
Ooh, but Lethal on the Sojourn. I love this hero pick. I feel like it's so smart to be able to get that quick positioning, take those different angles. But you've got to be really focused with these charged railgun shots. And there is still a Genji you have to deal with, so got to keep track of those deflects so it doesn't accidentally come right back at you.
Oh, Cinnabar, a little bit too far up there by the looks of it. Nice headshot from Lethal too. Kind of crazy seeing the Freya not being picked. Although we do see players from time to time do this. They do pick Soj over the Freya. I think Freya overall, currently, I think has a higher peak in terms of damage and like the ability to get kills, but some players maybe feeling a little bit more confident on the Soj, and looks like Lethal is one of them, at least for now.
Easy point A capture though for GK Esports, almost as fast as what Sakura had accomplished on their attack push. But now we start to see some ultimates Z very close to the orbital ray. A couple, bola shot here for X10 maybe. If you don't lose his high ground positioning, but Lethal is so focused, making sure that that high ground is getting marked, and especially with those kind of just like big AoE effects too.
Yeah, losing this high ground's pretty devastating. Holding here is going to be great. You saw the power of Freya there versus the Sojourn. Just 2 quick taps will get the kill more often than not, unless you get healed like instantly. So the Sojourn building rail, shoot rail, build rail, shoot rail kind of thing. Uptime is a little bit less. Good shot though. There's a pulse shot torpedo connecting with Zed, and WMimon is going to follow up with a dash. He's kind of losing his way a little bit there, and ends up getting taken out by Lethal. That overclock is going to get swiftly met with a flail from the brig, but this fight is well and truly over. GK should be just cleaning up now. Yeah, as soon as Zed falls down there, there's no real hope staying in that fight much longer.
Still also on the board for both teams is Lethal's actually going to swap off the Sojourn to go over to the Cassidy. Plays a little bit closer to the rest of the team. And really nice to just get that spam damage down. I think the break shield on Brig, or even just help chunk down this Orisa HP pool. Rally on both sides, so...
Oh, there's a bolus straight into that Terror Surge, but that bolus had to charge up a little bit. WMimon takes the Sky Blaze, already found 1, chasing down Peace now. Select available WMimon, and there's the heals. Okay, happy to take the 1v1 now. That's just gonna leave Peace with 1 HP and an attempt to touch, but very unlikely. Gonna scurry back to the rest of their team. That will be the point capped from GK. Almost 5 minutes going into last.
I mean, Mimon is just still holding down the front line. Pushing Sakura is so far back that this payload actually has time to round this corner. And taking this high ground control makes it so much more difficult for Sakura to try to man a defense on that first high ground by the pool. GK Esports are already making good use of that space.
They're going to try and take the fight really early. I like this play. Then you can set your high ground up for success. You can set X10 up on high ground, and you can hold the door. Lethal out on the Cassidy of all things, but X10 forced to cover. Orbital Ray is going to get deployed, making it almost a guaranteed fight win here for GK Esports, unless something crazy happens. The idea as well, don't lose anybody. They end up using Avril, that's fine. Avril's going to be back in just a moment. But now taking the high ground, if your WMimon, is going to be super important. Do not give X10 the space, because we know how much she can do with it.
And look at having the high noon available. One way you can deny a lot of that space, at least for this cart to get towards that final objective. Not gonna actually stay in that form for too long, but it's because everybody's already on the high ground here for Sakura. You know, the battle is up here.
Yeah, I was going to say, Peace is kind of dueling WMimon there, although there was a backup from Cinnabar. She brought health back in the end. Little cookie. Blade v Blade.
But Ray advantage here for Sakura. And X10 already finds Lethal. So maybe this is a fight that GK can't win.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to back up. Not happy to continue their array into this fight. Oh, can they catch out? Not. Okay, they're going to go in the blade anyway. Deflation's already come out. Terror Surge does end up connecting to WMimon, but he gets the kill, and Hera hits the reset through the Terror Surge. So gets out of there, doesn't take any damage from it, but X10 eventually kills WMimon, but here comes the rally. The Orbital Ray is going to be good, but unique quick kills. The Blade's definitely a tool you can use that, and it's actually blocking Peace's entrance back into that fight. Wanted to potentially go for Avril, but it's all X10. It kind of always is. Nice triple kill from the Freya. And that time bank now halved from GK. Look at that, 2 minutes and 25 left.
Great defense so far from Sakura to hold on for that long, and now they still get a chance to work with the rally, an answer to the orbital ray that Ultraviolet has, and you could follow it up with a bullet shot here from X10. Another high ground defense as Sakura get ready for GK to move in with the high noon.
Yeah, Cleary's just so far forward there. Had to burn so many cooldowns to get away, bro. Orbital Ray, bolus shot hits the front line. Orisa tanks that, takes negative damage. You might as well have healed her. And there is the fourth
Clear to try and stay alive in the corner, but the focus fire from GK Esports is just too much. His teams. Clear is just being kept alive, but realistically, how much longer? The cooldowns are cycling. Someone killed the Orisa. Okay, Z is dead. Surely the Orisa falls now. My word, it is insane how much Orisa can survive. Another round of cooldowns goes golden, but unfortunately, it might be a silver place finish. So 2 minute and 29 second time bank is what GK will have on the next attack.
Still quite close in terms of the amount of time that these teams have, but with this time bank advantage for GK, it's just enough that we're gonna see ultimates come online for them. But we've seen teams take a minute and just really do some good work with it. If Sakura can have as fast of a push as they did on their first attack, then we might have a true map, competitive map on our hands.
Not the greatest time disparity of all time. I mean, considering 5 minutes was entered, although Circuit Real, classically, very hard map to actually finish. W My Moan, still with 3 deaths, 28 and 3 from the Welshman.
Wild.
Lethal with classically more damage on the Freya. Just Freya thing.
I do wonder though, we see GK already getting set up on the defense, and Maimon actually does leave spawn with this Pharah. And maybe kind of expecting that if Sakura decide to come back out with the Zarya to muscle through this Orisa, then, well, that's one way you can kind of burst through the Zarya bubbles. Just spam rockets and Freya shots.
Yeah, it would feel a little annoying for the Pharah. A little over-eager, perhaps. Nice body shot to Lethal, doesn't get much though. We'll see how long Clear ends up sticking on this pick, and I think it might just, again, playing the Zarya here more of as a supportive role, right? You're going to do a lot of damage when you're fully charged up like this, but and taking the shield.
Yeah, I'm giggling at the OG Orisa shield being picked up as a perk here.
Hey, it works out. Hey, you hold that corner of the Orisa, man.
Absolutely.
Put the supercharger down on the corner. Highest skill out in the game it was. I promise. Lethal ends up getting taken down by X10. Good start. Again, the more supportive version of Zarya just permanently bubbling. The engagements from Peace just makes the fights very unfair, whoever's on the receiving end. Good first fight win, again, with this Zarya pick from Clear. Kuffa now on the Winston, classic counter to the Zarya. See another touch before this point gets capped.
Admiral's gonna switch over to the Ana as well. Maybe you're able to get a sleep because our sleep for an anti. Anything would be good here to help initiate this dive with Kuffa. We're starting to get to some ults though. X10 with a Vola shot. If Sakura can stay alive, I mean, maybe this is how you go extend this map.
X10 half HP, in fact, full sub 50 there as they try and get out. Kuffa now, like, juggling the point as much as possible. Bubbles up in a second too, so it's now up to Lethal or X10 to try and find some initial kills. Clear comes up with one. Better though, a kill onto Winston is perfect, although the barrage straight on top of the bolus. It kills 3. The orbital ray though, in classic fashion, honestly, with the judo, is gonna get 1 kill, but Lethal ends up coming to the kill on X10. Peace has to put the point. No, Peace dashes away from the point. He hits the reset onto Lethal. Tried to dash back to the point, but he doesn't manage to re-trigger the OT. The hero play there from Lethal, taking down X10 at the very end. So Clear had to. Clear can't just be a sitting duck on the point. So, that feels awful for Clear and the rest of Sakura.
That was like, that was a 1v1 you win with the blade. You can win. Oh, you can win. I can hear my cat is chirping.
Yeah, I win.
Yeah. Tell him he's fair.
Look at this. Dashes back. He knew he had to go for the kill. If you're on the payload and OT like that, obviously it's going to sit down super quick. Whoa, we got the replay action. Yeah. Get it. Okay, so look at X10's positioning here. Both here at Peace. X10's positioning on the payload. Perfect. Keep an OT going. Peace was 1 HP. X10, she ends up going down to Lethal, and then Lethal just plays as far away as humanly possible, so Peace has to go for the chase. If X10, if she doesn't fall there, that's a very different scenario. Peace did as much as they possibly could to get that kill. And unfortunately, the OT just ticked down too quick.
Unlucky, bro. You gotta brush yourself off from that one. You still got a defense, and 4 points on the board is still pretty good, all things considered. Now, though, with 2.5 minutes, GK are up to bat. They've got this Orisa, and Sakura have come out of the defense with an Orisa of their own. So really, we're looking at the big difference maker to be X10 on this Freya versus Lethal on the Sojourn. Lethal did such a good job of this on that first attack. So if they can, you know, maybe this is a speed run for them. They've got a couple of attempts here with this time bank.
Every Sakura is super low. Issa does get out. Slowly but surely, again, waiting for X10 to come up with picks. She's done it before, and she's actually decently close to the ult, like 65% already. Momentum going down. A whip shot into the wall kills WMO, and that perk coming up big time there for Sakura's backline.
X10 with a good position now. With Bola shot almost available, but Orbital Ray soon for Ultraviolet and Z. Dueling Rays, they've got to be careful of their position here, both teams. You don't want to just overextend.
I wonder if they expect X10 to have ult already. Orbital Ray coming in. That's a lot of pulsar torpedoes connecting in. Clearance of going down. Payload has to be touched, of course, but here comes the return Ray. X10 needs something huge. Lethal down first. That's a good pick. Damage now reduced by GK Esports, but the Terror Surge does hit 4. And there it is, the kill onto Z. And X10 is going to get chased down. Waves a little goodbye there. She falls, and the rally is just the cherry on top. GK Esports capping the points. They're going to be able to take this map. Clear Z, they might be able to get back. It is 0.3 meters, mind you. Terror Surge does end up coming in. In fact, I'm going to hold my breath real quick. Okay, now I can breathe again. Thank goodness. GK Esports do manage to cap that 0.3 meters. It's enough for them to get there in the end. Man, that hero play from Clear almost got them towards that second point, but yeah, a devastating loss there in their second attack round. And that will be GK with 2 points lead in the series.
Did you know that petting an animal helps to lower your heart rate?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a fact, actually. That is a fact. Everybody from from both sides maybe need to pick up their pets right now and just give them a little pet.
I don't know if you guys could hear. Bear was like chirping, like my cat was meowing after the C9 happened.
Honestly, I don't know if you call that a C9. Honestly, it's
man.
You left, but you leave the payload to like get the kill. If Clear in that situation. Sorry, not Clear. If Peace in that situation doesn't pop the blade there is no way you survive against Lethal's Freya.
But like, do you have to dash?
You have to dash after, yeah, because Lethal was like super high in the sky. Like, I think this is the, oh no, this is the very end. But Lethal was like super high in the sky, like off camera. And Clear's like basically on the payload. It's like, okay, if I have a deflect, great. X10, she's dead. So I'm the only one left and I need this kill. Otherwise, Lethal's just going to pound me full of arrows and it's going to be over. You have to hit that play. You hit the dash, hit the blade kill, and then dash all the way back to the point. The plan, the vision, I saw it. But unfortunately, the time ticked down way quicker than what we have liked.
I guess in the moment thing. That's unlucky. I just feel like Sakura could have taken even more distance. So that's why I'm like, I feel so bad. It feels for you.
Bad.
Like, I'm empathetically feeling your pain as we go into the 4th round of Circuit Royale. But
it's a kind of a positive though for Sakura.
It is. I was literally about to like switch my thought process because it really is inspiring to see Sakura make these maps as close as they have been. Like very close first round of Ilios. You do have a very close map on Circuit Royale to be able to go to extra innings and then some. And now like maybe Sakura like take a couple of breaths, pet a cat or a dog, and then come back and just go to the next map. They have what it takes, Jack.
They do indeed. We'll see if Hybrid push or flashpoint is going to get selected by Sakura. Yeah, like we mentioned before, there's no point right now, I don't think, for a Freya ban. I think at this point as well, you've kind of exhausted the tank bans too. We're going to King's Row. Okay, don't mind this whatsoever. I think the thing is with banning the DPS, Lethal right now at least has a tendency to step away from the Freya, go to an Ashe, go to a Sojourn. So you can't really target there. Plus X10, she's doing exceptionally well on the Freya anyway. So I think maybe you even lean towards maybe just keep targeting the tanks, actually. I was going to say maybe you lean towards the supports as a ban, or even maybe get Imon's Tracer off of the board.
I was going to say like Tracer or Genji. I feel like Imon's really been showing up on that. But then I thought about it a little bit more. Because we saw GK in some of those instances just straight up abandon the Freya, I actually do wonder whether or not it's not a bad call to actually go ban the Freya, because you know Sakura has been perma playing it with X10.
Yeah, if you're GK for sure. Yeah, I 100% agree. It's actually going to be an Ana ban. Okay, so an Ana first ban for Sakura and then D.Va for GK. So limits clear a little bit, which I also don't really mind, because the D.Va on this map, if you want to go fast, is really good. Taking control high ground is very easy with D.Va, and being able to kind of ferry X10 as well and protect X10 and Peace in the front line. So I don't mind this ban. Might lead Clear to pick up more of a rush style, and then if they really want the Zarya again,
why not? But the Zarya was so good versus things like the D.Va as well. So now that you know that that's not in the pool, does the Zarya lose some potency? It did work against the Orisa, but I feel like GK just had the answer. Even if it nets you a point, is that enough value for you to run the Zarya for just a point? Maybe it is with how close things are.
Hazard is also a very good option. Of course, we've seen Clear play that before. And another decent one for easy rotation, the Hazard with a Violent Leap. And yeah, Lethal, not playing Freya. Playing the Ashe. Match point, of course, for GK Esports. Another win under their belt would be really nice for them. Of course, a 3-0 was the result of their first series of Stage 1 against Supernova. A weakened Supernova, mind you, but still 3-0 nonetheless.
But because Sakura is on the attack, they could see this Orisa and just say, hey, well, Zarya does feel mighty good here if you're looking at the squad. There's a lot of kite ability, though. You've got double speed with the Lucio and the Juno from Admiral and Ultraviolet. And as you see the double sniper, I think Sakura were just kind of hoping, ooh, just if we get somebody or even some damage, but they already decided to commit back into what they've been playing before. Peace on the Genji, X10 on the Freya. It just feels like comfort here for Sakura at this point. And they know what kind of game they have to play. Focus down this Hazard, try to get this high ground access to just walk into Lethal, and ignore Maimon.
Yeah, already they forced a rotation from Lethal up onto that miniature window. Surely you can't let both supports die instantly, though. Yes, they did. Okay, W Maimon taking care of Cinnabar and Zeke with one clip.
Maimon had already had a nice hack, though, onto Z to start off this fight. And so I feel like it was kind of inevitable that Sakura were going to be able to, or like Lethal was, and Maimon were going to be able to follow up on that. And Sakura already make a swap, like the swap. Like we've got Clear going over to the Orisa, Cinnabar now on the Brig. A little bit less susceptible to the Sombra now.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the Hazard into the Sombra, it's just pain. It's just so painful, man. Oh dear. Speaking of painful, look to the brain there. X10 falls. I mean, Lethal is just such a good Ashe player too.
I think that's something I want to see teams experiment with a little bit more. It's kind of why we're saying, oh yes, Freya is so good, but what if the rest of your heroes are as good, if not better? And maybe you want to lean into the strengths that you have already practiced with something else. So Lethal playing Ashe, Lethal playing the Sojourn. I feel like it's been such a smart pick for GK Esports so far. I think Lethal's already rewarded with this Ashe. Gonna be one of the first players in this entire lobby this map to actually get an ult.
Yeah, well, they're online already, quicker than the Freya too, which is no easy feat. Freya does so much damage to tanks in the front line. It could be easy to earn the bowler shots, especially when you get the Elims with the passive. Bob available. Extend, she's kind of scared of lethal right now. Just shot, hide, shot, hide, shot, hide, shot, hide, which is a very classic like player play style, but like Extend even more passive currently. As lethal, honestly, living up to his namesake right now.
Yes, does so much DPS regardless on this Ashe. But now this is where things get really tricky because Sakura, they're walking into 5 ults here from GK. With only a minute and 20 seconds left too, GK have a lot of potency. Well, it's just actually, you know what? Jack, let's hit the Q button for everybody.
Good EMP, hits 4-2. The rally from Cinnabar, however, might just be the saving grace for Sakura. A Terror Surge does connect with multiple people on the side of GK Esports. Admiral dies, and uh-oh, things are falling apart for Sakura GK Esports right now. Bob deployed on the point. Clear out of there. Doesn't want to deal the Bob just yet. Would rather kill lethal first. Although a very nice virus and a spear from Cuff actually kills Clear. So in fact, I was trying to say Sakura, a little bit of a painful situation. Nice dynamite too.
Oh my goodness. The kiting from Lethal is insane though. How many players did Sakura send after Lethal on the back? And then you have the peel from Admiral, the coach gun from Lethal to also make sure that the damage from Sakura can't connect. And what a hold here. Every ultimate under the sun gets used in that last fight, but now we see GK Esports fighting in the neutral that they've been able to win out so many times already. 10 seconds left and Sakura still has yet to make a full dent in this first point.
Yeah, I mean, it's 40% is the only thing they got. Exactly that, Rosa. Yet to make a small dent. They get the touch, of course. I mean, Lethal's going to find a pick in just a moment. You got to imagine. Oh, Pieces in the wrong side of the fight. Oh, tell a lie. They trade. Cuthbert being rather cheeky. On an off angle there, trying to focus down the back line. Landed a good spear connection. But here comes the next push. Cuthbert close to an ult. Pops the golden, and W Mimone and Ultraviolet jump on Cinnabar. Kill onto Cuthbert is decent, but it's not enough. Sakura halted on first. 79% is all they're gonna get.
So close, and it just felt like they were moments away from being able to get a big ultimate online and maybe finish out that first point and extend their life in this map. But GK Esports, what a hold. It still goes back to when everybody used their ult in that second to last fight. And Lethal, just the survive was crazy. To push the Bob out, like extend the fight for GK to come back with reinforcements. Just an amazing job. And so now GK Esports, they're like one fight away, one decisive team fight away from winning this match 3-0.
No deaths. I'm only either. Not bad.
Yeah, that's wild.
Peace, to be fair, on the other side of things, also only has a single death. So fair enough. Fair play to him.
Kind of what you expect, though, out of your, like, Tracer, Genji, Sombra type heroes. Yeah, similarly with Wrecking Ball, too. If you're a type of hero that plays around a health pack, I think you always hope that you're going to have low deaths.
100%. No tricky business here for GK, I'd imagine, just kind of the same mod. Very much like in the Sombra. We're seeing a lot more Sombra recently.
Mimon looks super good on it, too. Now with the Sombra, if you lock into it early on the attack, like 4-minute time bank to get an EMP.
Okay. Lethal's actually playing the Hanzo. Okay, I expected a Sonic Arrow and switch, as you normally would, but all right, Lethal kind of feeling himself. Gotta respect it. Against the Freya, though, I will say Hanzo a little tough.
But you only need one headshot.
True. Yeah, that is true. Landing it might be quite difficult, though, but it might not matter, to be fair, as Clear is dead, and there goes Sakura. 3.5 minutes to go. Only X10 survives, but not for too much longer. Kappa with the kill. And 3 minutes. They don't even need that, as GK Esports, they complete King's Row, that first point cap, and take the series 3-0.
Something that we expected out of this match was to see GK Esports win 3-0, but to see it realized and to know how close Sakura made some of those maps, I like Sakura are so they're so there. I'm really excited to see what their next couple of matches hold, because being 1-2, Ash, I don't know if it tells the whole story for this team.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, right? We talked a little bit about the talent that we can expect out from this team. We saw that come through once again, especially within X10. She's always at like the front line of who we're talking about. Peace having great moments there as well. But when you're looking at this Sakura roster, we really have to give them kudos on how close Circuit Royale ended up being, like taking that all the way to a 5-4 win there for GK is great signs of life from this team on the side of Sakura here, Jack.
Yeah, 100%. Completing a Circuit Royale is really tough, and against one of the better teams in the stage, yeah, it looks good, and I think they should be really happy with their performance. I think you're coming into this, you're expecting it to be an extremely hard game, and taking them all the way is going to be great for you. Sakura, obviously, losing out to Nightmare in week 1. They ended up beating Dildox, obviously 3-0. Their schedule is going to get a little bit easier. Extinction, Supernova, those games are going to be really competitive. And then it's kind of like building up to that Team Liquid final game in week 6. And then week 5 is Space Station Gaming. So I would say their schedule is actually very favorable to them, I think. Their only teams in general, like, you're only going to get better as the weeks progress. So I got high hopes for Sakura coming into weeks 3 and 4.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing how they look to work to try and close that gap with NA being such a region that feels a little bit top heavy and whatnot. But GK, they secure their second win of the regular season. We do have an interview on the line with Ultraviolet just to chat through some things after seeing these results here. One, Ultraviolet, congratulations on your win today. I think that one thing that I want to talk about is I feel like for your squad, of course, there's a lot of expectations now on your team after the results that you found at Champions Clash, kind of being like the dark horse coming in from NA when we look at like the international scene for OWCS. Do you feel like that pressure has affected the team in any way heading into stage 2?
I think we definitely feel the pressure, but it's like a really good thing for us because I think it like motivates us to like work hard, and like I think that like we have like a lot of like really like passionate and like talented players on our team. So I think like that pressure like of like being the best like kind of like pushes us to put in like the extra hour, like the extra rank game, you know?
Awesome. When
it comes to like DPS picks, like obviously Lethal not really favoring the Freya at all. Like we'd rather play Hanzo, right? It's Soj, like even the Ashe on Ruins. I was like, okay, that's kind of crazy, but I mean, he makes it work. He's a sick player. Is that going to continue when you face like SSG, Team Liquid, like all these other top-rated teams? Because Freya just seems stupid broken right now.
That's up to him. I don't control him. He's like a free like wild beast, you know? Like he like gets to pick whatever he wants. He's like, I'm bored of this hero, I'm gonna go pick this hero. It's like, all right, Lethal, you can go click some heads. He's pretty good at that.
It's kind of based.
So true. Yourself as well, though, Ultraviolet, how do you feel like you've kind of leveled up, especially with Freya entering into the mix? I feel like that's such a different threat to have to deal with as a support player. So do you feel like you found yourself doing anything different against that hero?
Yeah, I think Freya has made like Judo and Kiri like very strong. They're like, I feel like with like how powerful she is, it's kind of like you're playing characters that like don't get destroyed by her as much. So I feel like the Ana's and the Bap's a little bit harder right now, but you can kind of make it work. But yeah, it's a little bit difficult.
Yeah, it's a lot of, it just feels like this meta has been like so fluid for stage 2 as well. But thank you so much for joining us for this interview, Ultraviolet. And I just want to give you a second to also like plug your socials and whatnot for any fans who are looking to find you after stream's done.
Twitch Ultraviolet W. I started streaming again after 2 months hiatus. Come watch.
Let's go.
And go see my Twitter to see what I ate today.
Amazing. I'm gonna actually have to check that out after this.
I'm gonna go right now.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much. Congratulations on your win today, and good luck for your rest of your matches here during the regular season of OWCS.
Thank you.
Oh,
So great to be able to hear from. Love to hear.
I saw his. Sorry,
Wait,
Ash.
you know?
I saw this tweet and I was like, "Oh my!" New Scrandle just dropped. It is. You can have your own opinions on it.
Okay.
It's devious.
I need to go check it
is
out.
a devious meal. I'm not sure how many people are upvoting that on Scrandle, but like, hey.
Okay.
Hey, if it tastes good, it doesn't matter what it looks like. Is all I'm saying.
I don't like the warning that I'm getting right now. Like,
Yeah, I
I
don't
feel
like
like I'm
that
getting a
either.
graphic content warning from Jack right now.
What
it
is
might be.
this?
Oh no. Okay,
Yeah.
we're getting the live
If it
react.
tastes-
but guys, we have one more thing that we got to live react to. We got to check out our player of the match, Lethal. We were talking about how great of a player he was. The fact that he's also like not really leaning into that Freya at all and whatnot, but still having like so much impact and having a little bit of fun with some of these picks. I think that we saw in today's series as well here, Rose.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think UV said it right. Like, hey, he can just pick what he wants because he can just click head, so it like doesn't matter at all. So there'll probably be a little bit of Freya in his future, I'd imagine. But like Soj, Ash, whatever, like it doesn't matter. The guy's a beast regardless.
Sorry, I'm watching Ash discover.
Did you just watch the? Did you just saw it? Yeah. You see what I mean? Like, what is that? What is that?
It's like a hot
Is that-
dog with cheese.
Dude, okay. Let's break this down real quick. There's
Okay.
2 buns. There's some kind of hot dog in there. Is that chili or is that
I
like
think it's
curry? Like, what is that?
I don't know if I want to know. I don't know if I could eat that. Like,
If it tastes good, great. If it doesn't, like, dude,
Ash, move us on. We
gotta move on. I still have this on my screen, but you know, he won the game. That's all that matters. So on
true.
that note, let's check out the
true.
standings, guys. Let's see where we've ended up. Yeah, GK, they won their second matchup within the round robin stage. And now that brings us into a situation where Dill Ducks earlier today have unfortunately fallen into that 0-3. It is going to get a little bit more difficult for them as the season goes on. And then for the rest of the teams, we see the gap now slowly closing the more match days that we have going here, Rose.
And there's even more to come. I mean, most of these teams still have, oh god, math, 4 matches left to play. 4 or 5 matches. So anything can happen. I'm not gonna lock in the standings just yet.
No, but on that note, I guess, let's take a look at next week's schedule here as well, because we're going to have 2 games actually for each region. And I gotta, like, okay, next week, why did I say year? Next week is bangers. Bangers across the board here, Jack.
damn, look like a fireworks shop. Like, look, VP. Oh my.
Are we in playoffs right now?
Gen G
Like-
Peps. I know, it feels like it. GK SSG,
matches.
Team Liquid, Nightmare, Zera. Dude, I can't wait. This is the week. It's the week everybody's tuning in. It's gonna be bangers on top of bangers. Like, and I'm not talking about the hot dogs that UV had.
Okay, we stop bringing it up. I
Jeez.
forgot.
I'm
I forgot
sorry.
for a moment.
Just
but-
ridiculous.
But yes, next week, if you guys are going to tune in for any week, tune in next week because it looks like a preview of what we can expect for even like playoffs. But
Yeah,
let's also
100%.
take a look at our featured co-streamers that we did have this weekend, as well as we wrap up the day. Yesterday we had Unter streaming. Today we had Bull Skunk. We are going to be going to raid him after the stream does wrap up as well. So you guys make sure to stay tuned for that. I know that Bull Skunk, his niche in Overwatch, if you guys aren't familiar, is the fact that he does stream the Face It League matches. So you guys should definitely check that out because that's where our promotion relegation teams are battling out to try and make it up into each stage and whatnot. But it's been quite the day, quite the weekend as well of OWCS. A big thanks to both of you for joining me here for NA once again, Jack and Rose, and a lot of exciting action to come. If you guys needed a reminder, there are 4 more weeks left of the regular season for OWCS for both NA and EMEA. So we'll catch you guys next week. But for now, have a great rest of your Sunday.
I'm okay.
워낙 그냥 먼저 갈 생각이긴 했어.
Take the spear. I have better. Genji. Can you push? Yeah,
Just cut that.
Don't cart. I have one more touch. Touch. I can't. I'm been marked. Red armor. Go for me. Kill the ramp. Push ramp in. Kill him.
Has it.
Has it on me. Sorry. Where'd I go?
Oh, actually, so.
Bro, they're always taking Savage.